Changing you, stay cool. Never been someone hate on you, cause nobody hate you. She want that pay-per-view, I gotta get paid too. Make sure you straight too. Show me your love, keep it on fire. I don't need nothing else. Baby, you something else. Treat me like I'm someone else. I know you know way better. You know you can't find no better. That's why I settle. Bad bitch, she belong in a kennel, average. Put that shit on a pedestal. Ride like a bike, she pedaling. Ay. She need to take it like medicine. I ain't no average pedestrian, so I let you know that I'm better than. You know you can't find no better, no. I'ma go autopilot on that bitch. Ay. Sliding on that bitch. Gliding on that bitch. Better be showing me love. That's all I need from you, baby. Yeah, show me love.
You call that human rights, China? I call it human wrongs. Comedy. Sundays on TNT.
Hell yeah, what's up, everybody? The final night, that's the final time they get to play that. Well, who knows? Maybe it's not. We'll see after tonight. But welcome everybody to our live election results coverage. We have been planning and have been excited for this for some time now. We've been covering this for almost 2-3 months now, Bob. I mean,
yeah, just about 2-3 months here. It's been
I want to say it was right around when Kamala was chosen. The chosen
just a little bit after that that horrendous debate that sent Biden packing.
Yeah, that was about when we decided to start this and stuff. So here we are, man. We have made it all the way to election night. With we're still friends. We're still talking. We're still
far,
here.
The night's still young.
Exactly. But yeah, no. I want to start out. We're gonna kind of start out before we bring on some guests. Before we have fun, we look at kind of where the polls are at right now. Obviously, Trump is in the lead in most polls with both the Electoral College and the popular vote. I don't expect that to last very long. I think we are going to see kind of the opposite of what we saw in the 2016 election, where Hillary had a very strong lead, and then Trump just came in and wiped her off the map. I think that's what we're going to see here with Kamala, and in this election, I could be wrong, but that is my official prediction. But before we get started, thank you to everybody who has watched, who has tuned in. If you're here tonight watching with us, grab a drink, sit back. We're going to try to keep it lighthearted, but of course, I'm sure there will be some good debates and arguments and stuff, as there always is. But we are just here to kind of sit back and watch the world burn. So sit back and join with us. And with that, I wanted to start off with, even though I'm sure people know, if you've been watching the show or have kept up with us at all, I did want to start off with our official endorsements. So even though if you've been watching, you kind of know which way we both lean and stuff, I did want this to be kind of the moment, where we say we officially are voted for this person and our reasons why and all those types of things. I officially voted today. Both Bob and I have the same kind of mentality. We like to go on election day and cast our vote. And, Aaron, so good to see you in the chat. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for tuning in. Resident Justice, RJ, good to see you. 6 people watching. What is up, everybody? Thank you. Get in the chat, guys. Give your thoughts. Give your opinions. Look, we try to be as unbiased as possible. Whether you're a Trump supporter, whether you're a Kamala supporter, whether you hate them both and didn't vote at all, everybody is welcome here. We want to understand why people vote the way they do or think the way they do. The vodka's already kicking in. But yeah, get in the chat. Let us know your thoughts and how it's going and stuff. But Bob, you want to go ahead and start with your official statement on who you endorse and why for the 2024 presidential election? I would love it that I talked that whole time and I lost. Okay, there
you didn't. I'm sorry. I was muted for a second while I was hitting this. My bad. But yeah, if you've been following along, it's no surprise who I voted for, as you can expect. I voted for Kamala. No, I'm just joking. I did.
I did it, guys. 3 months. I fucking did it.
Also, I'm gay. No.
Yep. Everything's changed about Bob now.
Yeah, he really got me. But no, I am obviously I went for Trump. So I went today, like you said, we kind of got the same mentality there. Went to go. I like going on election day. Seemed like the right thing to do. Plus, I don't think I actually had like an early polling station around me, nor did I like get or subscribe to get a mail-in ballot or anything like that. So
right.
I literally got to walk 2 minutes down the road to a nice little church. Walked in there. Nice amount of people. I didn't have to wait in line, which was cool. Nice. I kind of went in the afternoonish. Talked to some of the polling people there just to see what was going on, and they were getting a lot of people. A small little place. They normally don't have huge turnouts, but when I got there at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they were on their way to 300, and they were expected to get like 500 or 600 people coming through there. I'm pretty sure in our county, I believe of Erie County, where I'm at, in New York, not in PA. But we had, I think, one of the biggest early voter turnouts, and then I think another big turnout today as well. So it's and basically it's the reason I chose Trump is I do like policies. Say what you will about his rhetoric and how he goes about things and all that, which I find entertaining. But I think after the 4 years we had of Biden, I think and Harris and that administration, I think, as she would say, people are ready to move forward, but I think they're ready to move forward from that. And I don't think she's done enough in this campaign really to justify a win or any sort of like Biden type numbers win.
Sure.
Which is kind of what's being reflected here. I mean, it's way early. But as of right now, anyways, as it sits, I'm not gonna blow the horn right now because, like I said, there's every network that I've flipped through right now has different electoral vote counts for both candidates. While Trump is leading all of them, as for
Right.
instance, right now I'm looking at just regular Fox News Network, which has Trump at 205 and Harris at 117. But right now, literally, if I go to MSNBC, they're showing it right now. Once it gets up there, I'll announce it. But
So it's looking at about 52.5% Trump, 46.2% Kamala on MSNBC.
yeah, it's yeah, and right now it looks like he's about to get North Carolina too, according to them, as Rachel Maddow sits there. Oh, I hate that woman. But yeah, like so. I mean, he's leading right now and everything. But every electoral vote count I see on literally every news station is different right now. But I think I like the people that he's brought in with him this time. You know, he went in the first time really as it's really like a fluke, man. You know what I mean? It was kind of at like a precipice of where people were at that time in 2016. And I think we're almost like mirroring that sort of right now. People are just kind of like fed up with everything, the economy and immigration and crime and all this stuff, you know, and it's just that's how it feels now. Now again, this could be a 2020 thing where he was coming out the gate hot. But a lot of what we're seeing right now, a lot of the numbers, what we're seeing right now, though, I would say, a lot of it's early voting numbers and then places that have been closed for a while. Trump just tweeted not too long ago, right before we started. I'm pretty sure you guys over there in Nevada, you guys got like an hour before your polls closed.
Yes, so actually, as of 7, it is 7:11 here in Nevada. Our polls have officially closed on the West Coast.
Okay.
So yeah, as of right now, except for I believe Georgia, there was an extension. I don't know for how long or what happened there, but there was an extension due to a bomb threat and a couple other things that happened.
There's all sorts of tomfuckery going around here.
Right.
You know, nothing like, I don't think. I mean, yes, there were bomb threats and stuff like that, but nothing nefarious. What I've noticed is there's a lot of. The one thing I'll give Twitter right now is that there's a lot of what would you call it? Like poll watchers.
Yep.
And they're recording and they're taking video of any interactions. You're seeing if there's any issues. I know not a lot of people like him, but I always fuck up his name. The Louder with Crowder there, that guy. Yep, there you go. I knew you were gonna do that. That was your reaction. But even they're running an electoral integrity map. And they
the wife beaters?
Yes, that guy. The guy who's very misogynistic, who didn't want his wife to take the car to go to a salon or whatever his issue was. That guy.
Don't you do it, woman!
Yeah.
Don't you get behind that wheel!
Yeah, absolutely. Now listen, I won't take marital advice from him, but he's running an electoral integrity map, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt of that for right now. And from what I've watched down there, it's been it's been okay because he does have people like live on the ground. They followed, I think it was Philadelphia, PA, like I think in Philly, when all the ballots were done, when all the polls shut down, they actually followed. They were allowed to follow like the poll people taking the ballot boxes out, putting them in the vehicles, and then they traveled with them to wherever the final station was.
Cool, good. So I don't mind that at all. I think that's fine.
Yes, and I think it goes,
as long as it doesn't become an aggressive or an abusive type thing, you know, like let them do their thing, stay in the back, follow, watch, keep your mouth shut until.
No, I don't think it has, and of course, Donnie's been on True Social talking about we had some issues here, and but everything seems to be working itself out.
There was some issues, I believe, in Georgia with.
Yeah, they had some issues with people
being burned. There's a recount happening.
Yes. Something happened where the ballots they were submitted, but they didn't actually get some bullshit like that.
Right.
I don't think it was anything like fucked up where anybody was like harvesting and just nothing like that yet. We gotta wait till we get into like the wee hours. That comes after midnight when everybody's like, oh, you know, our water mains broke. We gotta leave. Right. Shit. And then next thing we know, we wake up and she ends up with 100 million people voted for her.
No, I don't think that's. But I do think, as I said earlier, I think
nothing like that.
I think we're going to see the 2016 election, but opposite. You know, the polls have kept him in the lead and stuff, but
sure,
I don't know. I could be wrong, right?
I
I
mean,
expected. I just from what I'm seeing, it feels like I'm seeing a lot more for Kamala than I am for Trump, and I could be wrong. So it's going to be an interesting night. Real quick shout out to everybody in the chat and watching and giving their thoughts. RJ, Aaron said an Australian commenter said that Biden would have done better. I don't know that he would have. I mean, that's an interesting thought, but I don't. I think honestly, he would have. That would have been an even bigger loss, especially if Trump wins. I think it would have been even more of a like overwhelmingly for Trump.
and just to give you an idea, real quick, sorry to interrupt, and then you can go back.
Yeah,
to
go
it,
ahead.
CBS News has it at 178.90 something. Trump. Over
So
there. You know what I mean?
we're looking
So
right now at about 100,
Yes.
about 100 that divide there,
Yeah.
and that
Yeah,
she's looking
because
to
again,
get for the
I mean,
electoral college.
I'm pretty sure it was either Fox News or one of them has Trump at 207.
Well, we
so
know
I mean,
she's-
that's only they're saying
And this
he's
is the other
60,
thing,
63
too.
points away from winning already, and
But
it's
at
10
the same
o'clock
time,
my time. Like, yeah,
we're
I don't.
right. This is always going to happen too, right? It
Sure.
tends to always happen because most of the kind of like Midwest, right, is going to go Trump. Their votes are going to come in first. East Coast, or Florida, I think they say Indiana, come right when Trump and stuff. So their votes are going to come in first. There's the West Coast is the big blue states, right? California,
Yes,
Nevada, all these other types of people. So that's when we're going to start to see her get significant amount of leads and votes. Once, probably in the next few hours or so, considering the West Coast has officially closed polls. For
Yes.
the
I'm gonna go crazy. Like I said, my prediction last time, I think he's gonna break 300.
Really?
I do.
Interesting.
To be honest, because I think he's taking your state. I don't think so. I think he's taking most of that aside from California. To be honest,
I had interesting. I talked with Joker's Corner last night. Shout out Joker's Corner. I was paying a little bit of attention this weekend and stuff to what was going on and stuff. We did go red. I think one election and stuff, but I don't see us going red this year. And it was something when Kamala was nominated. Yeah, Nevada was very much part of that group. That was like they got right behind her, the Nevada Democrats and stuff. So there is a very, very big movement for Walton Harris here in Nevada. There is a strong Trump group, but I don't think he's going to take the state. Regardless of who wins tonight, we're all going to wake up and go to our crappy jobs and do what we always do. Yes, that's about right.
No, that's wrong.
Well,
Wait a minute.
look,
Hang on.
I don't know.
Wait,
Yeah.
because either there's somebody's going to go crazy, but not only that, but I'm sorry, but if you're a Democrat, you know that's wrong because you know tomorrow if Trump wins that we're going to go into World War III.
No.
All of you gays who are married are going to have to get unmarried tomorrow. This is what Project 2025 said. Remember, this is what all you guys touted for months about this.
Well, yeah, if they
That's
get all
what's
that
happening.
in there, I mean, look, I did tweet today. We're gonna be live as long as we can stay live, RJ.
Yeah.
As long as our eyes can stay open and follow this.
Listen, I'm hoping by if I could make it, if I knew for sure that we would get at least a 90% answer tonight, without any bullshit of, well, they're tired and they want to go home, because I don't want to hear that this year at all. I'm sorry, we can't be doing this bullshit where it's days after, we're not a third world country.
But I do think
every other
RJ
country
said,
can get this shit done in one day.
I think
Why can't
by 12, we're gonna get a clear picture of who's gonna
12 year time. I'd want it to. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
3 a.m. my time. I better have a concise idea. I don't care about waking up in the morning and then really officially, and we were correct when we made our prediction at 3 a.m.
Right.
But what I'm saying is I don't want to hear that we can't get this all done in a day.
Well, look, there are certain things that are happening. Again, the Georgia's already going through recount votes on.
Yeah. That's
there are things
I don't give a fuck about that. But get it done.
Yeah,
I don't want. I don't care if a water main breaks. You guys better get fucking swimmies on and sit there and float together and count this shit. I don't want to hear nothing.
Aaron says, "I predict he will take Aaron, dear God, sorry, Aaron.
Aaron will take.
He will take Aaron. Aaron,
yeah.
He's coming
According
for
to
you,
Democrats,
Aaron.
He would
is
be coming
for you,
coming
Aaron.
For you.
No, I'm kidding. I predict he'll take Arizona and she'll get California. I think that's about right. I've actually had a friend canvassing in Arizona for the entire month of November, and yes, they are. He thinks they're going to go very, very Trump red. But that's also not too much of a surprise. They do tend to lean that way, especially when Trump came on
How
the
do you
scene.
predict a guy to win a state when he's only got 1% of the vote is in?
For Arizona, well, I'm
No,
saying
no, not you. I'm saying NBC News right now just said that he's projected to win Montana, which is only 4 electoral votes, but only 1% of the vote is in.
oh.
But he's up 59 to 37. So
Oh, yeah, they have these.
I guess they just know that she's fucked there. So fuck him. But okay, I feel like that's a little early when you got
Well,
1% of your
look,
states voting.
this is all coming to a head. I think with the polls and stuff. I was seeing it today on Twitter and stuff. Like these polls are bullshit. Both sides are paying for them. Both sides are trying to get like look at 2016, right? 2016 is a perfect example. Every
Sure.
poll, every person, every
You know what?
commentator, everybody said Hillary is going to win the election.
That's why I
And she
agree
did.
with Trump when he said that on Rogan. You pay $500,000, $500,000 for these polls. I don't even think, do they pull? They say they pull. I don't know. Do they pull? I don't think they pull. They're
And then
full of
he
shit.
goes, and I have my own, and they're doing quite well. All right. I'm very in the lead on.
Hey, if
What are
they're
your thoughts
right,
on New
yeah,
Mexico? I will say I think New Mexico will go red. New Mexico is a very
yeah.
conservative.
It's
Yeah.
NBC's got New Mexico right now. She's at 50.9%. She's leading. He's at
Really?
47.4. Yeah.
In New Mexico?
Yeah, but they still have a while to go.
Okay. I would interesting.
She's
That might be
obviously
it.
taking New York.
I mean, that's the thing with these elections. Something like this could turn New Mexico into a battleground state next election.
No, absolutely. A lot of these, well, for a while they thought she was. I'm pretty sure they gave him Texas already, but for a while there they were thinking she might get it.
there's no
He,
way she will get. If she gets Texas,
well, it was blue for a while. He's got
whoa.
North Carolina, and it looks like he's got North Dakota as well. So
I'm
he's
very curious too about
going.
Texas senator race, Cruz and the new guy.
One of the news I was watching said that if Trump dominates there, like it should be, like you would think Ted Cruz would
Cruz,
win that, but
right?
I actually kind of like that other guy.
I do too.
Yeah, I watched some of their stuff. He was pretty good.
And he's not wrong. He called out. I'm sorry.
No.
Like you can be a Republican and all that stuff, but Cruz is a shit senator. He's a shit senator. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's just and he's a Trump, kiss ass. He just wants right. So
yeah, I don't think he's. I wouldn't call him. I don't know if I would call him like what do they say, like a rhino, by any means. But like he is like that where he's kind of he's very weaselly. You know what I
yeah,
mean? He's just
yeah,
weaselly.
yes.
I like what he does sometimes in Senate hearings when I watch those, and he's grilling somebody who's trying to get a position that they might not be so qualified for, and he's asking some like actual good questions. Well, why did you say this if you're going to be in a position where you need to be indifferent? Okay, fine, that's good. But yeah, like the way he like governs Texas though, aside from it just being a good old boy state, it's like yeah, whatever. I believe, what is that guy's name? Is it Corey something or?
Corey, yeah, something like that. I mean, he seems very down to earth, not ultra liberal. Like,
Yeah.
I think one thing he said, he's like, "Look, I'm from Texas. I grew up here. All this type of stuff. Like, he likes his guns and all that type of stuff, like Texas do." I mean, it seems just like he seems to get. The big thing for me was like, look, Texas is in their fucking hurricane or whatever, and homeboy Ted is in Cabo having a like in those types of things, little things like that for me show you like
Wisconsin's favoring Trump right now as well. Sorry, I'm
yeah,
just
I
rambling.
believe that. Yeah, Wisconsin.
I'm just reading
Aaron
that
said
they're popping up on my screen.
New York could be a battleground state in the future. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I do think this year could turn it into a battleground state.
I think this year proved it with him being
yeah.
able to go to New York and draw people. I mean,
Right.
I wish I could see the numbers, like broken down now in New York, like how it voted.
200,000 people showed up, even though it only holds 20,000. 200,000 people were there.
That's the state that hates him. So I mean, it's like I said, that's crazy to me that. Listen, for all you could say about him, he's opening the door, I think, in some ways for Republicans to make a California one day and in New York a battleground where it's like, okay, we can make ground here because again, you don't campaign in these places. Normally, you don't. You hate your, and that's what he spent, um, which I still think is crazy. That's what he spent the whole last leg of his campaign cycle doing before the last like few days, where he did like 10 fucking rallies in like 3 days, like an
Right.
absolute Adderall addict, just all over the place. Yeah. So right
So
there,
this
like
is
you got
Fox
205
News,
to 117. Yeah.
117.
And here's what's crazy. Now I got NBC News, which isn't favorable to him by any means. They have him at 207 to her 91.
To 91, exactly.
So
Yes.
like you can see where like everything's like the fluctuations all within here somewhere.
Yeah, it's definitely wild. RJ said we should have a celebrity run this year, like Kanye. Oh God. Uh, well, just real quick too, because I know Bob gave his.
Yes, please.
After months and stuff, I did officially vote Kamala Harris. I do think that while I'm not crazy about her or her policies or certain things, I am just hoping that her presidency can at least lead to something better in the future. I think more so than a Trump presidency could. Um, with him, I just see more divide. I just see more rhetoric, more our country not coming together and stuff. And I think with her, there's maybe not the possibility of it happening during her presidency, but I think after. My whole thing is I hope Americans learn a big lesson from this. This whole Democrat thing was an absolute mess with Joe Biden coming, dropping out last second, Kamala, doing her thing. Trump, it's so funny, even talking to a lot of former Trump supporters. They're going, he's not the man that he used to be. He is not the person that he used to be. And a lot of people aren't voting for him because of that, or just not voting in general because they're not going to vote for Kamala, over him. But he has lost a lot of support over this last year due to him just talking so much out of his ass. It's like he went full scorched earth instead of actually, trying to make sense of things and be reasonable. Now he's just as extreme as any far right wing person or far left wing person. There's no difference. And so I think with him, I do think, yeah, it's democracy at this point. This man has said multiple times he wants to get rid of or change the Constitution. He wants to be a dictator for a day. He wants to, go after journalists and news sites and all these things that don't, applaud him or give him the praise that he wants. It's, for me, this whole debate of free speech really, like, I think when you look at it, comes more down to him than it does to her. Elon and these other people may have broken some actual laws with the election interference and all these types of things that have legit reasons for the government to go after. Whereas for Trump, he's made it very clear that this presidency is not going to be his last presidency. This is a revenge tour. It's I'm coming after everybody that came after me. I'm coming after the people that stole the election from me the last time. There's nothing morally good or right about anything that he says or does. And while his policies might be better, or in certain ways, definitely not his tariffs, but in other things and stuff like that, or his toughness or things. And I get people's reasonings. I don't judge anybody for voting Trump unless you're just completely brainwashed and think, that he's God and all those types. Then I definitely disagree. But, I understand, right? People want toughness. People want, America to stand on its own and not have to rely on other countries and all these types of things. I get that he brings that part to the presidency that people may want. I don't think he's the right person to do it. I think there are other people that can be tough and can do all these things and still have a moral foundation, unlike he has. He has absolutely no foundation. I think it's funny that Christians and evangelicals are all for him when the Bible literally says a man with a foundation of sand is wishy-washy. He's not, he stands on nothing. His foundation is easily moved and changed. And somebody like that, is, I think, a dangerous person to be in control of our country, and so I think part of it is his mental decline, is his just kind of like he's getting older too, and yeah, I'm not crazy about Kamala and stuff, but I definitely think she's the better option. And my hope is that 4 years from now, we'll see people like Vivek Ramaswamy and Pete Buttigieg and all these other guys that are younger and have a little bit more in them, but at the same time also are willing to work across party lines. Because I'm sorry, both Trump and Kamala administrations have this idea that everything's about their party, and it's not. Politics and real politics and helping American people is about bipartisanship. We don't all think the same. We don't all agree on the same things and stuff. And we have to reach across the aisle to be able to make bills and laws that give something to everybody. It's not just a one-sided Republican thing like it's been for the last 4 years with the Senate and the House. And it's not an all-sided Democrat thing like it was when Obama was president. It has got to change. And I hope that after 12 plus years of these parties kind of trying to dominate and say we're the specific one that, majority of the country goes with, I hope that ends after this, because that's the biggest thing I think with these two, both Kamala and Trump, is they are so obsessed with everything needs to be either Democrat or Republican or all these things that they have ended up isolating a big amount of the American people. You look at it, sure, this might be a big turnout and stuff, but a lot of people aren't voting, and a lot of people don't want to because these choices are crap, and it's understandable. So with that, I do officially endorse Kamala, as I think she'll be the better result and stuff. But yeah, that is my official statement on my endorsement. Aaron asked, thoughts on Ron DeSantis?
He's going to legalize weed down there. He's a fucking asshole.
I'm not the biggest fan of Ron DeSantis. I think he's very extremist. He's
all Ron.
And a little bit, he's almost as bad as Trump, if not a little bit worse, in my opinion. I think too, he's again, kind of like Trump. They're sad, bitter little men with very big egos that think everything is about them and not about their people or the states that they represent or the country or anything like that. They're just sad little men looking for attention. DeSantis and his whole thing with the hurricanes. I'm not going to talk to Kamala and do all that. Okay, you want to be petty like that and stuff. That's your prerogative and all that. But I don't think those types of people should be in places of leadership. I don't know if things are going to get worse. I'll say this. If Trump wins, I don't think you will see you'll definitely see, look, it's going to go both sides, and it does every single election. Whoever wins, one extremists on either side are going to riot or cry or do all this. But you will not see the fallout from Democrat. You won't see the big backlash from Democrats if Trump wins, compared to the other side, where if Trump loses, it's going to be this election is going to go on for forever. And, if he wins and she loses, I think she'll concede. She'll very quickly go with it and stuff. Dems are very big on the transfer of power. You may get your individuals that riot and do these types of things, but it won't be the amount or to the extent that the Republicans will react if they lose. It feels like at this point the Republican Party has been almost completely manipulated by Trump to just believe whatever he says. And as long as he comes out and says it was stolen or there was fraud or there was this or there was that, they're all going to back him. And it's a very scary thing when somebody like that has that much power to give that misinformation and that amount of people believe him. So I think that's the biggest thing that, yeah, if he loses, I think things will be very interesting for a little bit. And then I can only hope and pray that after he loses, he just goes away and he just goes into the distance. Well, of course he is. The man has this Elon. We may do a whole Elon segment later because he may be a genius with some cars and shit, but guess what? Every genius is also insane, including Albert Einstein and others. This man has absolutely no understanding of American politics. Absolutely none. I would not. Now,
you could definitely cut 80% of the bureaucracy here.
That man is he's a tool. He is one of the biggest tools that I have ever seen come onto the scene in American politics, possibly ever. It's wild to me. And I'll be honest, I very much hope that the government goes after him. I hope to God that they go after him.
Spoken like a true Democrat.
Absolutely. This man broke the law. Absolutely.
The government. How did he break the law?
No, I'm not weaponizing the government. I am saying this man broke the fucking law.
What law?
This whole election interference thing, paying people to camp, all this stuff. Yeah, no, it's not what you think it is. He may sound nice.
I know that we're okay. If the courts found that they were okay,
they did not. They did not.
Pennsylvania court judge said it was all right.
Oh, the Republican Pennsylvania court judge.
Doesn't matter. They still that's a
I'm sorry.
decision.
No, I'm sorry. This isn't the states to go after him. This is the federal government that's supposed to go after him. I don't give a fuck what some judge in the state said about him. A judge in Pennsylvania does not uphold the constitutional law like the federal government does. This man, I'm sorry, yeah, when you own a company like this, you do the things that he has been doing and saying, spreading the information. Absolutely, he should be held accountable.
That has been
I'm not saying. Oh
that's
my
terrible.
God,
that's horrible to say.
Where do we
you
start?
You just want the government to go after this guy. What is?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He should. I'm not saying he should be in prison, but Twitter should be seized from him.
Why?
He should
How are you going to see? Oh wait, I thought you guys with private companies could do what they want. Now all of a sudden they can't when it works against you. That doesn't make sense.
No, not when you pull election interference. Just like
it's not election interference. If it was election interference, why
was Facebook held accountable?
Yes, because they actually suppressed information.
Right. You don't. You really don't think? And we already proved that he was suppressing information.
I can tell you there is
so that was months ago. We already know that absolutely he was. This whole thing that he's sitting there crying about Google and all these other companies, and so, dude, he's doing the same exact thing.
No, he isn't. My whole feed is filled with I see shit all the time from all liberal shit every day.
Of course, when you're a Republican person, that's the algorithm. You think he's smart. It's just like me when I was voting Democrat for Democrat and stuff in 2020 on Facebook. My feed was filled with Republican stuff. Even now, my feed is starting to become filled with Republican stuff, even though I'm liking Democrat stuff and all this stuff.
It's all about what you interact with. It's an algorithm.
It's not with Elon. And Elon's even Cuban called him out on the algorithm thing with it. It's not like that.
If it was election interference, he would have had to have stopped paying out people, which he didn't have to because they deemed it wasn't. Also, the federal government itself would be suing him.
The federal government is looking at pressing charges, and a lot of people have not gotten paid. A lot of people haven't gotten paid.
They're not going to touch him. He does more work. He does more for our government than anything. They're not going to do anything to the guy who does. But what do you mean? There will be zero space. I'm sorry. What's NASA doing? He does more than our own government aid. Who had to rescue people stuck in space? Was it NASA or him?
He had to pull a Martian. The Martian.
Yeah, he had to pull a fucking Martian because we can't even get 2 people back to from the space station. Please.
And
he's got more government contracts than you can imagine.
As I have said, he is smart in those things. The man knows absolutely nothing about American politics. And I'll tell you what, if he wants to help the government with that type of stuff, go for it, dude. But he's obviously talking about now this whole rhetoric of Trump, if Kamala loses, I want nothing to do with it. We're going to go down the drain. Fuck the country. But if Trump wins, I want that cabinet position. I'm right there to help the economy and all these types of things. No, fuck you. If you actually cared about this country, you would be going, yeah, our country's down the drain with economy and all that stuff. I'm going to sit here and go, whoever fucking wins, let me help. Let me do what I can do to help and all these types of things. No, he is sitting there and picking sides and choosing. He does not care about other country. He doesn't give a fuck. He gives a fuck about how much money he makes. He gives a fuck about his attention.
He can't give too much of a fuck about how much money he makes. He bought Twitter. Like that's not.
Yeah, and look how much he brags about what Twitter is. It's the #1 news site. It's got all this.
But that doesn't mean it makes money.
Absolutely,
it's a loss. That thing was never worth $44 billion. Are you out of your mind?
Making money off of Twitter, or he hasn't found a way. That's his whole thing. He's a businessman. He's not stupid in that sense. Like,
I guarantee you that thing operates that close to a loss. There's no way.
I don't think so at all. I don't.
How many advertisers pulled out?
He doesn't.
That's where
need
the money
them.
comes from.
It's Elon Musk, and at the same time, guess what he did? He ended up putting other people up there, like Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, all these other things. Where the views and the
send your
interactions
goddamn link to fucking Rosales, would you?
Hold on,
he thinks you don't like him.
Hold on.
You told him a half hour.
I did. I wanted to start out with me and you, and then
he said it's been 31 minutes. Where's this link?
Damn, homeboy's counting down.
He's like fucking like the professional.
Let's see here.
He said noon. Now 1 minute.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry for absolutely with Elon and stuff. I absolutely hope the government goes after him and seizes Twitter and he pays his dues because that's what he's up. Look, I'm all for them going after every business person that absolutely breaks laws and do these types of things. It's long overdue.
No, you can't do that. That's not America, man. America.
Absolutely, it's America. Why is it not America to uphold our laws?
So wait, America? Because how would you not say the same thing about fucking J-Lo, Beyonce, fucking Jay-Z, fucking all these people who are worth all this money interfering in an election and taking you need to vote for this because that guy's Hitler. It's the same thing. If they can do it, he can do it. The only difference is this dude drove up fucking voter registration because he said, hey, you want to register somebody in a swing state? Get a chance to win $1 million. Lottery.
Taylor Swift did the same thing without doing a lottery.
Well, she's an idiot.
Taylor Swift did the same thing the legal way.
How is a lottery illegal, but her giving money is legal? That makes no sense. What's the legal way of giving money to somebody?
And register to vote. But when you read those that fine print and what exactly you're standing up for and all these types of things, it's very red. It's very that's fine, but I'm sorry, that's against our laws. You cannot sit there and go, hey, I'll give you $1 million fucking dollars to vote. Of course, you really don't think somebody's going to sit there and go, fuck it, I'll vote Trump for $1 million? Fuck it. Yeah, why not? That's not the way elections are supposed to. That is manipulative. That is getting in there and literally...
So wait, explain to me again, though, how Taylor Swift isn't, though? How is it not manipulative?
Because she didn't sit there and go, I'm going to pay people $1 million every week to do. She just said, get out, register, and vote. And then she ended it by saying, this is who I'm voting for, but it's just important to vote.
You're acting like every person who registered somebody got paid $1 million.
No,
that's
I'm not
what happened.
Like that,
well, yeah, you kind of are. It was a lottery, meaning out of potentially millions of people or hundreds of thousands of people, one person who actually did what they said and submitted won.
One person a week or a day or something like that is winning $1 million, right? I'm sorry. That's an incentive that is not allowed. You really don't. It
really doesn't make sense.
I'm sorry. I'm one of those people where you're putting too much faith in the American people, and that that is one of the easiest things for anybody to go like.
So what if these people signed up? What if they registered Democrat? You still don't like it?
No, I think
no. Wait. Oh, wait. Now it's fine. Wait, now it's fine.
Democrats won. How many registered Democrats won?
I don't know. How many?
A whole lot of them were definitely Trump and Republican supporters, so I don't know how.
How do you know? You looked at data sheets, you broke it down. Don't give me this assumption.
I saw the winners. I saw of course, wearing MAGA hats and doing all this, and of course, big Elon fans and stuff.
Testing.
Hey,
Yeah,
Rosales.
We got it. Finally got it work.
Welcome, Rosales, to the stream.
Yes. And while we're doing that, Aaron, I want to point out, has just said 6 more states are close.
It's close
being
and to
counted.
be counted. Oh, nice. I do believe Bradley will be joining us soon as well. So,
But yeah,
and,
how are you, Rosales? Happy election day.
yeah, Rosales, give us your thoughts, man. Well, first of all, what we did it with Bob and I. Rosales, I mean, if you're comfortable and everything, would you like to give your either official endorsement or just kind of like statement on the 2024 election, your thoughts and all that type of stuff?
Well, I've said this before. I think Trump is going to win Tuesday, and then Kamala will win Wednesday.
Right.
So, this is the official beginning of the purge. So,
that's what I said. Pull up, have a front row seat to the end of the world. Grab a drink.
yeah.
Enjoy it with us.
But I do have something. I've got a new toy. I don't know if you're interested in it.
What do you got?
But looky here. This is the live presidential forecast.
Okay.
Here we have, and this is from the New York Times, so I'm not responsible for any of this, but
Sure.
it says that so far Trump is the likely one to at this point, is the
Yes.
likely one to win. So, screen capture this because this is what it's like right now. After midnight, it could change. So
at the same time, I believe they also projected Hillary and all that. That's why these polls are so like.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Yeah.
Even New York Times and all the official ones, I'm very like weary of just the polls and stuff.
And there it is right there. Wisconsin is currently the most likely to be the tipping point state right there, with Wisconsin swinging a little bit red. I've got my eye on the Twitter trends to see what's going on. I've also got my eye. Yes. So got a lot going on over here at Rosales Comics in the Sunday wrap up to keep a track on what's happening in the news at this point in time.
Yes. And just a little update here. I mean, I'm actually inclined to believe the little graphic that you showed there, Rosales. As of right now, anyways, again, super early. But CNBC has it right now sitting with Donnie T sitting at 210, which is great because that's secret code for blowjob. If you could figure that out, you're amazing. And they have Harris.
I've been to the bathrooms, Bob. Don't try me.
And then we have Harris right now. CNBC has her blowing this at 91. So
interesting.
Yeah, so I mean, if it trends the same way, we're looking according to the guy's 60 points away from winning. So, according to CNBC, I know somebody else. I know RG said they have him at like 207. Somewhere else.
AP is saying Trump has 210. Real quick, also welcome Bradley to the stream.
Bradley.
Babe,
long time no see, Brad.
I got my sticker.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess
Virtue signal your sticker, goddammit. Show everybody that you voted.
I gotta put it on.
Make sure they know.
Baby, did you want to go ahead and give your endorsement, if you don't mind, letting us know who you voted for and why?
Yeah, I'm endorsing Queso for president.
Amen.
Harambe 2024. All food prices will be lower, and we'll have universal health care. But yeah, I voted for Kamala. I don't really do endorsements because I was hesitant to vote for her. Just like I was hesitant to vote for the other guy. But really, it was interesting too because when you first started doing this sort of thing, I was on here and I said we had a whole conversation about how I wasn't going to vote.
Yeah.
And how important that was to not diminish people about that because. My friend Devin, who lives in San Francisco, who is a shift lead for Starbucks. So imagine all the liberals you run in there. So a lot of his coworkers were kind of diminishing him for not voting because Devin's not the type of guy to give a fuck about politics.
Yeah.
To him, he has the same mindset as me. Both sides are fucking evil, and they both have the same intentions. They don't care about us, and they never will. So
RJ just wanted to mention
it's really important
that he's too big to fit in the White House.
I mean, you can rebuild it. I mean, he's president, you know. You can rebuild it. Yeah, I still think that's very important to put out there. Like, I see all these fucking idiots at the polling places I'm at, driving by. Vote for Trump, vote for Kamala. Shut the fuck up. Like, absolutely shut the fuck up. It's so cringe how people just act at during this time of year, especially around the polls. I literally, the first thing I heard when I walked up to the polls today and stood in line was, who the fuck gives a fuck about Alaska? Why should I give a fuck about Alaska? And I was like, okay. Went to the other place. There's this crazy bitch in line talking at the top of her lungs in line on the phone talking about her being on antipsychotics and Klonopin and Kamala this, Kamala that,
Hey,
like just asking for somebody to like butt in, right? So yeah, people are fucking obnoxious. If you're going to vote, be respectful and don't act like a fucking moron, please. But yeah, yeah, it's Kamala. I think Trump's gonna win, but we still have a lot of West Coast states to get to, and Nevada, like RJ said, probably won't be till 11. That makes sense because when I went to vote, it was unbelievable how many people.
That's awesome.
What, Bob?
I said that's awesome. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just said that was awesome.
No, you're good.
That
a lot of people are up. Yeah,
that there's a turnout.
Yeah. It was nice to see. But at the same time, the first place we were at, a lady came by and said, "Hey, we have another place down the street.
Yeah,
this place is going to be 2 hours wait." And we were like,
"That's exactly what happened to me." I showed up and they're like, "There's a 40-minute wait, but there's an 8-minute wait. Yeah. 8 minutes down the road," and I was like, "Cool, bye."
We had
sent
to
to
go
the machines that only let you vote for Kamala, huh? I see what they did. Yeah,
I did double check. I had to make sure that my vote was correct and all those types of things.
Well, it was bad too because we had to go to the other one because it was like 5:30, and it would be like 7:30, but it would be closed.
Well, as long as you're in line.
In line?
As long as you're in line before the deadline, they have to let you vote. You can't come after, obviously.
So there are people probably still voting right now in Nevada.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. Which I give props to Donnie T because he's been all over Twitter like on the hour from when a polling station's closed, telling people polling closes in an hour, stay the fucking line.
So has Kamala. Now I want to see this. What are you looking at right now, Rosales, that has Trump at 21 and 74? Rosales, just by the way, you're muted.
They're looking at Philadelphia, sir. Okay. Right now, as you can see, Philadelphia is trending blue in this area, but for some reason, we've written a circle and a Z. Perhaps there's a zombie outbreak in this section of Philadelphia. Oh, no, those are numbers. We're doing math now. For Philadelphia right now.
Oh, is that where Zilla is coming out from?
Yes.
That was the best commentary that we've had on this channel so far. He said that was absolutely great. He said there's a zombie. Oh wait, no, we're doing math.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even get the math, but it looks like we're doing it. Yeah.
I do want to. You said what?
Red, white, blue,
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Listen, it's
here's the downfall of America.
We're all watching the end here. This is up, but I do want to shout out everybody in the chat. Thank you so much for watching and putting your thoughts and stuff. Aaron, RJ, Bradley, everybody. Share. If we're trying to just kind of keep up here, we're going to be looking at all the sites. We're trying to be as unbiased as possible. We have Fox and NBC. We're looking at everything.
I even got PBS on.
Yeah. The whole point is we want everybody to be able to watch this, no matter who you voted for and stuff. Of course, we just gave our endorsements and those types of things, but the whole point of this podcast has been to have conversations, to understand why the other person is voting that way and stuff. I completely understand why Bob is voting his way. I think Bob understands why I'm voting my way, and there's no animosity there. But Jesus, wow!
To me,
this is now Bob has been fired from the State of the Election podcast. No, I'm kidding. But no, I like that we kind of have a very diverse group here. Two people that for Kamala, but not really crazy about Kamala, and then
Well, I'm independent.
Right. Now, would you guys say that you like? If there were another Republican candidate with better, better
Yes.
rhetoric, those types of things,
Yes.
that
Yes.
you would go for. Okay, it's very much. I think we're all kind of thinking it's the lesser of the two evils. We just think it's. Go for it.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, please go.
No. To be honest, if there was another Republican candidate, I probably would have voted for them.
Yeah.
If they had, a good repertoire and actually sounded cohesive and weren't.
I'm not gonna lie. I would have voted for Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yes.
I would have voted for him.
Suave?
Yeah, Ramaswamy.
Yes.
Ramaswamy. Am I saying it right? Oh, Rico Suave.
Rico Suave didn't make the ticket. He wasn't one of us. Rico Suave, Puerto Rico.
Now look,
to answer your question, Aaron. Sorry, I'm watching News Nation now, waiting to see what they say. But Chris Cuomo won't shut the fuck up.
Well, there you go. Aaron said, "Vote zombies." Shout out Rosales. The Z outbreak.
I would have voted.
RJ said, "I waited in line for over an hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours to vote. It was crazy."
Awesome.
That's insane, bro.
But I also think, look,
I'm glad you waited and stuck it out, though.
Yeah. Bob and I were talking about like I don't know. It's maybe I'm weird or anything, but it even made me a little emotional, like standing in line and doing the vote and stuff. I love the fact that we live in a country that we get to express, ourselves in this way, even though it may not feel like it's always, it always matters in a sense.
The beautiful thing about America is I can go to vote and I can see a fucking Zoomers for Trump line, with fucking posters and shit and just laugh my ass off. And then I can just look at fucking blue-haired liberals with fucking piercings all over their face. So yeah, I love America.
Yeah.
Well, this just in, ladies and gentlemen. Fox News is so confident they're showing drug commercials.
Oh, perfect. And then
hey, you know what? I need me some drugs.
After tonight, yeah. So
I can do some coke.
Let's start with Rosales. Rosales, what do you think the fallout is going to be if Trump does win?
I think that if Trump wins, and there was already a guy, I'm talking like Trump now. I'll start one thing and then I'll jump to something different. There's already a guy, and I know this for a fact because it was the FBI. It was the FBI. Yes, they arrested a man who was planning on killing a bunch of Christian Republicans if Trump won. So that is verifiable on Twitter. If you believe that as a news site.
The true news site, according to Elon Musk, the real news.
Oh, yeah. So there's that. That story is out. And so I think there are going to be a lot of people who are upset, even more so than they were in 2016, if he indeed pulls this one out of the bag. I mean, that number right there to me is a little bit ridiculous. If we come back over here, 207 to 91, as opposed to 119, 212. This just in. I got my hair done. No.
Whoa. Maine. Okay, so
Shocker,
Maine has
she took Maine.
Okay. Yep.
For all
There you
two
go.
of their electoral points.
Yes. She got Maine.
Aaron, excuse my ignorance.
I'm still
here.
waiting for Newsmax, Aaron. I'm sorry. News Nation, Aaron. I'm sorry.
What is, or if anybody here, what's compulsory voting? Does anybody know what that
What's compulsory?
Yeah, what she said, we get 100% voter turnout here in Australia. So does that mean it's mandatory?
Yes, that's what compulsory means.
Okay.
They make it to where you can't not do it. So
Interesting.
Yeah. Weirdos, upside downers.
Very, very. I mean, see, I think that's the beauty of America too, right? Is that you're going to see it as they do in every election. There's a non-voter turnout, and that type of thing, and that's for whatever reason, I think that's important to acknowledge. Whether those candidates didn't speak to those people, they didn't, agree with those types of things.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a large amount of people that did not vote this year.
Bob? Do you think there's going to be a big non-voter turnout this year?
No, I think we're going to see one of the highest voter turnouts that we have in a while. To be honest.
And why so?
Because of I don't know, it just feels that way. From what I've heard, like I said, it seems like when you look at what's going on, you see these lines around the block, you see people waiting 5, 6, 7, 8 hours in line to vote. It's stuff I haven't seen before, especially like I said earlier, even in my county, in my area, where you have real strong voter turnout, not only just in person on election day, but also for the early and mail-in. And like I said, we talked about this in one of our streams where I give Trump all the credit in the world for actually listening to somebody this time, and rather than bitching and saying, well, mail-ins and early voted, they're cheating, he went with, well, yeah, mail-ins and early voting, get out there and vote, get out there and vote, get out there and vote. Right. So somebody was wise enough to smack him in the back of the head and mess up his hair and say, look, dude, you got to fucking, this is where we are, right? This is the system we got right now because of COVID. Nothing we could do about it. Some people like it, some people don't, but you can't tell your people not to do it and then hope they show up on a fucking Tuesday to come out and vote for you.
Exactly. Do you want to shout out Joker is in the chat? Is the world over yet? I'm sitting with my popcorn, waiting for the world to continue to be the same joke it's always been.
It won't be over till Friday.
No, real quick, News Nation right now is showing a projection of Donald Trump with 246, Kamala Harris 162.
Wow. So she's going to come in big. Everybody's projecting she's
it's going to be close.
But we also have, again, this is all East Coast. There's going to be a lot of big West Coast.
Well,
I think Nevada will be blue. I really do.
The polls in Texas are also closed. So every central state, including Chicago, Michigan.
Yeah, which you got.
Yeah, at this point, every poll has closed. Probably on the West Coast, like we talked about, because people were still in line. There are probably still some voting going on. Except it's only 8:00 over here.
That's bullshit.
But
how to fuck up a weekend?
Jokes will be made from that. Also, at the same time, I am going to kind of put Joker in the spotlight because he is very intelligent, made some really great points. Him and I had a really great conversation about it last night. I invited him on. I know he's not big on talking, about it in a serious way or that type of thing, but he made some great points last night too. In that, kind of like I said earlier, both sides are just in a very weird point, and you have a lot of people that have left Trump because he's just not the same person that he is, whether cognitively or all these other things, and same with the left. You have a lot of people that aren't voting because they don't agree with Kamala and some of these policies and are waiting. So
Kamala doesn't know how to take a phone call,
right? So it's a
did
very
you see that earlier?
Position.
Being on the phone call with a voter.
I did not.
You didn't see that? No, she had her phone up and she was at a phone bank and she pretended to talk to a voter, and for some reason she held up her phone and she showed it to everybody, and on the other side of it the camera app was on and she showed her face in the camera because she was holding the phone in front of her.
Yeah,
fake being on a phone call talking to somebody. I believe that was probably a fake potential voter that actually voted for her. So
and I would absolutely love this too. Eventually, I mean, look, I was a kind of Bernie Sanders person, and I've always been leaned more independent, Joe Jorgensen, and all these other things. Oh, stop! We had a whole fake day for Trump at McDonald's. That was just
but if you don't get the joke behind that and how it's such a troll on her, that's why it's so funny. Of course, he didn't work at McDonald's. Yeah, no
they're
shit.
They're both doing the same thing. But see, that's the thing
did
too.
Give him an
You even brought up, right, Bob, the thing with that she knocked on the door or she was talking to them and then asked to knock on the door. That's because they were sitting outside when she approached. They were already voting for her and Harris supporters.
Exactly.
So they were happy to go. Yeah.
Let me break this down. Do you think it's wise as a Secret Service detail to allow the vice president who's running for office just walk up to doors without vetting the people inside first and making clearance checks and everything? Like, of course they're going to have to do that stuff. She can't just walk up to a fucking random house like that. Secret Service,
Naturally, but don't sit there but that's the thing, and that's why she doesn't get the support that she wants. People don't buy her bullshit.
But only one of them was on Saturday Night Live.
And Trump went on Saturday Night Live in 2016.
Yes, and she ripped him off for that too.
The mirror sketch.
Here's the thing about it.
Thing on Saturday Night Live.
Here's the thing about Saturday Night Live sketch is that it is potentially a criminal activity.
No,
NBC.
It's not.
Absolutely, because they had there's a
So was it criminal activity when Trump went on in 2016?
If the other party didn't have an opportunity to go on, then yes, it was.
You don't think Lauren Michaels offered Donald Trump?
The networks have to abide by a specific rule, law that says they have to give equal time to each person, and they did not offer that to Trump.
They didn't. I think that Lauren Michaels even probably would vote for Trump.
They didn't do it. They put it on at the last minute, knowing full well that they weren't going to be able to put him on at all, and gave her that.
Who knows that they hadn't offered him?
Let me ask you this, though, Austin.
Who knows that they hadn't offered him earlier in the season?
Let me ask you this, though, okay? If they, in fact, did break the law, then she is complicit with this federal law being broken, which means that she is actually just as guilty of breaking federal law as NBC.
I don't think they broke federal. I believe that at some point Trump was offered, he denied it or whatever. Listen, I don't see them. They know better
on your part, because none of that has ever come up on anything. Okay, we know what the law is because it's been stated. We know that she was on TV because we saw her. We don't know anything about this fictional conversation with the Trump team.
But then we also know that at the same time, Trump did get his message during was I don't know if it was a football game or if it was some sort of game. He got a whole minute message or something that he was able to put out there. So if they did, they were able to offer him stuff, and he took that up and he gave them that.
NBC's the first to go down. I'm taking down Saturday Night Live.
He's going, which again, like he went on there. I don't see that was the weird thing to me is he was on there in 2016 doing the same. He had a whole episode that he hosted. God forbid that she just showed up in the opening skit. He was the whole show. So. That whole kind of equal thing, and Lauren Michaels, he may not come out and endorse anybody.
It's another reason why people don't like her.
I guarantee he leans more towards him and stuff. And let's see, absolutely, they both do the same kind of sucking up to their voters and come off cringe in different ways for sure. Then they pull the "I can't do it, but let me criticize them for what I do."
Yep, McDonald's shit.
Trump is just funnier.
Yes,
but it's funny.
Okay, it's funny, but then you can't come out and say the whole criticizing Kamala for it. That's just
when it's not funny. Yes, I can.
Well, then you just sound like the hypocritical other side.
Verify her record as an employee.
Yeah.
That's another thing that like
Just a rib on that. And
I
it's
really,
hysterical.
I just that part I just don't care. I like if she did or she didn't.
That's what we
So
get
wait,
into.
You
What's
care
crazy-
if
Petty
Trump
pot
pretends
shows.
to work at McDonald's, but you don't care if
Yeah.
Kamala pretends to work
Yeah.
at McDonald's.
I believe
Now,
she
doesn't
probably
that sound
did.
like the
I mean,
hypocritical other side?
I'll tell you this: it's more likely that she did than he
50
did.
minutes, the next
Oh,
poll is
well,
about to
you
close.
you
Thank
saw
you,
him
Aaron.
pour
50 minutes
fries
till the next
poorly.
poll closes.
But there's nothing showing that she did.
He was very shocked that he didn't have to touch those fries.
This is why I hate
The
politics.
hands never touch the fries.
It's retarded.
It's incredible that the hands
Conversations
never
like
touch the
this
fries.
are why I hate politics.
My hands shrink every time they face heat, so I got to keep them.
You know why he?
That's
You know why
funny.
he was so paranoid about people touching the fries? That he would get AIDS. I dream of a Bill Clinton escalator in America.
You know what?
Bob gets
It's funny
that
you
joke
said
because
that.
we both
Yeah,
saw The
it's so
Apprentice.
funny you said that because I just rewatched that earlier today in celebration and anticipation.
And what did you think on a second watch?
On a second view, I enjoyed it just as much as I did the first time. I laughed, I cried, I thought it was great. He's hysterical, whether it's him in real life or Sebastian.
Sebastian is a
good.
phenomenal actor in that. He just nailed it. Let's see. Aaron said, I dream of a Bill Clinton escalator in America. In 15 minutes, the next poll is about to close. Okay.
Yes, 50 minutes.
As the 90s kids, I get nostalgic over seeing Bill
Here's my question to both you and Brad.
Yes.
Being Kamala supporters. If she loses this election, who or what is to blame?
I mean, if she loses, I think no. I'll give you this. I think it's her in that like you said, her interviews. She never really got into the policies. I think she went with what the Democrat leadership pushed on her, which was the joy. Trump is evil. All these types of things. Instead of actually, like we talked about, when you go on her website, her policies and details go far deeper into detail than Trump's. Why doesn't she talk about it? Why doesn't she say these things? And why doesn't she get into that detail? So yeah, I think partly it's absolutely partly on the party's fault, on the Democratic Party's fault. Instead of
put that on her surrogates like Obama and them.
I would put it on people. No, I don't think Obama is involved. As people like.
What about Biden? Would you put any of it on him for doing some of his saboteur dealings and his revenge tour?
No, I don't think so. I'll be honest. I put it on people like Nancy Pelosi and those types of people who are at the very Schumer. These guys that they're old. I'm sorry, they're done in politics. They have no business being in politics anymore. They are old school and they have no idea of how to actually run things for this new age and this new generation. And so it's for me, it's them to blame. It wasn't fucking anybody else but Pelosi and Schumer and those guys that told Biden and sat him down and said, this ain't working. While, I think that was the right thing to do, it was still way too late in the game. It was all these types of things. Like, they're done in the party. And at this point, they're ruining the Democratic Party. And that's why I'm saying I hope that after this election, no matter what happens, Trump or Kamala, that there is a change and a look at, what happened here, and people like Vivek and Pete Buttigieg and the younger guys are given a chance. Hell, I would be more interested in this election and happier if JD Vance and Tim Walz were running against each other, especially after that debate, because at least that felt genuine and that felt like the politics that I miss and that I want, where they disagreed, they had their little moments and stuff, but at the same time, they were respectful. They both said, we have good intentions for our country. We want to help people. We want to help our country. We disagree on the path of how to get there and the policies and those types of things, but their intentions are there. And I don't feel the intentions are there for Trump or Kamala.
Let's agree on one thing, and that's that CBS, ABC, and CNN would prefer for Kamala Harris to win.
They're all owned by Disney, so of course they're going to be left liberal.
So they would prefer that. So CBS has started to pull out the statistics to kind of hedge the bet. They're showing that.
Don't tell me they're going with misogyny and racism is the reason why we lose.
So they're saying
the same reason
going
for
with
Star Wars failing.
Oh wait, well here I'm going to go ahead and give you the solo layout. Go ahead.
They're going for stupidity. Okay, voters with college education are voting primarily for Kamala.
What? No, you missed that. You missed one part. White voters with college.
White voters with college degrees are voting for Kamala, and white voters without college degrees are overwhelmingly voting for Trump. So, it's the uneducated white people. It's going to be their fault if Trump happens to win.
I mean, look, like I said,
I voted for Kamala Harris because I'm educated, and when my wife gets fucked by a black guy and gets pregnant, I want her to be able to get an abortion.
I mean, look, you're not wrong. Like, I'm, Rosella's, I'm a moderate. Where like I said, for me, the blame is going to be on Schumer and Pelosi and all these types of things. But of course, most of the Democratic Party is going to go extreme and, like you said, blame it on the uneducated white people, or these types of things, or whatever. Or you do have a lot of black people voting for Trump, or gay people voting for Trump, or these types of things. It's going to be, and that I completely disagree with. I'll always denounce, and another thing that just brings the party down and stuff, and it's sad, but
get in the car.
Let's see. Aaron said he needs 60 more points to win.
Mm-hmm.
RJ said Kamala got Oregon.
I'm not surprised. I mean,
so let's see.
Oregon Ducks, huh?
MSNBC is showing.
Which organ did she get?
Which organ did she get? MSNBC is showing. Let's see. Come on. No, I don't want to make it full screen. Christ.
Oh, what
150. Okay, 153 to 214 on MSNBC. 193 to 216 on Fox News.
Mm-hmm.
So she is now closing in on 200, according to Fox News, who is more
and
right.
CNN has it sitting 211 Trump, 145 Harris.
What? Okay, so where these numbers are?
That's what I mean. They're all going to be different right now.
Yeah, we're all over the place. At the same time, look, I don't know.
CBS concurs with CNN. Maybe that's where they're getting the numbers.
Not only that too, right? Every news channel has their sources and their this and their that, right, from whatever polling stations and all this.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, truly some might get some earlier than others and those types of things. Right now we're starting to see all the West Coast stuff start to close and do all that type of stuff. So, I'm shocked Fox is showing the 193 to 6. That's closing in on that's a massive move up, and that's early on in the night. That's very interesting.
Yeah, we have some discrepancies here. Also, I see a comment on Twitter here.
Ooh!
Not on the actual comments on the thing there. Just a Twitter post might be. I know. I'm so
Rosella's too. You're more than welcome if you want to share the stream on yours or anybody that's on here.
Sure.
Your thing isn't letting me do it, so.
How dare it?
Of course, StreamYard.
Typical liberals want to censor us. God damn you!
I can only lie on your channel.
I can only.
Is that why StreamYard's so high now? The damn liberals raising the prices.
I guess
that sounds more like.
Aaron said, "Oh, what's going on, Aaron? What did you see?"
O'Reilly's.
O'Reilly.
But I just thought it interesting. I just saw somebody post something that the AP Associated Press is somehow already called California for Kamala, even though I don't even think they've started counting yet.
You can't see it, but I'm sharing MSNBC, and they've got some sort of blockage going on here where you can't see it. That's interesting. All right. Screw you. There we go.
Yeah.
Deal dash.
I have Alex Jones on my screen right now.
Oh, Alex Jones had a bit of a conspiracy theory earlier.
Oh,
Of course
I'm
he did.
sure he did.
Of course he did. So actually, now let's get into a little bit of a different, or not different, but obviously still on stuff. I'm curious, Rosales, Bob, did you guys see Trump on Joe Rogan and Vance? Did you guys have any thoughts on those? Or
Yeah, I watched all three of these last Rogan appearances because not only did we had Trump, we had Vance,
and
we
Musk?
oh wait, actually I watched four. I'm sorry, because we had Trump, Vance, Musk, but in between Vance and Musk, we also had a Democrat, the only one apparently that decided to fucking show up for anything Rogan offered, which is half brain dead John Fetterman. Or Fetterman, whatever his name is.
Him. I love him.
Yeah, you and every other idiot that voted for somebody who had a stroke to be in government. But anyways, great guy. Even his was, pretty
Great
cool.
guy.
I listened to all of them.
Like you said.
Yeah, he was chilling, and he had a good one. And again,
He doesn't wear suits to the house. I like him a lot.
Yeah, I did. I did enjoy his. I enjoy everybody's interview with, no matter who, which is why I wish she would have done an interview with Rogan. But she had to have it her way under strict rules and come to me.
Okay, but she's also
bullshit.
under looking to do all of her big campaigning in Pennsylvania and stuff
Trump.
Trump's speaking to audiences. Trump's not walking around to different.
What do you mean? Yes, he is.
Different houses and all these different things.
Different houses? What do you mean? The one house that she walked on camera for today? Like, I don't. What do you mean? Walking to houses? What do you think? She really walked around the streets? Okay, I'm sure she did. But anyways, yeah. So because she couldn't sit down and have an unscripted talk for 3 hours, they had to bring a brain dead guy on to do it for 2. And even he was fine. He didn't even struggle as bad as she would. But anyway,
no, she had an hour. She offered him. He had
an hour. Come to me with people in the room. Get out of here.
She is in a different position than Trump is.
This is why. No, she isn't. They're in the same. They're in the same position.
Yeah, she doesn't have the time that Trump is. Trump.
Yes, she does. How do they not?
In the states that he's in and all those types of things.
Oh,
obviously, he's not doing the amount of work that she knows she's got to reach out to undecided voters in those types of things.
Exactly. So let's not go on the biggest podcast in the whole fucking country. But anyway,
she said she was going to give him an hour and to fly out, but no, he didn't want to meet that. I'm sorry. That's
because he could have done it.
I'm sorry, that's on him.
Yeah, he could have done it. I agree. No, it's on him.
He flew to New York to Saturday Night Live.
Need the interview.
All right. Let's hear Bradley's. Why is it on him?
Yeah,
Joe Rogan tries to act like this big time journalist with a podcast, right? Guess what other journalists have to do? They take their equipment. They go interview people. I'm sorry, but you know what would have been great, even better about this situation if he would have sucked it up and actually would have went to her and did this interview. Because to me, the fact that he didn't is withholding an interview. You're withholding an hour of an interview with her.
Yeah, you could have gotten it.
I don't want to leave
they
my
called
studio.
Him.
I don't want to leave my studio.
According to him, they called him once they found out Trump was doing it. And he said, and he said, I'll do it anytime you want my studio. When she was in Austin, Texas. She was right there.
She didn't have 3 hours to sit down with him in his studio with him smoking his cigars, doing his shit. If we're going to do it, it's going to be a professional setting. It's not going to be your fucking sit
like
down.
Saturday Night Live.
Smoking weed. No, not like Saturday. No, again, like an
flew
interview.
to New York to do that.
Like call her daddy.
To New York to do Saturday Night Live.
For 2 seconds.
How could she take time? She went to Club Shay Shay. They didn't have to come to her. She went to call her daddy. They didn't have to come to her. All the other podcasts.
And how long were those podcasts?
They were all scripted. 1 hour. Give me fucking softball. Here's the script questions, and I can leave whenever I want. The one time. And it's proven, hang on, and it's proven the one time that she did a real interview, which is the only real one she did, which was with Brett Baer, she had to be pulled out of the interview because she was fucking bombing. When people look back, you're going to be able to add this to the list of reasons of why she lost this election and why people didn't vote for her and why she's getting. It's 100% a reason. Because nobody knows who this woman is. Nobody.
That's true.
It is 100% true. You'll never.
Okay,
She
I'm
would have
sorry,
got so
Bob.
many
I'm
swing
sorry,
people.
Bob.
I wouldn't
sorry,
say
Bob.
nobody, because even my
Nobody.
brother was a big
This
Kamala
precedent.
supporter back in 2016. So there are absolutely people that
There's
or
a
not
lot of
20
No,
deadbeat
I'm
dads
sorry,
in
but this whole
California who know who
2020,
Kamala is.
my bad.
This whole precedent that I have to know the person I'm voting for entire life story to justify my vote for them. I don't get that precedent, and I don't give a fuck about her life story. I don't give a fuck if she worked at McDonald's or not. I don't give a fuck if she did this or not. I don't give a fuck if Trump did this or that either. I don't get why that influences politics nowadays. It's like it's the same thing as fucking all the other shit with the actors getting canceled and shit. It's the same fucking thing.
Well, no, because their
I have
belief
to know.
system is building
They
off
didn't
of what
do
you're,
anything
what you're
wrong because
going
I
on.
know them personally. It's that whole thing. It's excuse after excuse with Trump, and I'm getting so sick of it. It's like everyone just makes a fucking cop-out excuse for everything he says or does, and it's like there's no real argument. Or
Yeah,
no
I
real
mean
reason
that's the
behind
thing.
it.
Is like
Not
I
here, of
agree.
course. I'm just talking
No,
No,
about
I
yeah.
get what you said. No, I get what you said, but it depends on what the argument is and what the excuses are being. Like if it's something where even not only 2 days ago, where Obama's on TV again at a rally before an election, touting a lie that's been debunked, again with the good people on both sides shit with the Nazis and that. After a week ago, calling him a Nazi and saying he's holding Nazi rallies. I don't really see like how
calling
how
her
anything.
comrade Kamala and all these
Yes.
Well, it's
types
the
of
same
things and all
thing.
that, like,
It's
come on, like
both sides are doing that though.
they're
It's
doing the same
hey,
rhetoric. Yeah,
hey, we're gonna and this is
Yeah, but
ridiculous.
who's
'cause
getting
if-
shot
if
at?
you're
One or
Don't
the
criticize one if it's
It's
oh
not
stop.
exactly the same.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
stop it.
I'll say it right now. I'll say it right here on the stream. I don't care what it is. He fucking set that up.
You
He
are
did
out
not
of
get
your
he
mind.
did not get
Oh
shot
my
at.
god.
That man did not get shot at. That was
Is
one of
this
the
our
biggest
stream or did we
political
accidentally did I get a link to Destiny's stream? Is that who this
That
is?
was
Take your
one of
mask
the
off,
biggest
Destiny.
political stunts in history, and
Next
it's
thing you know, there's gonna
laughable.
be a black guy dancing with your wife in the background.
Where's his scar? Where's his ear is in perfect damn condition.
Yeah,
Where
'cause
the
it nicked
hell
his
is
ear.
the injury?
It healed really well. I put a
Yeah.
little Bactine
It
on
was
it.
one of the best healings
Listen,
in the world.
he had the
Let me tell you
greatest
something.
plastic
It was a
surgeons in the
miracle.
world.
I had the evangelicals heal me. They put their hands on me just like Jesus did when he cut
You
off
know,
when Peter cut off
Nate,
that man's ear.
you get
It healed
sloppy.
Wait,
miraculously.
he even said on
Stop
Rogan
that.
it was only a nick. He just got nicked. It just nicked.
It was a nick now, but when it was then, it was I was shot at.
You know,
I almost
He
died.
wait.
No.
It
I'm
wasn't
sorry.
a
It
nick.
was
How
a
was he not
nick.
shot at
It was
and almost
a
died?
nick. It was
Yeah.
a nick. But back
got
then
lucky.
it was it's a miracle. Thank God that I'm alive because he saved me because
Austin, was it fake when the man died protecting his child from being shot by a gun?
Like I don't know how you can say it was set up. How do you set up that up?
Was
How do you
set
set
up.
up to be
I will
nicked
tell you
in the
this.
ear?
I will tell
That's
you this.
insane.
I will say this right now.
I volunteered to die in
think-
front of my
I don't
children
think
to
either.
promote.
I don't think either party
There's no way.
cares who the fuck dies or that. I think if it would have been Biden,
Well,
that
the Democrat
same
Party
if
doesn't
if it
care.
were
They never
Biden,
mentioned
if it were Biden, and that same exact event happened, right? That same exact line events over there, I would say
You
the
would say-
same exact thing.
No, I don't
Absolutely,
think so.
I would. Absolutely,
way.
I would.
No
That-
way. There's
that-
no way you
I-
can say
No, absolutely, I would.
If Joe,
If it
Joe
were the
Biden
same
got nicked
exact-
in the ear, I'd be like, what the fuck?
If Joe Biden got nicked in the ear, he'd be dead.
Yeah,
Sand would fall out.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now,
He'd just deflate.
I just don't. I don't see. I don't believe it.
And you know what?
You're
But
nuts.
that's your right to think that, and that's the beauty thing about America.
You're gonna end up in the insane asylum with me. I'm putting you on the Trump list.
I don't think that's that insane to say that. I mean,
I'm tweeting.
if we're really talking about, how deceptive and fucking illusory politicians are in the
I'm
government.
sorry, but Bob,
come on, that's
you-
hard to
Bob,
believe.
I'm
Even
trying to.
if it wasn't, it's not hard to believe that it could be.
That's what I'm saying. And Bob, I'm trying to be reasonable here in that I believe both parties would do the same thing. They don't give a fuck about us. They whatever stunt and all these types of things that they pull, it's they want their political gain. Democrats and Republicans.
No.
I would say the same thing about both of them.
if you're gonna,
Especially right
buy
now.
that, then you might as well buy that the world is flat, because it's the same difference.
No, it's
Basically what
not.
it is. Yes, it is, because the coordination that would take.
You
to
had
pull
medical
off-
people going. Like, there's no way that this man would be shot in the ear like that and not have any injury. No,
He got nicked in the tip
Where-
of the ear. The
where
bullet
is-
grazed him.
where's the injury?
What do you need?
where
His
his
ear to be
ear-
blown off? He
The
literally
injury-
got nicked in the tip of the ear.
Died
His-
behind him. It was a real.
Yeah.
It was real bullets were shot. Real
Yeah.
people were hit.
I believe real bullets were shot.
And,
And stuff.
and let me tell you,
I believe that.
there's not a
I'm
marksman
saying it was
in the
set
world.
up.
There's
If-
not a marksman in the
but
world
who-
who's gonna be
who
able
was
to
set up
coordinate to
by?
nick somebody's ear. You can't do that. That is the most asinine
Why
thing
not?
I've ever
It
heard
was
of in my life.
not that good of a
Yeah.
marksman. To
Yeah.
just
You're telling me
nick
from
somebody's
120 to 150 yards, they coordinated that. Listen,
And yet,
the minute
and
you
yet,
see me turn to the right with my precious chart, I need you to shoot and hit me in the ear and kill the guy
and
behind
yet
me.
Secret Service never caught wind of him, and Secret Service allowed him to stand up in the middle while Homeboy was still out there shooting
Yeah.
people.
Who's
I mean,
Secret Service?
That's more of the
Who's
issue than you
Secret
saying.
Service?
Yeah.
Whose Secret Service was it?
Ladies and
It
gentlemen,
was Biden's Secret Service.
it was not Biden's Secret Service.
Biden's
They
Secret-
already
you
confirmed
know.
that. No, they already confirmed that it was mostly his. There were a couple of Biden people
No,
there.
what I'm
but it
saying
was
is that
mostly
the
his
Secret Service is under his watch. Okay, so under his
These were-
administration.
They did say
Yes,
that.
but these
Aaron,
were
they did.
also Trump loyal Secret Servicemen that have been with
They were
him
not.
for a
They
very
were not. They
long
were
time.
replaced by
Yeah,
women.
Nobody was a MAGA loyalist in that Secret Service outfit.
One
I'll
of
tell you
them,
that much.
one of them that they put there had left her post to go nursing at a different event. She left her post to go nurse a baby at a different event. Okay, so these were not the loyalists.
Yeah, I'm saying yeah, there were
People
not
were
all of
blocking.
them, but there absolutely were a couple there that have been there for a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the Joker's Corner for the very first time on the State of the Election podcast. What's up?
Yes, hi.
Please grab lube before you rip me a new one. Okay.
Absolutely. Nobody is allowed to have lube during this event. It's everybody. I'm going in dry.
Going dry.
Yes, that's how we do it here. Thank you for having me on. I just wanted to sit back and laugh.
Thank you for being here. I did not think that that you would come. I mean, look, I know you're definitely in character and stuff, but I have mad respect for Joker and his opinions and stuff. I think he's an incredibly reasonable and smart dude when it comes to all this. I mean, but let's hear from the Joker. Joker, what do you think of this election and kind of what's happening now? It's a mess, but what are your thoughts?
I think it's a big fat joke, but that's part of the fun of the whole thing. If it wasn't for an election like this, you wouldn't have me having all these punchlines for the next few months or so. So I invite it. I welcome it all. It should be fun. And
Who do you think, as a comedian, because this was one of my favorite things, when Robin Williams, his George Bush was leaving office special,
yes,
he talked about how he's going to miss the comedy that he gets. He gets so much material from this man. Who do you think will give you more material in office, Kamala or Trump?
Ooh,
This is a good one.
That's a tricky one. See, Trump has his own. See, he used to be really good with his own comedy. Now it's like somebody's feeding him worse SNL skits and he's stumbling over them. So I can't really root for him in the comedy department anymore. It's like he's slipped in the last 4 years. Kamala, however, is doing that for me in spades. So, so there is some of that moved over. She kind of reminds me a little bit of. She's not quite. She has some of the cringe that Biden had, like the, vote for me or you ain't black kind of attitude that I like. That makes me laugh. That kills me every time I hear her say, like, when she's putting on an accent and she's acting like a casual mother while holding someone's baby. I'm like, Lord Jesus.
Well, she's making her collard greens in the bathtub?
Yes, really weird stuff. And I'm like, sweetheart, I don't even think you've held a baby. But, the things like that.
At least one living.
Well,
Right.
Now, here's a question. Right, she does get a lot of shit, admittedly, for she's not a mother. She's decided not to have kids for whatever reason. Or
Yes.
Do you think that's like a a factor we should be talking about? And is it important to be like a parent to be president, or those
not to be a good president? I don't give a fuck. Honestly, you do not have to be a good, even a good parent, let alone a parent at all, to hold this job in office. I don't think to any more than I think you have to be necessarily a kind person to be a good president. Like I said with Trump, the reason why I liked him the first 4 years was because he wasn't a nice person. He was like, this is how it is. You don't like me, fuck off. And I'm gonna irritate as many people along the way and make fun of them and rebirth a new age of trollism to the masses. I like that. Refreshing. Of course, he has slipped up now, and this is why I think most people do not back him anymore. Because he's not that same heightened person he was in the beginning. With Kamala, it's different situation. She was never really a heightened person, and so when she tries to do jokes, she stumbles and it comes off awkward. She doesn't. When she tries to show more of herself, we don't really see. I don't think we've seen enough of her, but I also don't. I agree with Bradley. I don't think we need to know a lot about the candidate's personal life and the complete. I
don't give a shit if she sucked it. If she sucked a dick, it's just like I don't give. It doesn't matter. I honestly don't care that Bill Clinton had an affair.
Right.
And Donnie Trump could like to get.
I don't care about.
Yes, I mean he grabbed pussy. So what?
I don't care that he had affairs and stuff. Now, if it was.
Hold on a second. Let's get that quote right, okay? Because he didn't say that that's what he did. He said you could. Okay. He said they let you. He didn't say they did. Now,
come on, Rosales, let's not kid ourselves here. Donnie is the man who goes on red carpets with 2 dates, one in each arm. The man has literally banged his way to the top of towers. We know this for a fact. The man has even told his appreciation for women. I mean, let's be fair. The man's been married how many times?
There's a Food Hound 3.
Yes.
There's one more coming.
Exactly. I mean, listen, I don't care that he does. As far as I'm concerned, as long as it was consensual and they were of, adult age, he could bang the entire New York City street for all I care.
Yeah.
Right. As long as it was consensual.
About the Miss Teen America pageant.
Him putting his dick in someone's cavernous, area is not going to stop him from being a good president. What does is his mindset and lack thereof. And so I think in general, yes, I think criticizing her based off not being a mother doesn't fucking matter because, let's be honest, Hillary Clinton was a mother and a grandmother and a terrible human being. And if anything proves that...
I'm more worried about Bill Clinton getting herpes smoking a cigar.
Yeah, yes. The poor man has probably gone through copious amounts of diseases by now. More than P. Diddy. But honestly...
He's still kicking, all right?
Yes. Him and P. Diddy somehow are still standing with their 2 legs. But let's be honest. Yes, that's a terrible... Yes, 3 legs, yes. With a terrible thing to criticize them on. Let's criticize them for their lack of understanding on policy, or if they're going to do anything with their policy, so on. What they're doing so far as VP.
Well, if Kamala Harris sticks to the plan of stealing Trump's policies, I'm all there. But I don't think she will. As far as P. Diddy's concerned, I saw that P. Diddy got arrested, and then all of a sudden, all of Hollywood endorsed Kamala.
Yes.
So
yeah, it's very strange. Like I said in my tweet yesterday, I don't think we should be taking guidance from J-Lo at the Kamala Harris thing from the very ex-girlfriend who knew about P. Diddy doing messed up things. I think it's a little weird and hypocritical, if I might say, especially when she's preaching about Trump as an evil a-hole that needs to be cast out. Then I'm like, you dated an evil a-hole? What are you talking about?
Right, yeah,
fucking Diddler is your ex-boyfriend.
Yes.
6 months ago, Cardi B's like, I want my money. I need my money back. They quit taking my money. 6 months ago, she's doing that. They arrested
Rosales, you're talking way too well to be Cardi B. Cardi B doesn't talk that well.
And then she shows up on stage holding a phone in front of her saying, I love Kamala. I'm going to vote for Kamala because she keeps all of her promises and stuff like that. She said she's going to cut my taxes and then I'm going to have my money. I need my money.
and I'm gonna get a bigger booty.
He tapped on that screen and broke 2 nails. Yes, I saw that.
Real quick, I am curious because we've been talking a lot with Choker and stuff, but Rosales, Bob, do you think there has been kind of a decline in Trump's kind of way of doing things? Do you think he's different than he was in 2016 with his toughness and stuff and all those types of things?
I do. In a way, I think he has. He's kind of weird. I hate using this word for him, but he kind of has matured in a sense. I know it doesn't seem like that with the way he talks, because he still talks his bullshit. But in a sense, when it's come to the way like he's sort of conducted himself, the way he's like ran this campaign as opposed to 2020 and 2016, it is different. But I think he's done everything right this campaign that he didn't do in 2020. He definitely improved on that and changed in the aspect, like I said, embracing the early voting and mail-in ballots.
Wait, who did? Trump.
Yes.
I was like, wait a minute. What the?
Yeah, not her. No.
I couldn't disagree more. Well, I mean, to be fair, I'll give you with the mail-in ballots. Sure, why not? He embraced it. No shit, he had to. It's at this point in time, it's like your buddy going with you to an orgy, patting you on the back. Last time you got tricked, you might want to wrap up with a condom this time. Okay, sure, why not? Yes, of course he listened to him, put the condom on. It's the only difference.
Well, yeah.
He still fucked him.
But I think in a sense he's somewhat a little different in some way. Maybe I can't put my finger.
But here's the thing, Joker. You're saying he's different in a bad way, but Bob, you're saying he's different in a good way.
Yeah, because I don't think, again, Trump of 2020 wouldn't. Obviously, he didn't embrace any of the shit, and that's what I think really cost him. You could say whatever was stolen, rigged, blah 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 blah. Find me 11th, whatever. In the end, it was him not listening to the people around him that probably did know a little bit better. Wow, I can't believe the numbers I just saw there that called that really close. It's really,
I can agree with that to an extent, for sure. It's like when PlayStation got too big for the britches and sales, they didn't listen on how to strategize, and then, oops, we were on top, we lost it. This is a thing that a strategy, when people, they get big in the head, they're on top, right? Yeah, and then they lose track of what they need to do to evolve, and then they lose.
And this is why I was saying earlier, right? People like Pelosi and Schumer are fucking holding the party back from evolving and doing those types of things. They are very in that old mindset of holding specifically the Democratic Party in very old, dumb fucking ways that don't make any sense. I do want to obviously. What was that, Rosales?
They got rich in Washington. That's why they do the things that they do, is because they've got a money train going on. Both sides do it, whether it's red or blue. The only thing that illuminated this to the surface, that people realize that it's kind of a uniparty, is the fact that somebody from completely outside came in and turned on the light in the kitchen, and all of the roaches tried to scatter.
I agree.
Yeah, I think to a certain extent, but at the same time, I think I don't know. I do want to call this out here. Does anyone watch a YouTube channel called Midas Touch?
I've heard of them.
Yes,
they do political coverage and stuff.
Okay. I don't know what that is.
I'm a YouTube whore, so I've noticed.
Midas is a muffler shop down the road from me, and they
shout out to
Midas Touch.
To Aaron and also Paul as well, and everybody watching. Thank you. So we've got a couple of updates here. I think I saw earlier, Kamala got New Mexico.
She got California, which is not surprising.
Yeah, not
that
surprising.
Doesn't surprise me.
By
Kamala
the way,
also gets Virginia and Washington State.
After the
thoughts on Jill Stein.
Thoughts on Jill Stein. I
liked Joe Stein for a little bit. I was more a Joe Jorgensen person.
Yeah, so was I when she was around. I liked her.
Yeah, I liked Joe Jorgensen a lot. But Joe Stein was cool too.
After all the polls close tonight, the United States will be testing an intercontinental nuclear missile.
Yeah.
We're going to do a missile test.
Is that true?
Right. Yes,
that's true. Where do you see that?
Where do I see that? In my crystal ball. No, I saw a news thing about it earlier, and I don't have it here. No, I'll find
No,
it.
but AP is officially showing 205 to 230. Wow, so she's already in the 200s.
Well, that's what AP is showing.
Yep.
That's what AP is
Well,
showing. She's in the game, folks.
So how about that Arizona and Michigan, Kamala?
Yeah. Now Arizona, she's gonna lose. Arizona, I guarantee she's going to lose. The big one is going to be Nevada.
Yes,
Nevada is going to be a very. I think she is going to win Nevada. But we'll see.
so many changing red. I'm kind of
shocked.
shocked.
The great thing about Nevada. That's the great thing about Nevada is there's always this like thought of like, oh, could it be red? Could it be blue? It's going to be blue. It's going to be blue. Like,
yeah.
No, we went red. We have gone with Trump before.
I know, but this time around, like, I don't see it going red for us this time around.
It's because Trump does this thing with Nevada where he pays a lot of attention to us during the election, and then never speaks to us again during the presidency.
Yeah, like his horrible, shitty casino that nobody goes to and nobody knows.
He does that a lot with Nevada and stuff. We'll see if Kamala does the same exact thing. I mean, this is probably the biggest time, but Nevada's been weird because we've been growing. Ever since 2016, when we did go red, we had been a blue state for that. We went red for Trump in 2016.
We're like
the idea of us being this battleground state has been more important each year. 2020, and now this year, it's kind of come to like now we're up there with fucking the big states in Indiana and all these other ones where it's like. It's a big deal what our state.
See, he comes over here to Indiana, Ohio. That's what he's focused on. Michigan,
These places. He went Indiana. Yeah.
He grinds out communicating to the people here, the farmers here, the business owners. That's his thing. And to be fair, I just have to say, as somebody who's from Indiana here,
yes,
we got our shit together and got our votes in. Where's the rest of you?
Well, hey, you're also in the East. So, like, even right now, I'm not sure how long the lines are in certain places. It's only 8:45 p.m. I don't know if every person has voted here in Nevada.
It was, like, insane. It was insanely long.
We don't bump into each other here. In fact, we even offer each other coffee and pie.
So here it is right there. U.S. Air Force election night ICBM test. The missile will launch from a U.S. base in California, writes Leah Yancey. 22 minutes later, it will crash into Mar-a-Lago.
What?
I'm sorry.
One can hope.
Islands.
I mean, that's fine. It's only worth $18 million anyways.
Yeah, $18 million.
What's $18 million nowadays?
I know Aaron asked what I was eating earlier. I'm eating a burger and fries.
He's eating Jill Stein.
I just want to give it up.
A new Fox TV show, doesn't it?
I'll eat Joe Jorgensen.
Oh my God. Yes, to anybody who was offended by my image that I changed it to tonight, I'm sorry, but I had to.
I don't care. I think it's utterly beautiful. I think it's gorgeous.
Dying of cringe to see.
I actually would like a painting of that in Bradley's.
Will do. I can do that.
News Nation with Chris Cuomo here. They are predicting that Trump has a 88.7% win probability overall, and they have it counted right now 247 for Donald Trump, 204 Kamala Harris.
Okay, so most people are pushing Kamala in the 200s now.
Yes, but he's also 23 away from.
No, he's yes, which is very interesting.
And it's still early too. So
now,
I'm thinking I might be right here. Not only that, but I'm thinking he might win a popular vote, maybe.
Have you already talked about the Electoral College? I just needed to ask that.
I was just literally leading into it.
I'm all for it.
So, okay, I do get a little, and especially because I'm a little drunk and high right now. So, okay, with the Electoral College, he gets those votes, right? They can still determine that, like, if she wins the popular vote, they can still determine that she wins, but it would be like a big kind of upset type thing, right?
Well, they're weird though, because if someone wins the popular vote, they go the opposite. which is like they're weird sometimes. Like if it doesn't
They
matter
do
the popular
sometimes. Like the big ones, the big ones were like Gore and Bush, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Gore won the popular vote, and they went with Bush for the electoral college. So yeah, there are some big ones here. So that's my kind of question: is what happens if he wins the electoral college vote this early, and then it comes out that she wins the popular vote? There is some decision to be made still, right?
The popular vote doesn't matter.
Okay.
Except in
That's
the way
kind of what it said. Yeah,
Exactly.
it influences the.
So let's go into it, guys.
College.
We'll start with Joker. We'll move on to Bob Rosales and then Bradley. Joker, your thoughts on the electoral college?
My prediction is Trump starts winning and taking in all these points, right? But it will be the electoral college that picks Kamala, and he will lose. That is my prediction. And it's because this has happened before. So I'm just going with this off of pattern. So he might win a shit ton in these states, right? He racks up the points he needs in these other ones and turns them. He starts flipping them, right? And then all of a sudden, bam!
But it's so overwhelmingly popular that she gets it, that the electoral college goes with her.
Essentially, that is where I'm going with in general. That I think she will swipe in with the electoral college completely, outscoring him. That is my prediction. But we'll see. I can't believe I'm saying this, but just from the numbers that I'm seeing, it seems a little too obvious that he's this much ahead, and that he's just gonna these numbers are lagging. We have numbers lagging. So she is gonna have some kind of swoop in somewhere. I have this feeling.
Agree that it's kind of similar to, I said earlier, it feels kind of similar to 2016, where everybody's been predicting Trump and stuff, but then it comes in and she wins. It's kind of like everybody was predicting Hillary in 2016, and then he just kind of swooped.
Yes,
it feels
similar,
like an opposite
different ways of getting there, but obviously similar pattern, right? Like that was saying that everyone swore up and down because they were not treating it seriously that Trump was ever going to be president. Even Obama himself didn't believe it was going to happen. And look what happened. And look how the world lost their freaking minds. And then the reverse happened with with Biden. When Biden won, the right started losing their minds just like the left did. And then they started turning the corner the way they did and started getting petty and not being able to take jokes and so on. So the pattern happens on both sides. It happens from, it's a cause and reaction of the effect of the election swooping out from under pulling the rug out from under them, bumming them out, and so on. These are how they're going to act. So
yeah. Real quick before we go to Bob, why is it taking so long to count these votes? So there's a couple things. Obviously, the time frames, the time differences. So East Coast has been done for a while now. Those votes are going to come in the first and all those types of things. We're about 2 hours.
Jam.
Yeah. Say what?
The printers are jamming, so it's going to take a while to print the extra votes.
Blame Georgia. That's all I have to say.
Now, that's the interesting thing. There's a lot of things happening in Georgia there's a recount happening in Georgia with the mail-in votes. There was a bomb threat, a Russian bomb threat.
Jesus.
Georgia's kind of in a very weird, they're both fighting for Georgia hard. But,
and in Washington today, that guy was arrested. Did you see that?
Right. Yes.
The security arrested that man who was planting things. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. It's getting wild. We've seen people here burning ballot boxes and all these types of things. There's extremists on both sides that are just taking it too far.
On both sides.
Absolutely.
On both sides. The Free Palestine was written on the burnt boxes.
Yeah. That one, yeah. Fuck those guys. They're insane.
Free Palestine, let me burn these random things have nothing to do with it.
Bob, your thoughts on what we just talked about, the Electoral College?
Yeah, I mean, it's it's there. I'm fine with it. I don't think we need to get rid of it. I don't want to be a majority rules democracy by any means.
Yes.
It is what it is. As long as people abide by it and don't, do any sort of fuckery or anything like that. I mean, it's a good system. You know, we've only had, what is it, like 5 or 6 instances where somebody didn't win the popular vote but went on to win the electorals that they needed to become president. Trump being one of them before in 2016. I mean, but right now, like I said, like I predicted, I think he's gonna have another 2016 performance. I think he's gonna crack 300. I think if it keeps going the way News Nation is showing it, anyways. Like around 306 or something like that, and I think he actually might win the popular this time too, which is, I think, will be crazy, because I mean, if everybody doesn't like this guy, I mean, if you know, we always hear 50% of the nation doesn't like this guy, so it's like, if that's the case, how is this happening?
If he wins both, that should be a giant wake-up call to the left.
Yeah, and I mean,
it
really should. And you know, for everything, because I kind of look at him the same way Rosales does, in the sense that this guy is such an outsider that he does scare some career politicians that should not be in office anymore, anyways, as it is. They shouldn't be making millions on insider stocks and all this bullshit. But I think him winning, I think if it goes the way I'm thinking, and with the people he's setting himself up with, especially some of the younger ones. I think he's setting the Republicans up for like a long standing of victories here in presidential elections. Unless he completely just really does go off the rails and completely fucks everything up.
I was going to say, if he completely gaffes this next 4 years. See, here's the part of me doesn't know what to do, though, Bob. Part of me says, I want the extremist cult members, the weirdo Trumpies, to not win, so that way they can finally give up on the idea of this Trump 30-30 bullshit and stop waving their flags around. But the other part of me says I want him to win, so we can get it over with, have him have the 4 years, kind of like with the Zack Snyder fans. Here, you got your Snyder cut. Now shut the fuck up and move on. Yeah. This is what I want. So I'm kind of at a torn. It's either he doesn't win, and then these idiots can shut up, or they have him and they'll shut up anyway because he can't run after that. Unless, of course, he is president and he does an act of war so he can stay president longer. That would be a whole other mess.
That's the only thing he could do is overthrow the government, and, you know, just literally he would have to. Obviously, that's just so, to me anyway, so far-fetched. But
well, a president, an acting president, technically can delay leaving presidency by being in a war with another country.
Yes,
it is possible.
You can enact a martial law status that'll suspend all elections and anything like that, which I completely understand.
One president that did that. I mean, who was it? Roosevelt? Maybe. Could be wrong.
Let me.
It was during World War II, I believe, and there was one president
that did that. Was it Roosevelt?
It might. I don't. You know what? Maybe I don't think it was. Maybe it was. I want to say it was Truman, but I don't.
Was the martial law?
It was. They were in war, and he ended up staying president for longer than 8 years.
Well,
let me look it up.
Yeah. Well, while you guys are looking it up, I'll go. The thing I'm seeing now is that, you know, I like, so what Joker was saying too. I don't think I think regardless, this is, to me anyways, and I've heard him say
it was Roosevelt. It was Roosevelt.
So you were right. Okay, good.
Yep.
He served more than 2 terms.
How far did he get? Like 2.5?
Yeah.
Lincoln also imposed congressionally authorized martial law on Maryland and Missouri once, but it did not affect the presidency there.
Okay.
We may be able to see at the moment when grown people start crying again.
I hope so.
I can't wait.
This is the Kamala HQ, by the way.
Oh God.
And
can we get a split screen, Rosales? Can we get both parties?
I'm going to try to find the other party while I'm at it, but yeah.
Wouldn't it be funny if this was all for naught and no one won and they all started crying?
Well, you know, there's already been I don't know which state it was, so please quote me on this. But they said they weren't going to start counting until after all the polls closed. So,
I saw. Wasn't that a Georgia thing or no?
I don't know if it was a Georgia thing. I know Georgia is just having some issues left.
Yeah, they've been having some stuff. PA had a couple little
Yeah,
things
like
in
I said,
Bucks County,
yeah.
but they got that
You know,
straightened
according to MSNBC, 49% of all Americans already voted. They voted early.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're looking at right now is the other half of the people that work, I guess.
Yes.
Or the people like me and Bob
Yes.
that we talked about. I
Yeah.
do. There's something that I enjoy going on election day, and just being a part of that. You know, everybody's
I honestly
there.
think a
and
lot of guys. I think that's very. It might be sexist to say, but I think a lot of guys like that's. I do. I would attribute that more to a guy thing. You know.
Yeah.
It's very.
Especially
Here
because
is the
older
difference.
American.
We like to get it over with. Women like to window shop. I don't know why you're window shopping at your courthouse, for Christ's sakes, but we like to go in there, fill the fucking thing out, and be done with it, go home, drink a beer, and snore.
Cheers.
Yeah, but like I enjoyed voting today. It was nice.
I did too. I really did. I even got, like I said, I got a little emotional and just like seeing everybody in line and everybody, and you know, it's kind of like this too, where we all have, you know, different opinions here and different views and stuff, but we're all still friends. We have great conversations about it, and I was seeing a lot of that in line too, and I think that's, you know, that's so important to focus on is that I think there are more people that want that, to be able to have conversations and do things like this where we disagree on certain things, but you know, there's no animosity. We can go back and forth and give our opinions, and there's respect there. So you know, that was nice to see in line as well. To be honest, I thought this was funny. It's interesting to see Grace Randolph talking about politics.
Oh dear,
It's
God.
interesting, all right.
Joker, your thoughts on Grace Randolph?
Well, Grace has already blocked me 3
well.
times. Grace, not the ironic that her name's Grace. The woman literally doesn't even know what she's talking about in the film department, and she lives, eat, and breathes film, and she's still retarded there. I don't expect her to know much about politics, but I digress.
She lives in a high rise with her parents in New York.
Yes, exactly.
And doesn't know how to brush her hair.
Yes, she looks like an unkempt cat lady. It's very disturbing.
This is one of my favorite Beatles songs ever. I started a joke that started the whole world laughing. I
love that. Great song reference.
Favorite songs.
And
ever.
you know what? To go on the Grace Randolph thing, I think she fits in perfectly with politics, because just like some certain politicians, Grace Randolph also admits she wants to bang underage children. Which happened last month, so if you don't believe me, go to my Twitter. So she fits right in with the crowd as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, sure. I think she'd be a great spokesperson for people like AOC and shit like that.
Absolutely.
Great mouthpiece. Great
Her,
mouthpiece.
AOC, and Andy Signor should always fight.
Yes.
Aaron said, "LOL, Joker, you are so funny." Aaron, Joker does have his own channel, the Joker's Corner and stuff. You can find him doing roasts and all types of things. He is obviously does the voice of the Joker and stuff. I'm glad you enjoy it. We all love Joker.
It's where we do comedy 24/7, and if you're everyone gets it over there. So equal opportunity.
It's equal opportunity on the Joker.
Absolutely.
But definitely, yeah, the Joker's
Kind of like
Corner.
Trump rally.
Exactly. Rosales, your thoughts on the Electoral College and kind of what's going on with that? What do you think?
I think it's absolutely necessary because it gives voices to the voiceless who wouldn't necessarily be able to vote the same way. You get the smaller populated states that have an equal voice as the ones that are more populated. Otherwise, the election would only count in LA and New York. So the Electoral College balances that out. Now, there are times, we talked about them, where the Electoral College ignores the popular vote in their own state and goes a different direction,
right?
Which lands people the thing. And that puts Joker's prediction right up there with mine, which was Trump wins the night and Kamala wins Wednesday.
Yeah.
I honestly, I wouldn't be surprised.
Maybe your thoughts on the Electoral College.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's necessary. I don't think, the second that we get rid of it is the second that we let in more shit that we don't need to fucking worry about right now and deal with. The last thing we need to do is change a major part of our constitution and a major part of our fucking, way of electing an elected official. The second you fucking take that out, no, I don't want it gone. I think it's fine, but
I agree. Yeah,
but yeah, I do think, to touch on the popular vote, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. Because I really think Trump will win the popular vote for sure. Kamala, it could go either way. To be honest, I really don't know. But yeah, I don't think you should get rid of the Electoral College. Is there problems? Yeah, but nothing in our government's perfect. Let's be real. So,
ain't that the truth?
And look, I do tend to agree. I think I agree too with Joker, where it comes down to like, I agree both with Rosales and Joker. They both make good points, and that Rosales said like,
well,
it's a voice to yeah, fuck you, Bob. Make better points.
Bob got
I love you, Bob. But so Rosales would, it's a voice to the voiceless, absolutely. In states like that where, they're able to do those types of things with the Electoral College and they have those votes and things, it's important there. I also agree with, if the vote is overwhelmingly popular to a certain politician, I think it's important that the Electoral College acknowledges that, unless it's somebody who's like some just extreme, like literal, and I'm not saying that Trump is, but like a literal Hitler, and those types of things, which is why the Electoral College is important, to stop somebody like that from getting to the presidency. Then I do think, it's important for the Electoral College to go with the popular vote. That's the democracy of our nation and those types of things. Again, unless it is detrimental and we have a Hitler running trying to fucking overthrow our nation. Which is weird because, in a sense, Trump is so wishy-washy on this stuff. I don't know how serious he is about certain things when he talks about that type of stuff. So, I don't know where the Electoral College is going to go with this presidency and election.
Well, especially like the last month or so, I feel like Trump has just spouted out what everybody wants to hear. He hasn't actually said anything of substance to me. All I hear is the same old fucking bullshit. Oh my God, the fucking left. Oh my God, they're crazy. They're Marxists. Oh my God. And it's the same thing for the right.
He is catering to his audience that he already knows he has devout fans for. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. And what really bothers me about him running for president is I don't believe that he wants to be a good president. I think he wants to come in and fuel his hate campaign and complete it. He wants to check off his list. He wants to get revenge. I don't think he genuinely has any interest in coming back to do any good.
Well,
in the sense of
to help the American people, besides his friends and the people that have helped him.
Well, no, I mean in the sense of that he actually wants to do it, other than he's just doing it to say he's done it to fucking beat the left or whatever.
To win, just to say, hey, I did it. Fuck you. Yes, I kind of agree with that. I see kind of that in his rhetoric that, unfortunately, the first time, I genuinely believed it was somebody who wanted to give back to his country, who genuinely loves the United States of America. I still think he believes that, but I think he's slightly bitter over what happened and wants to stick it to the man, and that is his biggest weakness right now as to why he is not the same person he was that I voted
everybody wrong. I knew I could do it. Now, get to JD.
Right.
Who is far more better spoken than he is and far more intelligent than he is, and should be in office.
And he's a crack baby.
Fake news.
Well, that's why I think that. That's why I think if Trump wins,
I'm just happy I got a laugh out of Joker. That is one of my only accomplishments I can say that I got tonight.
Oh, come on. You finished a film.
That too. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're a filmmaker now, officially.
Officially, right?
You won an award yet?
We'll find out on the 20th, on November 20th.
If we're even able to be in the actual thing.
Oh, I think we will. I think I found out something.
Oh, yeah, I think we will too.
Yeah, we'll be. But it came down to the wire. It definitely came down to the wire. We were turning it in moments before it was due.
You got your film done faster than we got the votes. Jesus.
Honestly.
True.
It's sad.
especially those pretentious fucks with fucking giant cranes on their tow trucks, fucking for a 48-hour film festival on the first day, getting everything done. Like, yeah, right.
Hey, listen, Hollywood wannabes that are doing 48-hour film festivals. I'm sorry, you need to take a chill pill.
That aren't,
they start filming.
So weird, yeah.
Those guys
had this
start filming
conversation
before they even do get their topic.
Right.
Yes,
right.
that's true. That is true.
And not only that, I think and at the end of the day, I don't care, right? We talked about this with my team and stuff. We didn't go into it for awards or any of those types of things. This was a challenge for myself as a filmmaker to be able to make something coherent and interesting and all that type of stuff within the 48 hours. But also too, I just think that, if you're going to do that type of stuff, put thousands of dollars into a 48-hour film festival, that's fine and stuff, but I think you're missing the entire point. If you're going to do that, do that.
If you want to be professional, but if you're too uptight, also,
right,
then you're missing the point of the 48-hour film festival.
Exactly. Why not do that with an actual film? You can put $10,000 into it. Do these.
Yeah,
I
don't see how you're challenging yourself by doing.
You're not.
I don't see how you're taking a risk.
I love how this turned into a 48-hour film festival.
Yeah,
you can be prepared all you want in making a film, and you're never going to be prepared, and trying to be overly prepared sometimes screws you up. Being ill-prepared is what gives you pressure. I mean, shoot, Sam Raimi made a career out of it, right? For having nothing, they did a lot with nothing, and that pressure and that pain and that exhaustion is what made the Evil Dead franchise. So, in general, I think low-budget filmmaking, the key to that is kind of suffering and stressing out.
Absolutely. And there's always, even though it may not be 48 hours, there's always going to be deadlines. There's always going to be these types of things and stuff. For me, the biggest, experience and takeaway is, just it's kind of weird. Within the 48 hours, it's a kind of an impossible task, but at the same time, like I said, it's a challenge to yourself as a filmmaker to really do something. Like for us, our thing we didn't have a lot of money. We didn't have a lot of equipment. We didn't have a lot of this. So our whole thing was the actors. We focused on the actors and the story and the characters and what was going to make that emotional and come through the screen and that type of stuff. And that's what we went with. And I think that's a big part of filmmaking that's been forgotten because of all the big equipment and drones and cranes and this and that.
Everybody wants to be flashy and have a good-looking film, which is fine. But if the story and characters aren't good, that's only going to carry you so far. Marvel! Anyway.
Exactly. And so for me, that was the big thing. I loved being able to, our team was so incredibly collaborative. The whole point was we were writing and I was calling the actors as we were writing, getting their opinions on their characters and these types of things, letting them know the story. And we made it, emotional and we made it about the story and their performances. So yeah, the actors absolutely brought their all and gave some incredible performances, especially with that's the other thing. I think people went ambitious with the visuals and expense and all these, and we went ambitious with the story and trying to tell a very, very emotional story in 7 minutes. So.
There's only so many over-the-head drone shots I can see without puking. Let's be honest, 80%, if not more, of Tubi movies open up with an aerial drone shot.
Right.
That is the most basic ass bitch thing you can do right now as a filmmaker, and you all think, oh look, this is gonna be the opening shot, so beautiful, these great opening credits, and then the rest of the film, once they cut to ground, looks like shit.
Yes,
it's not
exactly.
consistent. It is what I say is the Ed Wood School filmmaking, which is like what Rosales said. They shoot a bunch of shit they don't know what they're going to use for, and they're like, we'll make it work later in story.
Well, but also too, right? That's the thing. You want to shoot as much. Like, I'll be honest. So the whole
True.
3/8 is
yes.
you got to. It's got to be 7 minutes. Our first cut was 15 minutes long. And we had to, that's also part of the, like, and what I love about this competition is true filmmaking is you're improvising the whole way through. Shit happened on every type of set, and it's about how do you figure out a way around it that is creative and unique and still gets the story told the way that you want it. And for me, I feel like I accomplished all of those things. We had a lot of hiccups, but we also had a lot of, like, really good things happen. We didn't expect to have 2 cameras. We ended up having 2 cameras. We didn't expect to have a dolly. We had a dolly. We also had the edit.
Dolly.
We also got the edit corrupted at midnight and had to restart the edit.
That is the worst feeling ever.
But also, it's weird because even talking with the editors and stuff like that, like, we felt like we got a better edit out of that even still, because we had already gone through a lot of footage and had this point, and we knew what we wanted and where to change things and do these types of things. But we had a lot of hiccups. We had we had to cut some a character out pretty much, and all these other things, and it was a lot.
For the better.
But still.
See, this is the thing about filmmaking that I hope young people aren't put off by, because it's really the fun part, in my opinion, which is there's 3 stages, right? There's the script, which has multiple drafts, right? That script may or may not be identical to what you shoot. Everything changes if you are a good collaborator filmmaker. You're willing to let things go, and sometimes it's all the better for it. And then there's the editing process, which changes the film again.
And it really did.
Also, writers on the set. So
absolutely.
If something isn't working, they'll have the writer knock something out.
Sure.
Speaking of knocking something
out, I had my
script
supervisor on set the whole time, just like you said, and we were able to change it, and the story did change exactly like you said, Joker. It changed exactly in the edit, and
that's the fun part.
And it was for the better. We ended up. I feel like it's far.
And
more
here's the thing: never be discouraged, Austin. If you have to reshoot stuff, some's corrupted. I've realized it's stressful. It pisses me off. But when you reshoot, you almost get even better takes the second.
It's true. The only thing about this, and that, like, even talking to the actors, everybody, like, it's when we show it, and we are going to do an extended edit and cut and everything after the competition is over. But, this cut, we're explaining to people, like, we couldn't reshoot. We couldn't do, there were things that went where, the whole opening scene that we did, that we tried to do, a lot of it was out of focus and things. We had to cut a lot of things, and it was just, so that's the other thing is, if I could reshoot and do all these things, absolutely I would.
Sometimes there's a charm into that roughness, though.
I hope so. I hope so.
Guys just disappeared. Oh, here it is. Chris caught camera during voter call. You remember I was telling you about the fake call? I clicked on this earlier, and it did just like this. Look at that. It's gone. It is not.
Oh, no.
Whited out. So, I mean, I don't know what's going on. And, who cares what she's wearing? She's not voting for Trump. That's not what that means. That's like if I wear a San Antonio shirt, people think I'm from San Antonio, like it's some sort of label. Like I got to identify myself outside of the city. But this,
I could say.
And real quick, I do want to say, Aaron, I want to be one of Sam Raimi's extras as well. I would.
Oh, dude, tell me about it, Aaron. Absolutely.
I would do anything for that man. I would bring the coffee to people. I would be slave on that set to be on the Sam Raimi set. I don't care. I would love that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's about to make
his
new movies right now, so yeah. Yep, it could happen.
I did.
So here's your split screen Joker between the two parties,
nice.
And I'll let you guess which one's dancing.
Trust me, I know, because these people right here on the right, Mason and I were watching earlier, and they were up on stage singing in black choir, singing and like it was like Sunday morning service. and I said, "Hey Mason, you want to guess what this one? Who they're up there for? Because I guarantee you this isn't the Trump one." And I was just like, "It's insane to me, like how people will." I mean, listen, we can talk about showboating, but I mean, the people follow showboat too.
After midnight, it's just going to be like, it's going to do this.
It'll swap. It might. It really might. It might be like that again, where you'll hear a bunch of screaming on one end, and then a bunch of dancing and throwing bras and stuff. All the middle-aged women are going to throw their bras.
On either side, you're going to see a woman grasp her husband and just
cry. Yes, like it's the worst thing that ever happened to her. And I'm like, grow up. There's 4 years after that. Like,
we're going into World War III.
Yeah, we're gonna die. There may not be a United States of America tomorrow. I'm moving to Canada, and then she never leaves.
Just
like,
like
God,
Elon
please.
Musk did. It's like Elon Musk did.
Yes.
This is our last election.
The Canary Islands,
the last election.
They all do it. For buzzwords.
Yeah, dude. That whole thing with Joe Rogan and Elon Musk. That's another thing that I'm like, dude, you're so brainwashed at this
desperation.
point. He's literally sitting there going, smoking a cigar.
It's desperation.
It's the last election.
I mean, he is high, so we'll give him that. But it's desperation. It is buzzword desperation to push out there so you can get your fans to go out and vote for what you want to win. Everybody, all these celebrities do it. By the way, kudos to Chris Pratt for not doing that. I know they're giving him a lot of shit online, and let's be fair. The people who didn't like Chris Pratt because he goes to an anti-gay church, which isn't fact anyway, are already mad at him. But kudos for Chris Pratt to say, hey, no matter the outcome, let's still contact people who are upset. I think it's fantastic. That's what I want to see more from Hollywood. When people are talking about how Hollywood should shut up about politics, yes, they should. When they are trying to preach to their demographic to vote for what they want to win, and especially if they're ill-educated on it, they most certainly should. But when it comes to something like this, when they are talking about uniting people and actually still finding common ground and being, normal adults and having discussions with people in opposition, that is what I want to see from celebrities from now on. That is absolutely that's not going to make me angry. That's exactly what should be said. You say that and you leave it alone. Bruce Campbell got shit for not talking about it, and he said, listen, I don't like to talk about politics, but and then he came out and basically said a very middle of the road approach to what he thinks needs to be done with politics, and then left at that. He was done. Like the people want to drag the people they think voted for Trump in to get their opinion. Hey, you better have voted for Trump. Hey, you better have voted for Kamala. I see it in the comment section. Hey, you seem like you're a Trump guy. Wink, wink. Did you vote for? And they're trying to get an answer out of them. Like, that's not their.
Or
you don't even know.
A friend of ours talked about like how there's this intimidation going on from both parties right now. Where even in the ads, they're going like the ads are saying like, you can look up. It doesn't say who you voted for, but people can look up if you voted.
Right.
And it's like that intimidation of like that pressure.
You better make sure you didn't vote for the wrong side of history, because if they were to know, they might treat you differently, and you may not be accepted in this weird group cult that we call the people on the right side, whatever that means.
I'll tell you something interesting. Yeah. When I went out to vote, and I voted early, and I got my ballot, and I looked down at it, it said my name, and it had my proof of identification, and it also said unaffiliated with any party. Which means that every single ballot in Texas is going in with an affiliation on the ballot.
Mm-hmm.
So you vote, you're also telling them which party you're a part of, despite what you vote. One of Ted Cruz's big worries was that people were going to vote Trump and then do willy-nilly stuff and not vote straight party ticket.
Right.
So.
He won, so he should.
You may have voted for Trump and then Colin Allred.
Cruz won,
right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he secured his Senate seat back.
I think the advantage of having something like that is if you have like for instance, you have somebody like me that let's say they come up to me, they're like, "Hey Tim, you typically are a right-leaning voter. We know you're registered, whatever, Republican, whatever the case may be." And then they see that I go and vote blue instead. That's pretty cool because they have that on record now. Oh, this person typically was a right-leaning. They went left. Why? These numbers have drastically. They can see how many people switched, and that is a wake-up call too. I think Austin and I talked about this. The wake-up call of switching parties, or even not voting for either party and voting for the independent or voting for somebody a random. Is it also a wake-up call? People say it doesn't matter, but it really should.
That's interesting, and I'll just be honest. Right. I didn't even realize it. I guess this was back from 2016 when the last time that I voted was. I am a registered Republican.
Okay.
So today, I voted blue as a registered Republican.
Right.
Well, hey, that's fine.
Yeah, that's hilarious. That means that you can officially take a shot at some politicians.
Yeah.
I did want to real quick, Joker. I think you made a great point with Chris Pratt here. In that he said he urges Americans to support each other after the election. Check in with your neighbors, especially if they voted for the other guy or girl. How do we become a nation of honorable winners and graceful losers? It starts with remembering no matter who wins or loses, there are still going to be people who need help in this country. Find them. Be of service. Our strength lies in our people who step across the political aisle, not just with the handshake of a good sportsman, but a helping hand to anyone in need. And everything else he says, I completely agree. But I also take pride in that. I hope that's what this podcast has been, in that, again, we've disagreed and all these types of things, but we agree we're all Americans, and at the end of the day, no matter who wins or loses, that part of crossing the aisle and reaching out to the other side.
He has said stuff that honestly shocked me, Austin. I honestly expected more right-wing rhetoric, but we didn't get the the typical. We didn't get the Zachary Levi thing. What we got was even though we know he's right leaning or whatever you want to say, we didn't get
Zachary Levi.
Right. Listen, I love Zach. I like him. I like him typically as an actor and as a person. And here's to be fair, I don't have a problem with him having his opinions on who he thinks should. The problem is, if I have a problem with the left, like Mark Hamill being an idiot and being a simp for the left, I'm going to have a problem with him doing the same fucking thing. It's just, I'm sorry, I'm going to be consistent on that. You're both doing the same crap. You maybe one is being less aggressive about it than the other in other ways, but we all know which one does. But they both are sucking the teat of their candidate. And so in general, I love when I see finally a celebrity do this and say, listen, guys, wake up. And he is saying stuff that military guys, my father would have said something like this. We have more service to do, no matter who wins, after this for our country. You don't just stop and then just say, oh, just wait till the next election. There's other things you can do, and part of that is helping the rest of the people around you that you live by. Sorry, get out of your house. COVID is over. Stop being a little wimpy simp. Get out of the house. Socialize with your community. And get out there, and if you really want to make a change, then go and physically go make a change. Voting is not the only way to do that.
Yes,
exactly.
100%.
Otherwise, bow down to dictator Trump and shut the fuck up.
I do have to shout out Aaron, who made a great point here. I'm so proud of Chris Hemsworth for not getting involved in Who America Votes For. He stayed out, unlike the British guy who plays Jarvis.
Yeah.
No.
Very good point. There.
He did. Oh no. What did he say? Oh dear God.
I'm sure he went. He's owned by Disney, so I wonder who he said he was voting for.
Well, he started off by saying he was ashamed of being white.
Oh. So I'm surprised Paul Bettany even showed up to do that. I'm surprised he wasn't with Johnny Depp doing coke.
Well, doesn't he have the most beautiful wife on the planet? Does he need to complain about anything?
Aaron also said on Australia's TV, Kamala's camp isn't looking happy.
No, they're not. Let me speak of that, because she said that. I just want to let you know, because that's a great little segue. There are reports that she has not shown up at her camp yet, and people are kind of getting a little restless, wondering where she is here. Also, there is only, out of like this fucking 10 news channels that I just went through on my cable here, only 2 of them, unless it just changed now, had Kamala breaking 200. Everybody else had her at 189 to Trump's 230. And
Fox has
only
her at
Fox,
216.
Yes, insanely, Fox and Newsmax has her in the 200s. Those are like the only two states. But if you go to CNN, I'm pretty sure they have her in the.
They got her at 182,
which is weird because Fox isn't really that nice to her, and CNN isn't that nice to
I was
him,
going to say,
so-
I never thought I'd see the day where Fox is basically saying, yeah, it might go to her, and CNN over the last few years has said, yeah, we need to lay off the whole Trump crap.
Yeah.
Never thought I'd see those two things happen.
I agree.
Well, it looks
Aaron
like
said,
What a timeline.
I've liked
Right.
Chris Pratt since his days in the OC.
Yeah.
Florida voted against weed. Well, fuck Florida. We all want Florida.
Yeah,
Just
that's
have
what I said.
Florida doesn't need to worry about weed. Okay, that's the last thing they're worried.
They have
They
plenty
got
of other
Trump
drugs,
and
let's be
fentanyl
honest.
and-
Let's just
yeah.
say Florida man is going to be very healthy for a while.
Have we
don't
not
to worry
seen
about
the
that.
meth increase and everything? To be fair, everything's
Florida-
underwater right now, so they have other problems to deal with.
Florida gave us the fucking pod, laundry detergent pod epidemic that we had.
Pods. Yeah.
Tide Pod.
Yeah.
And they also
Fuck
gave
Florida.
us Flocka. You guys remember Flocka?
You asked me what I thought of
Florida.
Ron DeSantis. Fuck him and fuck Florida.
You guys remember that?
All
fucking
Ron.
Val-
Florida
Val-
man accidentally votes
I
against
do-
marijuana.
Oh, God.
Accident, yeah.
Isn't Florida also the first to also do the smelling the salts thing and then eating people
Bath
like
salts.
zombies?
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
Val-
that's
all
Flocka.
there.
That's Flocka.
Bro.
They have Florida as Rosales had an entire segment on his show on if it was in Florida. Like there is so much content from Florida alone of the insanity. Like, listen, California. I say my crap about California. California is nuts, but Florida, let me tell you, those two should have a reality show.
Oh, no. Well,
Be a fuckery.
I can tell you, Rachel Maddow's not happy as she is not on the air on MSNBC right now.
Of course. When is Rachel Maddow happy though?
Oh, I
God.
did want to bring up something about that Chris Pratt thing. I think it's sad that someone on the outside in Hollywood has to come out and say something like that, and not the people
Right.
in our office. I think it's
Oh.
ridiculous how
Yes.
people in our office do not share the same mindset. I mean, hey, if both of these candidates came out and said something like that,
Yes.
today, I would fucking be all for it. But they'll never do it, especially Trump. But my God, like it's so fucking weird to me that we're in this state of reality. That, and regardless of what he said, I agree with it, and I think it's really sentimental, and everyone should follow that. But in reality, nobody's following that. Everybody's gonna fucking be at work tomorrow, fucking gloating and fucking,
But
fucking
see,
sucking
that's
all
what I
the-
mean. It's
Oh,
what
yeah.
you just said, Bradley, is right on the money. Though
These are
the
never
party,
gonna
those
do the
parties
others.
will never do that. They will never admit to that. And there's a reason why. It's kind of smart, but also stupid. It's because they know they'll lose that demographic of devout followers. If you and anything to prove it, if you look down in that Chris Pratt variety thing, the comments down there are almost similar to the comments you would see of Sony PlayStation versus Xbox fanboy console lovers. It's like watching people lose their minds over being devout followers over a freaking console and not looking at the functionalities of which is better. It's, just talking about that. They're talking about brand. This brand is better because it is. Without talk, it's like without talk. It's like talking about a candidate without the policy. It's bullshit, and and if you look at that comment section, it's you kind of lose faith in humanity because there are people in there that are like, well, he should have been more into preaching about it should have been Trump, or he should have been more Kamala, and I'm like, wait a minute. Aren't you the same people that lambast celebrities for being pro whatever, like leaning into it and preaching about it? And then all of a sudden, when somebody is in the middle of the road saying, I don't care who wins, but we still need to be brothers and sisters with each other, you rag on him for that. And I think realistically, those are the people, those Kamala and Trump lovers that are in there saying that, those are the people that they would lose if they said what you were saying, Brad. Like, they would lose those people, and they know they would lose them, and that's why they're not saying it. So
You're even
not
having
only that-
people like, real quick, just I want to say, because Bob and I talk about these guys a lot. You even have people like the Cranston brothers are saying it's becoming more evident that Trump will win.
God.
America spoke. I may not like the outcome, but that's what America is about. Democracy is what's the most important thing here. We hope we can unify
They
as a
don't
nation.
expect her to show up at the rally to speak.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Can't wait for GTA 6, which is based in Florida. Me too.
Right? I can't wait till the flooding, the new functionality of flooding is a thing in the new.
Hurricanes, you know, you got to worry about that.
It's gonna be great.
That would be absolutely amazing. If
It's going to be a bunch of black people and white people twerking with their asses hanging out on cars underwater. That's Florida.
Cubans and Cubans.
Yep, and Cubans.
Yeah. And Sicilians.
Yeah, I'm sitting here watching MSNBC that is literally sucked her asshole for the 100 days that she was in this fucking race, and they don't have her breaking 200 yet. I don't know what's going on. Why CNN would have her at like 211, 216, where he's like 230 something.
Right.
All these have been weird all day, like since I've been watching like just regular cable news. But it's just weird, very weird.
I've looked at CNN the past hour or so, and it stayed that same number. Those two numbers have stayed the exact same for like an hour. It's like, what the fuck?
You know, for Obama's second.
So far, breaking news: Republicans have won control of the Senate.
Yes.
Yeah, I figured that was.
I'm pretty sure they're probably gonna get the House as
42 Democrats, 51 Republicans.
Cole, how dare you?
186 to 54. They have them up in the House race as well.
Let's see. Cole said, "I just lost, and Trump's orange face was too hot."
No Nut November, man.
Dear God.
Listen,
it's horrifying.
Listen, I'll tell you what. To talk about something with Donnie T here, because we were definitely talking, as you guys mentioned, like his revenge tour and stuff like that. This is what I think, because I think we could all agree that he is a very egotistical guy. I think we can all agree that he probably cares, not values, but cares about what other people think about him to a degree, whether he acts like he doesn't or not, because even though his actions sometimes show that he does, when he says that it doesn't, you can obviously tell. Yeah. But you could call me crazy here, but I'm thinking that at this point in time, you know, if this guy isn't the devil, if he's not what everybody claims that he is, I think that he would be way too concerned with his legacy as how he leaves the presidency, as opposed to worrying too much about everybody else. And the reason I say that is only because I think the people around him, if like people like Vivek, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, honestly, hey, you could laugh, but
no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I laughed at this.
Okay, you're fine. My bad. Well, fuck you.
And so will his followers.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. But I mean, no, like I think like this win right here, if he completes this, because now MSNBC did just update for me, and they got her at 189 still, and he just jumped to 246.
Wow.
Okay, so
why is Fox and NBC and CNN so far off on their?
Dude, even look at your local channels. I guarantee you they're off as well, because my local news channels are off. But I think
somebody's getting the pre-numbers.
Well,
sure.
the last...
That's what somebody is.
Yeah. The last number I've looked at that was updated 1 minute ago was 210, 230. It's the last.
Aaron, I'm not sure about the House. Does anybody have any updates on the House?
Yes. Right now, Republicans are
187
to 155, so they're looking like they're going to win.
And see, that's another thing that I'm sorry. I don't think we should have a House and Senate that is both Republican. Just like I don't think it shouldn't be both Democrat, as it has been for a little bit. That's not the purpose of the House and the Senate. So
yeah, but in this climate, you'd never get anything done.
Instead of Republican?
I think it should be bipartisan.
Well, that's not bipartisan. If the White House has the Republicans and the House and the Senate are both Democrat. There's nothing going to happen.
We're looking at now a House, Senate, and Republican.
He's saying that both of them should be down the middle with the numbers, so they can actually equally discuss and fight about these issues.
Fair vote.
Yeah, down the middle. Which I agree, because to me personally, like I said, the more centrist we get, the better. But
no, this way we get to find out who the rats are, because you got your crazy diehards like your I'm not going to say Tulsi Gabbard, but who's the one? The space lasers, the Jewish space lasers.
Oh, that's what's her name? Marjorie
Yeah.
Taylor Greene. She won her re-election as well, by the way.
Oh, God.
You got these true believers in there that'll do anything the Messiah says, and then you have the rhinos that are going to expose themselves because they're going to undercut everything and work with the Democrats across the aisle, wink, 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 and sabotage everything. So we'll be able to see who's playing both sides of the coin. You know, it makes it a whole lot easier when he's got full control to see which ones are the alien beasts pretending to be human.
Well, I don't think
I don't know that that's necessarily true, because what does that mean for people like Mitt Romney?
That's why he fired 9
and people like his cabinet and his staff who all left him and said, because we left him because of the Constitution. He wanted to do these things. He wanted these loyalist contracts. He wanted all of these other things that they felt were going against the Constitution. Mitt Romney, a longtime Republican, and all these other things.
Mitt Romney became Republican because he couldn't get elected as a Democrat. Mitt Romney was talking to
Mitt Romney's a Utah Mormon.
He was talking to Iran behind and Iraq behind Trump's back. So you know these are the things that draw people out to show you that he's in it for himself. Mitt Romney.
Romney's not in politics anymore. How's he in it for himself?
Well, he was back then when he was in politics, is what I'm saying. He
ran for president once. He lost. He stuck around and fought back on Trump's presidency when he was in office, and then he left.
Well, good for him. Why are we talking about that?
I know, fuck Mitt Romney. Nobody cares about Mitt Romney.
No, I think he's a big thing of like what me and Joker and other people were talking about earlier. But yeah, Republicans who have seen this man go and take the party in a direction that is as far left as
being pulled away from them, like Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney is not some.
Even listen. We all, myself, Bill Maher, Stuart, we all go, why Cheney? This is not. Don't bring it.
Well, why? I'll tell you why. This is how dumb they are, and this is why I think she's such a bad candidate. Is because of the fact that she really, I swear, she's less than an empty suit. Okay, if she were to win, this wouldn't be her presidency. It would be everybody that you saw surrogating for her. That's presidency. It would be another Obama administration. It would be another Cheney administration, which is it's the last guy you want anywhere near anything. Did we not learn once before? Like, fool me once, fool me again. The fool can't fool me, or whatever the fuck George.
Cheney couldn't even handle a shotgun.
Yeah, he was shooting fucking quail, thinking that his friend's face was a bird. Like,
he you know what? He put that guy in his place. All right, that guy was not going to talk ever again.
He was not. Yeah, he didn't do much of anything again. I'm sure, probably.
It's like my fucking grandfather throwing dynamite while we go fishing. He's lost his mind.
But it's just so weird to me.
The donors.
Yes.
Somebody shoots you in the face. It is not an accident. I'm sorry.
Right?
With a hunting party where everybody's wearing orange.
When you're quail hunting.
Elon Musk just tweeted this. Let that sink in. Him in the Oval Office with the sink. His obvious dying for a cabinet position.
He's holding the sink?
What do you mean? He's not dying. He's getting one. There's no dying for it. It's a done deal. If he wins, it's a done deal. And here's what's going to happen, and I hope it does. I really hope it does. I do want a Department of Government Efficiency. I do.
Guess what? I would say the same thing if he would have been as willing to do it for a Kamala presidency, but he wasn't. So I don't see the true genuineness there.
But you're telling me Mark Cuban, who had to be told to shut the fuck up, was genuine?
Mark Cuban helped during Trump's presidency and he stated time and time again during this that if Trump wins and Trump comes to him asking for help, he'll be there.
Where is he now?
Hear the same. What do you mean? Where is he now?
Here
Where
we
is he
go.
now?
There we
Not
go.
saying a word.
Here
Oh,
we
she
go.
showed up?
Austin, it's the other way around. Like you predicted it one way, and I said it was going to go this way. Election day unrest as Seattle PD arrests Antifa protesters. So this is what's going to happen.
There's going to happen extremists on both sides. I always said it's going to happen on both sides.
Not fine people on both sides. Don't pull a Trump.
There's going to be extremists on both sides. It happens every election. It happened when Hillary lost. That extremist leftists rioted and did the whole thing and stuff.
Depending on the outcome or the close the outcome, absolutely, they will all do it. They will. All
it happened in 2020 when Trump lost and
Trump's
Republicans rioted and claimed fraud and all this stuff. So it's going to happen on both sides. I always knew that was going to happen. I don't associate with those people. I don't claim those people. I completely disagree. And
they all showed their true cards that they all are the very people they pointed the fingers laughing at, saying, look at them being so ridiculous and over the top, all over a loss. Well, we got the candidate we wanted, and then meanwhile, those cards, that table turns, and then they're in their shoes, and they do the same stuff.
Break this
and that's why all these people are a joke to me.
That Seattle does not want a second summer of love, that they are out there. They are not going to do anything.
Armageddon out there.
I'll never forget how depressing it was going down to Old Town Sacramento and seeing all these businesses boarded up that were beautiful businesses, beautiful family-owned businesses that have been there for generations. Just destroyed just because.
Was that during the Black Lives Matter thing, or was that that
COVID? Was during all of that? Yeah,
they still didn't fix it.
Yep.
You still can't.
Well, there's still businesses in New York that aren't even running now that can't. That have been around 30, 40 years that are black-owned businesses, by the way, mind you, burned by black people in those cities that can now not afford to reopen, that are boarded up in New York, like we were talking about with Friends. They don't exist anymore.
Thanks, Democrats.
I do agree with somebody that put on Twitter. I agree. The two-party system is part of the problem.
Yes.
100%.
These are the two parties for me. Listen, I'm not saying the entire party as a whole is full of extremists. There obviously, when you have extremists, they're going to be in every group. This is in every religion, every coordinated group, every cult, whatever the case may be. You're always going to have people that join the group and poison the well, right? We talk about this.
They're leaving the campaign. They're leaving. They're not even going to stick around.
Oh, yeah, I'm watching that on MSNBC right now.
I wonder if somebody called in a food truck and they said, we got to go eat.
Yeah.
They said Trump was going to speak.
Oh, no.
Wow.
No, I mean here at the Harris campaign. And so now they're leaving.
Fox News still has it at 2:16:32. 2:32.
Oh, man.
What are these guys with rainbow hats? What the fuck is happening?
Cenk Uygur has to be losing his fucking mind again.
Aaron says both the Harris and Trump camps are not happy.
Both of them. Oh no! What's going on with Donnie Tees? What are they doing over there?
I'm sure he's
aren't they over there taking selfies? Oh, they're over there dancing.
Partying. Yeah, we're partying. We're dancing.
Well, but to be fair, the camera is focusing on the ones that are happy. Pull out what's going on in the other end of the non-VIP party room. What's happening? I want to know.
Where's the other 100,000 square feet of space in that room?
Where's the wide shots? Okay, we're dancing at another white lady dancing. I get it. All right, get to the back. What are these people doing? So we have we have all the press in the front acting like robots, and then the other one's dancing in the back. And then we got the moms. These are the women, by the way, that I said we're going to throw their bras if he wins because they're completely psychotic. And they want to do Donnie T.
And chilling.
If there's ever the biggest group of lemmings of human beings, it's these two screens I've ever seen. Let's follow. We gotta go.
Cringe dancing. Kill yourself, please.
Whoa! For Arizona. That's kind of surprising. Tight, 49 and 49.
Yeah,
Arizona's really close right now.
The popular is at 46 to 52.
I have a hunch he'll get Arizona though, which is crazy.
I would be surprised because, like I said, I had a friend canvassing in Arizona, and he was saying it was mostly
Mason
Trump.
called it too. He said Arizona's Trump, so he thinks so.
Wow.
I would assume. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, Ohio stayed blue today.
She will speak
Michigan
to her lawyer.
swapped again. Michigan swapped again. So that
So-
was pretty crazy and clear. Right?
Do you think Musk won the election for Trump?
No. No,
That he
because
what?
A lot of people
Twitter
on
does not
Twitter
have the
say,
influence everybody says that it does. Twitter does not have the influence it says it does, and it's just
despite what Elon says, where he says it's number one.
It doesn't make cinemas any money. It doesn't make Musk any money.
look, you have a lot of people saying from both sides. I'm being honest. I'm looking at both sides right now. Both sides are both saying that Musk had a big part in winning this election.
I don't care what he smells like.
I mean,
Yeah,
he manipulated the stock market, so it would be easy for him to manipulate.
So somebody said this. Yes, the problem though isn't Musk, but that the fact Musk was able to take advantage of the laws and his wealth to get here.
He's a capitalist. That's what all capitalists do, and that's the
Well,
matter
my
of fact. That's what
interesting
all
thing-
politicians do. They take advantage of the law.
The interesting thing about the Elon Musk Trump collab is his vice president is completely against big tech companies, which
Right.
you should tell him. Somebody should tell him. That's going to be an interesting thing.
No, I think it's a smart thing to have somebody who will tell you, smartly, be wary of people who make billions of dollars.
Trump won't listen to him.
Yeah, no,
JD
he doesn't.
Vance
He's listening to
JD
somebody though, because his campaign
He won't
has
listen to JD.
changed.
I don't think
But
he'll listen
he
to
has
JD.
To be fair, Twitter's
he
an
has
independent
listened to
company
people.
too.
That's the whole
just
thing,
FYI.
and that's why he's winning this race, because he has listened to people.
Yeah,
The
and
one
most of those
person he
people have
listened
told
to
him
the-
to lean into the extremist retards that are just fucking.
But I
crying about
don't
the-
think getting
I'm not
Elon
talking
Musk
to the
or
general
Tulsi
public.
Gabbard.
I'm talking to the extremist retards out there.
Yeah.
To go
I don't
vote.
think he's going for them. Like that's nowhere near these are extremist picks. Not even JD Vance is that even far from it.
Well, let's be fair. Let's be fair, Bob. The stuff that he is pushing, now caters to not only the extremists but also the devout followers that aren't extremists that will wear the MAGA hats 24/7 and put the Trump 2024 flags on their trucks, which, by the way, happens every freaking day over here. All right, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like they and some of those people have gone to extremes, and other people have stayed in the neutral. But those people, when he is doing what he is doing with this particular strategy, I think very much what he is doing is catering to both of those demographics, and whatever happens. It's whatever. I don't have to deal as long as they vote me in. I don't have to deal with it until it gets really crazy. If it becomes Black Lives Matter 2.0, then I'll address it. Right. Really, realistically, do you think he really cares as long as he gets voted in?
I do. I honestly do, because as I was saying, I think he's way too egotistical not to not care what kind of presidential legacy he leaves.
Yeah, but
Because
those
he-
extremists are what those extremists did vote him in the last two times. You know what I mean? Those people voted for him. Whether you whether you agree with what they're doing or not, those people did vote for him, right? So
I'm sure extremists voted for him.
Right,
But I mean, you could also assume that extremists voted for Democrats as well.
absolutely,
Yeah, so,
but
I mean, I don't think there's like
they
a
do
mass
have an
majority
effect.
of them more on this side. Oh,
Yeah,
of
but
course,
they're
but I don't
down
think they
to
have any more of an
extremists.
effect. No.
I think, unfortunately, because we have so many naive young people who will believe anything to be part of a group that do want to be extreme and are told that they are allowed to be extreme when they have
very
literal
much on
politicians in cities saying, go out there, make a riot, stir up a storm, get violent, like literally preaching it on, which is insane. On the left and the right,
People like Charlie
I
Kirk and
think
these
that is
other
very
people-
influential for young kids, in my opinion.
People like Charlie Kirk and all these other people, especially at Turning Point, especially for young Christian kids. And
Charlie Kirk is
let
an
me,
adult.
let me tell you something.
True.
Yes, but also he has a lot of, like Joe was saying, a lot of influence on the youth and that type.
Rosales, you and I know he's an idiot. I know Ben Shapiro's a freaking moron too. But let's be honest, these people have followings, and those people, to them, they could do no wrong. As much as we have the common sense to know that they are either bad, dumb, or don't really know what they're talking about, Let's be fair. How many people didn't know Steven Crowder didn't know what the fuck he was talking about for so long, and now, of course, that got exposed.
Look at Turning Point USA and what Charlie Kirk runs, and the whole youth that is behind that. It's a whole. Yeah, go ahead.
It reminds me of an evangelical church, is what that does.
Andrew
Tate. But no, that's a cult.
He's running revivals, is what I'm saying. He's running revivals. He's taking people's money. He's preaching all this extremist stuff, and he's an idiot. Doesn't really know half of what he's talking about.
Right. Well, let's be fair. Grace Randolph doesn't know what she's talking about, but she has subscribers. Go ahead, Brad. Go ahead. I want to hear what you say.
No, I was saying Andrew Tate. Like, Andrew Tate's a perfect example of that.
Absolutely.
Like, he's a fucking man in his 40s or whatever. Like,
Fusi
it doesn't matter how old he is. It's his demographic that matters.
I can all these people are morons, right? They're all on Kick or have been kicked off Kick for being idiots. They made millions of dollars being morons and gaining a following. Mr. Beast said it himself, and I quote, "It's not so much about the money and the sponsorships as it is the brand loyalty. My brand and pushing into the youth of America is exactly what gets the loyalty." And he's absolutely right. That's why he is getting the supreme loyalty that he has, and those people can be complete morons, do horrible things to people who didn't deserve it, and at the end of the day they will still get support no matter what from blind young people who want to believe that they aren't in fact that, or ignorance is bliss, right? I don't need to know. There are people out there that are still supporting Diddy.
Right, yeah.
Evidence is overwhelming.
And I can tell you this, Paul. He may build the wall. Mexico ain't paying for it.
Right. Not this
but
time.
He's good. But I'll tell you, he may finish on his promise. I'm building the wall. I don't see him.
Kamala wants to build a wall too, so I think we're getting a wall either way.
Yeah, we're gonna wall.
Did she, Rosales? Because you know what? She wouldn't fucking answer if she wanted to really build it, or if she was really behind it, or flip flopped on calling it a fucking racist wall. This is again why it's.
Well, now that she had it in her, but Bob, she had them in her backyard, so now she wants to build.
Let's be perfectly clear, okay? When we're talking about the wall, and again, Chicago red brick is very rare.
One thing I want to bring up with the wall too, but a wall is a wall, right?
Right.
People can.
I've seen people climb the wall.
You can get up the
I've
wall.
watched it.
The wall is not the problem. Okay.
And I want to just also. I'm just going to interview on this one point. Mexicans will climb anything. I can make that joke because I'm Mexican.
Yeah.
We will climb. We'll find a way.
Yeah.
If there's spikes on the end, if it's an electricity thing, we will fucking.
I climbed a little white lady at Black Friday for a towel. I can do it.
I'm telling you.
Let's be realistic.
This little. I've watched this.
Been really
people literally scaled this wall. Just like
absolutely.
Easily. So
I hate to tell you, boys, but you're going to be testing out your climbing skills pretty fucking soon.
Oh, God.
Well, realistically, a fucking wall. How much is a wall realistically going to bring down illegal immigrants coming to our country? Mm-hmm. You think I don't think it's going to be like.
It will slow down, but I think security and proper things, absolutely. Yeah, I think.
Which is why the
security
big
stuff
thing
increased would be better.
The big thing was the border bill, which increased the security and did all of those types.
I mean, he did build. Let's be fair. He did build the wall. The wall was built. There is that vented wall. People climb it, and then they get literally tossed back over or tased or shot at or whatever, right? When they literally are walking down and the trucks are already there. It just slows them down and they're like, gotcha, bye.
Right.
Here's the real problem is that they are processed when they come in, not as in getting deported, but as in given everything that they need to fill out the forms, to say that they are here. They were in danger and they're fleeing their country for that reason. Right. And then they're put on a bus. If they're in Florida, they get flown to Chicago.
Right.
If they go anywhere else, because
and that's the thing.
They were putting them up in Trump Tower. That's why.
And that's really the thing. We looked at me and Bob looked at this our last stream. We looked at the border bill. Right. This solves a lot of issues. No, it's not. It puts again. They're in a certain asylum for I think it's like 30 days or something like that, as they're reviewed and all that. Like, they're not released out into the public. When they are released out into the public, they're released under watch of a certain.
Yeah, it was giving mass amnesty to 2 million illegals a year.
No, it was not.
Yes, even Fetterman even said so. That's a Democrat, sir.
I like Fetterman, but even
No,
Fetterman.
Fetterman is a better man now that he's got, come out of his stroke.
No, he's still in a coma, bro. That guy is. He needs. You know what I do think is cool? What he did talk about on Rogan's podcast. He has like a special little iPad that he carries with him that gives him like almost like real time closed captions, so he could still follow what people are saying. Because sometimes he just,
There we go.
Just, like,
There's a win
sounds
for the left
amazing.
right there. There's a win for the left. Sarah McBride, first transgender U.S. congressman.
Hey, there you
Oh,
go.
I'm
what?
sorry. Cisgender congressperson.
Openly transgender. Oh, good for her. Him.
Yeah.
Whoever.
Get out.
One of them.
Yeah, exactly. That's
You know,
coming
this
from the
goes on
gays,
to-
by the way.
Well, I hope
Uh,
she should enjoy this win because Trump's gonna fire her as soon as he gets.
You're right.
Yeah.
Cool. It's cool that you're the first transgender person. Also, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
What knowledge do you have? Oh, you're not going to tell me that? You just want to tell me that you're transgender? Get the fuck out. I don't care.
Also, the puppet formerly known as
officially
Pelosi won another term.
Oh God.
Can we get a recount on that? That's rigged. I
Tell
don't
me how
believe-
they're actually having real elections in California so I can have a good laugh.
She can just croak. But
Nancy Pelosi is like,
yeah, she can
I'm
croak.
surprised that her and the Canadians aren't closer friends because of how long she's been in office. Reminds me of some of the Canadian policies over there. People who have been there far too long.
To her benefit, she doesn't put salt on her baby adrenal glands when she eats them. So she goes salt.
At this
She's
point,
like-
they're saying that the only way that she wins is she has to win Pennsylvania. She has to win Nevada. She has-
They call Georgia.
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
Georgia is Trump's. North Carolina's Trump's. PA is too close to call, according to MSNBC. Here.
Georgia is Trump's.
Nevada.
Yep.
Nevada will probably be the fucking second to last.
Damn,
They're
Georgia
fucking-
got. All right.
I'm shocked. Georgia
Look
won
at
Trump.
MSNBC has Georgia for Trump.
Yeah, I'm sure Georgia got a call. I need you to
Because like
find
98%
10,000
in.
votes for me.
I mean,
Black voters came through for Harris.
He-
I'm getting
I mean,
so
it's a-
close
it's
to
a
those
close
white
margin,
pillars
too.
again. I'm getting so close. I miss those white pillars. They're so beautiful. I'm getting
Aaron
so
said
close.
one of our networks here has given up on the coverage and is going to start playing an old episode of Judge Judy.
wait,
Hey, Judge Judy is fired. You know, I watch some
I
Judge
love
Judy right
this.
now.
Enjoy your
MSNBC
television, man.
wait,
That's good news.
Hawaii is like automatically going to Kamala Harris, even though on the graphic it shows
I
that
don't think she's gonna get
0% of
Michigan.
the vote has been counted, but they gave it to her. But okay.
They gave what to her?
We do have
Hawaii?
10 people
Hawaii.
watching. I do want to shout out all 10 people watching. Thank you so much. Say hello in the chat. You know, we're all nice. We won't bite.
Yeah. And if you don't,
Unless-
I'll find you.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
find you.
Alaska
I gotta do
is
this
too
real
early
quick.
to call.
Let me just bring this up real quick. And if you could make it big, I'll play the audio for the Harris campaign.
Mason and I both said it. I don't think she wins Pennsylvania
She's not going to win.
and,
Yeah. I don't think she's going to win this election. I think
in
Trump-
Michigan. I don't think Michigan and
it went
Pennsylvania. I
dark.
don't think.
Oh no.
They went
Maybe.
No
dark.
way they cut off their.
I was gonna make a
no.
joke, but yeah, no.
I think Trump is going to win the election at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of felt that this morning.
I'll be honest. I had thought Kamala was going to come through harder. I'm
Wait, why did the screen go black?
Because they cut the feed.
Wow, the screen is now blacker than Kamala herself. So I guess it all works.
Yes. Yeah.
MSNBC has it at 59 million votes for Kamala, 63 for.
Well, that was my big thing about when we
Popular.
talked about this a few times on the channel with you and Bob is that, yeah, I always thought Trump was going to win just for the mere fact of Kamala is not really a likable personality, which is weird to me that that's a deciding factor whether you vote for someone or not.
Qualified.
Exactly.
I don't give a fuck if you're likable or not. I don't care. Give me your policies. Give me what you want to do. That's all I care about. I don't give a fuck if you're a fucking
I
Hitler
think that did
enthusiast.
have-
That's the problem. She was too late to the game on the policies. She tried to be likable, then she steered to the policies and tried to squeeze in likability, but only towards the end, right? Everything too little, too late.
Yep.
And you tried to blend in and be
Granted.
hip with the kids, and you
And
failed
it's-
at every degree.
And it's like I said too. I think a big part of it was for too long she listened to Pelosi and Schumer and all the other ones that were telling her go on the joy and the Trump is the devil and all this.
Well,
crap.
I'll give her some credit. I'll give her some credit though. She was not originally supposed to be running for president. So if she started from the very beginning campaigning for president, I think it would have been a lot better for her. But the fact that we had Joe Biden, at that fucking ridiculous debate between both of them. That was embarrassing.
That also didn't help Kamala because Kamala was vice president, and the people are saying, "Why aren't you doing these things?" You know what I mean? That doesn't help her either. She's already been here, and then you're asking questions as to why things are being.
I feel like a lot of people, though, asking those questions are, to be honest, just kind of ignorant in politics because. Yes, she's giving certain delegations and certain things to do. But she's not the president. She's not in control. She can't sign things or do these things. Biden can. And not only that, they've always disagreed.
Not according to Biden. Biden said he gave her all the power he had.
Well, I want to be clear about this too.
That's not possible.
Well, I want to be clear about this too. Is vice presidents are puppets.
Thanks, Joe.
They're always puppets.
They're just as puppets and sometimes just like the presidents too. Yeah, everybody has a puppet, right? Like there's.
If you want to talk about what Kamala's done, what did Mike Pence do? So I mean, we can go on this list.
Do you know
what did this vice president do?
Do you know why Kamala was chosen as the vice president? Because it was Biden. They disagreed. She was the woman and president, candidate and all those types of things. It kind of gave that whole, the first woman vice president and all those types of things. We're not. Obviously the woman president yet, but
100% why he chose her because she is a woman of color. Word literally his words.
It should totally work. It's a sure thing, guys. Yeah. It'll totally work. And the only thing that would have given her a triple threat is if she was transgender too. And guess what? It proves that no one really, the majority, don't give a shit. Who knew? Like the woman, color, and gender have nothing to do. That's the thing too. Right, yeah. Like. I think that's the key, and that should be a wake-up call, too. Stop using that as a strategy.
You know what? Reminds me, and the boys, obviously we can talk about the boys in comparisons.
Champ, people with low IQs can't vote, so you don't get a say in this election.
You fuck puppies, Champ.
You're in the same category as felons. You have no right to vote.
Damn, I hear lolly fucking pillow fucker.
Unless you live in Florida, I'm sorry. Then you can vote.
Wow. He's Illinois actually. He's in a blue. Oh. He's in a blue.
Oh. Yeah, fuck you. Then you can't vote.
That was a special. Dick Cheney was not.
Dick Cheney was his own president during that presidency.
Yeah, exactly.
Dick Cheney was the puppet master. If you watch all the movies.
Yeah, he was running that
Christian
show.
Bale.
Bush didn't know what the fuck he was doing.
Hey, phenomenal movie. I love Vice.
Yeah, Cheney was great.
That was a great movie. Yeah, that was a great movie.
Great movie.
But I agree with Aaron. He wasn't a puppet.
Every time I see these politicians try to win a vote by doing this whole spiel about, I did this in my youth and I'm relatable to the lower class and the middle class. And
it was Corn Pop. He was a bad dude.
Yeah, every time I see something, like it reminds me of that scene in The Boys when Homelander is doing a fake tour of his childhood home. He's like, I never seen these pictures in my life. I've never held this in my life.
Baseball.
It's the same fucking thing. It's just, it's so good to me.
That's absolutely what that show's making fun of, and I love it. Like, the campaigning for the public and the reality.
Officially, it's showing that Nevada is leading Donald Trump. Donald Trump at 50%.
I guess you're going red, boys.
Donald Trump at 50%. Kamala Harris at 48%.
How much is reporting?
Is right by that is AP reporting.
No, what is the percentage of votes in for your state?
75%.
Damn.
That's not
damn. There's still time.
Anything could happen.
Champ didn't vote. That's because he couldn't. Because retards can't vote.
Well, to be fair, Champ, I can tell a story. Champ did vote for Trump one year. It was the recent time, and he said his mom lost his shit because they were all voting blue because Illinois, and he basically was like, "Oh no, I'm voting for Trump. I ain't voting for that old bag," and she was like, "What? no son of mine in my house is gonna vote. Basically, I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically how the conversation went. And then he went back down to his anime lolly stuff and went downstairs and said, "Get fucked, slug," and then walked off and said, "Hail Trump." Basically, that's what Champ said.
Okay, this is the type
But
of shit I see on
Champ is the
Twitter.
special type, so he'll go with whatever he
This
sees.
is true.
I just saw something on Twitter that
This
makes
just
me
in from CNN. They're looking back at the 2020 election because those numbers looked better.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Do you want to hear this ridiculous tweet I just read?
Sure, go for it.
America failed women tonight. Trump bullied, assaulted, and stripped reproductive rights away from women all across the country. Instead of standing against it, many voted for it. We have failed our daughters, mothers, and sisters. So, all to my
sounds like
4
good comments.
sisters, I am so sorry. I failed you.
By the way, I just want to
No, I
say that
voted
statement
for
doesn't
Kamala.
make any sense. How did the blue people, if you still voted, you still did your vote, how did you fail and get, listen, you knew there were people, the world was divided here. You knew that was a possibility. And now all of a sudden, now it's, let's shame everybody who, any of my friend group and family group who voted red. And also, let me also, in a way, insult the people who voted blue. They didn't vote and won it hard enough. It's ridiculous.
Exactly.
Babe,
well,
babe, can you please pull this up right now?
Look at this. Joy Reid says it was white women that did it.
oh no, I thought white women wanted abortions like they did. I thought
Of course.
everybody wanted
Here we
abortions.
go.
Everybody
It's
wanted
going to be 2016 all over again, guys.
Babe,
On
babe,
to
I
a
sent
nasty
you a-
degree.
I sent you
What's
a
this
DM on
about
Twitter.
Queen
Can you bring it
Latifah?
up?
What?
I sent you a tweet on Twitter. Can you bring it up? I think
He wants you to
people
project it. We got to
would
see
laugh
this.
at it. We got a certain YouTuber's reaction to the election, the state of the election right now, and I think Joker will get a good kick out of it.
Oh no!
me-
If it's who
Tell
I
me it's
think
who I
it
think it
is,
is. Please tell me it is.
Let me roast the
yeah,
dog.
yeah.
YouTubers react.
Not him. It's not
Oh.
him. It's a much wider person than that.
Oh, no. Boogie.
White dudes for Harris? No way.
Can we hear the audio? I gotta hear this.
I can't believe Trump's actually gonna win this fucking thing. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm so pissed off. Fuck! God damn it. I can't believe Trump's actually gonna win this fucking thing. Oh,
Amazing.
Jesus Christ, I'm so pissed off. Fuck!
White dudes
I-
for Harris shirt. That is so good. That
I
is so
cannot
good.
wait to take this clip and re-edit it for the show and splice the audio. My mother tweeted my temples in that clip. That's amazing.
That is. Oh man.
I love this comparison of Joy Reid and RoboCop.
What?
Oh my God.
Please pull it up. Yeah, please make
Look
that
at that.
big for me, can you?
Look at that.
Blame game is starting.
Oh, absolutely, it's starting.
Champ said, "I'm sorry you weren't allowed to vote after getting criminally charged for touching those puppies."
Allegedly. For legal reasons. Yes, the RoboCop thing is uncanny.
Bob, why are there two of you here?
We have two Bobs. Maybe you lagged out.
Bob is everywhere.
Yeah, bring
Bob?
me back in. Yeah, I'm back. I don't know where. I wanted.
The
to,
hell?
I was saying to make
There's
that big.
two
I
of
was
you,
trying to make
Bob.
it- There's two
Here-
of me.
here
I
we
only
go.
see one of me. Hey.
Hi.
Hello, everybody.
This is the other Bob from Bob. He
Hey,
was
is this-
cloned.
Bob, I think that's
Yeah,
that Nick
hi.
F guy cosplaying as you. It's that Nick F
What a
guy.
fucking
Brother
asshole!
Bob
Get him
and his
out of
other
Even though he
brother
likes
Bob.
me a lot,
The image is
Get him
wrong
outta
for
here.
some reason. The other Bob is actually black. This one's Italian.
Oh, so we're both black.
Exactly. Sicilians.
That's right. We could say all this now since Trump won, because freedom of speech has been
Absolutely.
restored.
We can say whatever the hell we want.
Yes.
So I'm gonna call Austin the S word right live on. I'm just kidding. And to be fair, I would call him that no matter if Trump won or not.
But now it's
Yes.
really okay. Now
Yes.
we can hate. Now we can give out disinformation. Tim Walz molests monkeys. on Monday.
What?
Yeah, it's true. I
Save the
read about
cats
it.
and the dogs too. I don't know. I'm just saying shit right now.
That's right. Thank God, finally, we can finally save the cats and dogs from the Haitians. They can finally get them to stop eating our fuckers.
Can't save them
ladies
from
and
me,
gentlemen,
though.
we do have another guest coming on.
Oh God.
Yes.
Are you gonna
Kamala
sponsor
herself?
one? Do you want me
Is she gonna show up here? Because she certainly ain't
Uh-uh.
showing up at her own rally.
Do you want me to send it to him, babe, or do you want?
Is it Champ?
Yeah,
I
go
haven't
ahead.
got the vaccines yet.
Thank you, Bradley. No, Champ couldn't handle this. We would just all. But
Champ could barely handle my Godzilla stream yesterday.
Gojira.
Wow, that's what you call it.
But he is from another country, so he'll be giving a different perspective.
Oh,
In
tell
a
me we
third
gotta-
world country too.
Oh no,
Great.
we don't invite Canadians here. Sorry, especially
Oh,
ones that
wait,
left
so-
their own trip of Canada. For
Wait,
nothing.
you said a third world country, so we actually got a real life Haitian here. Okay.
Yeah,
bring 'em
actually,
on.
I think if I know the term that Tony said on during the campaign was shithole. Oh, that's right. Yes, trash heap. Sorry, that's where he lives.
You know what-
So Puerto
you know what's
Rican.
funny about that?
Yes.
You know what's funny about that? I was telling Austin how earlier, Joker, you would have gotten a kick out of the fucking people I saw today at the polling station.
Ooh,
Oh my
do
God.
tell.
There was this blue-haired, like 19-year-old fucking face full of piercings. I'm like, I already know who you're voting for.
Oh my.
Cole said,
There was
"Joker, make
someone-
those feminist rage compilation videos like back in 2016." Aaron
Another
said-
one?
And Aaron said, "As a feminist and a new subscriber to the Joker, I'm all for it."
Oh, we'll have fun over there, and trust me, there's some videos. Yes, I sure, why not, Cole? I'll do that all over again. It'll be identical to 2016.
And just so you know, anytime you have a dial that's going to the red, that usually means danger. So,
That's
All I'm
true.
hearing-
Normally that means something's about to explode.
yes.
So
yes,
all I'm hearing in my head right now is the alien spaceship siren. You know,
Yes, exactly. If only we have Sigourney Weaver to blow it out of the airlock.
Ellen, where's Ellen Ripley when we need her? Oh yeah, she's
Yes. Whoops. Thanks, Ridley. Don't worry, Ridley will be back.
Oh yeah, fucked. We're fucked.
All right,
You're
ladies
all
and gentlemen, the Costa Rican is here.
Yeah, you didn't let me use my profile picture I had, though.
Yeah, no, this ain't the Joker's corner. You do that there. This is my fucking channel.
It's just a photo of my prime minister. Is there an issue?
Yeah.
You can't have that photo. That's his natural skin color. You could do that on my show.
That's racist, babe. You're fucking profiling
Right.
it. What are you doing?
You don't like black people on your show, Austin? Doesn't
Hey,
like
that
black people
kind of behavior
confirmed.
is
Yeah,
reserved
there we
for
go.
late
Once
night
again, the
TV talk
tolerant
show
left.
hosts.
So what does your almighty prime minister have to say about this, Cole?
Well, yeah, I made a tweet earlier saying, yeah, this might be bad, but try having Trudeau for 10 years straight.
That's
I
true.
just find this hilarious. You're like, oh man,
I
you know,
think
the last
Trudeau
2
voted
years,
for the other
like
guy.
the last 4 years, we had like 70-year-old or 80-year-old men, and it didn't work out. Shit, how do we fix this? Let's elect another one. There we go.
Right.
And then you're like, yeah, but who are their opponents? These two fucking stupid women.
I will say the best part about Trump winning will be that XQC loses 700 grand. That's the best part of him winning.
Actually, that is amazing. Actually, you know,
Did
XQC has already lost brain cells, so what that 700 grand? Why not?
Please tell he did one of the betting markets and put 700 grand on
Dude,
it.
yeah, he put like 700 grand on there. Yeah.
Oh,
Too bad
what
it's
a
not his
fucking
whole bankroll.
idiot.
Actually,
Trump,
I think it was
breaking
900.
news. Trump wins Battleground State, Idaho.
Oh my God! He got the potatoes, everyone.
Yes.
He got Idaho. That's a
You
massive
silly
battleground.
Irish bastards.
By
Thank you
the
so
way,
much.
I expect somebody by tomorrow morning to make the meme. I want you to make a pile of mashed potatoes and make it to the shape of a Trump head. Do it.
Man, yeah, it's looking like this is going to be a Trump victory.
Wow.
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah.
All right.
And I will say
Well,
this
yeah,
too.
it's over.
I will say this too. As someone
Fox
who
News is
voted
back
for-
to showing commercials.
As someone who voted for Kamala, I think it's important for people to say this. Someone who voted for Kamala, whoever wins, it was a free and fair election.
Right.
There
Absolutely.
was no fraud. There was
Yes.
all of that fucking headline
If
bullshit.
Trump calls fraud after he wins, fuck that guy.
No.
Well, no, if
listen, he's not going
he
to call
would've
fraud.
lost, he would have called it.
He would only do that when he loses.
He's he's already saying that in some states there's things going on. So
Well, yeah, there were some issues. There are some
I shared
issues that
with
were
you some
going on in some
shenanigans that were
states.
going on
Pennsylvania had
during
some
the
issues.
day.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, obviously not enough to deter him from winning. So shut the fuck up.
I mean, we did have people just
Well,
trying to
you
burn
want the
ballot
election to be
boxes.
free
so-
and fair, don't you? Yeah, exactly. Like I said, he released
you
that
said that
statement.
one.
Anybody interfering should be
On
you
any
know,
side, by the way.
Yes,
I
exactly.
agree, yeah.
And I even said that statement, since he made it, has to apply to him as well this year,
Yes.
anyways.
Oh, it
So-
never does, by the way. He's like Young Ripper. It doesn't apply to him.
Yeah, it doesn't apply to him.
Oh no!
Why
Don't
Kamala
compare
Harris
him to
shut
Young
down
Ripper.
Twitter if she won? Does Trump get to take down MSNBC?
I guess
You know
so.
what Trump should do? Trump should take down your channel that you're showing right now. You should take down that channel.
CNN? Oh yeah, Disney's not going to like this at all.
Well,
No.
yes. CNN. Well, to be
And-
fair, CNN's been hurting their own
Well,
ratings lately.
what I can't wait for is the 4 years of every celebrity in Hollywood making a video every single day.
Oh yeah, they better be leaving. Yeah,
I can't
There's
wait.
gonna be a lot of trips out of the country, right?
Well, they're going to be leaving the country because it's going to become Trump's DOJ with the
Well, they're
P.
gonna-
Diddy tapes.
They're gonna have to
Boy.
leave the country with that trial coming up in March. You know, all those names are being,
Uh-oh.
you know. So Beyonce and Jay-Z already left. So
Ooh, I can't wait to watch it all implode.
I mean,
I guarantee you, we will not get those names for years. We won't get them publicly.
I hope. Listen, I want to hold him to everything you said as far as releasing the rest of the JFK files. I really hope he does that. I don't care who is implemented that's still alive. Fuck them. It's well beyond time. I want the other portion of that. I definitely want that Epstein list out there as well.
Yeah. I'm just sad Elon didn't off himself.
Why would he? He literally just got
said-
himself
he
a
said if,
government,
Trump
government
loses,
job.
he'll kill himself, and I'm like, oh shit!
yeah.
I really want her to win. Damn it!
Wait, did Elon actually say that?
I said something like that, or like, yeah.
Oh
well,
my
He
god.
said he's
Yeah.
fucked. If he,
And now
all he
you
said was
get to
he's
say it
fucked.
too
Yeah.
because freedom of speech.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank him while you're at it.
Yeah, you know,
We
before
could have
that, I was
said
like,
it 15 minutes ago. Doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, but now it's just better, Joker. It's just freer. Now it's really
Yes,
okay.
I get what you're going. It's just so you can spit in the blue's face. I get it.
Well, you know, I still
Thank you
hope.
for
So much
understanding.
sweeter. Yes, exactly. I know what you're up to.
Listen, all I want to say is right now, at this current moment, my For You timeline on Twitter has never been cleaner with zero. And when I say zero, I mean zero left-wing posts on my fucking For You page right now. And I mean zero. I'm not seeing the
Sure.
Crastians. I'm not seeing the Brooklyn crackhead dad. I'm not seeing any of
Give
these
it,
people.
give it a few hours.
JoJo,
Wait till morning. Trust
wait.
me.
Oh yeah. Well, there's Ed, but that was the one you read from 3 hours ago.
Yes.
Everybody be nice, even though for like the last 3 months I've been fucking telling you this guy's so evil, but now everybody
oh.
be nice.
By the way, I am told by somebody in DMs that Boogie did not, in fact, actually lose his mind with the Harris shirt. That is something he did because Keem made him do it, and he was donated money to do it.
It's
Like I
still
said,
funny.
he will do anything for money.
Oh yeah, but that is still hysterical though.
Yes.
I think it's funny. Good for him though, or whoever made him do it.
So I think it's safe to say that this is Biden's reaction right now. Can't even see it. It's that video of him reacting to Marjorie Taylor Greene where he's like,
Listen,
Oh,
I'm
no.
telling you, I swear to God, him and Jill both voted for Trump today. I'm telling you, or whenever he voted the other day. They both voted for
Up
Trump.
to relocate. What?
Yeah, you got to relocate. You can't come here anymore. You're not welcome now.
It's a fake headline. Don't buy it.
To be fair, you weren't welcome here to begin with. But
Costa Rica doesn't want you. Canada doesn't want you. America doesn't want you. Try Russia.
Try Russia.
Oh, they'll take anyone.
You're number 2 on Trump's list of people that are not welcome and that he's going to go after, right behind Robert De Niro. That dude, I hope he's probably crying right now.
To be fair, Robert De Niro is going to cry tomorrow morning, and there will be an announcement the next week that he had a severe heart attack.
No,
That's
he's
what's
going
gonna
to France, and he's going to become roommates with Roman Polanski.
I don't know about that. Like I say, Murray, something bad might happen, and this time I didn't pull the trigger.
So these
Big
right here,
pull ahead on MSNBC. Trump is ahead the popular vote by 5 million, 60 million to 65 million.
Yeah, I figured.
so it's too close to call.
At this point, Fox has pretty much called it. Trump has gotten 267 to 216 of the Electoral College.
He's going to win Nevada, like I said he would. He's going to win the
I sent you
popular.
a link there in the private
like
chat.
I said he would.
I'm going to die laughing if he gets
This
Pennsylvania, which I feel is going to happen.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely going to win PA.
This is the standard you need to hold Trump to, okay? Because this is what he says he did in his last term. So this is what you need to hold him to and have him do
Well, I'm going to
in
hold
this
him to this
term.
and everything you said for this shit fucking cycle coming up here.
Tax relief for the middle class.
I will
Jobs
say
and
though,
investments.
I will say though,
Massive deregulate.
if the first 3 months of his presidency are just, I'm gonna get my list and mark off each name. I'm done. I don't give a fuck. I'm done. Like, it's such a ridiculous thing to do as a president, and it's so embarrassing that we have a president that has a hit list of just names that he's going to mark off when he gets in office and not.
I love
do
how
anything.
all of these are just bullet points with absolutely no proof to them whatsoever. There are some things in here. There are some things in here that are correct, and then there are some things here that are staggeringly incorrect.
Listen, she also had an 86-page PDF that was ChatGPT fucking generated that she couldn't name. Listen,
we went through hold on, Bob. We know a whole stream that we went through. We went through a whole stream, Bob, of that PDF, and we both checked. That PDF was not ChatGPT or whatever, like or the little synopsis and summaries on her.
No. But listen, though,
whatever,
my point is being this.
Austin is correct about this. Austin is correct about this. The PDF was written by interns and other legalese people. The website was made with ChatGPT.
The synopsis is,
so the website itself is just a website. It's not her policy. Her real policy was written by real human beings and people. Yeah. And as much as I hate to say that, that's the absolute truth.
No,
and that's
absolutely.
What we do here. We spill the truth.
That is the truth, but my point was being the fact that I said that was to prove the point that when she was asked about it, name one thing about your policies, her answer was to refer you to looking at an 86-page PDF.
I agree.
She couldn't name one.
She
couldn't name one. Yes, we did. We did.
To talk on all of that. Yeah, absolutely. That's a big part of I think why she's failing on all of this. She didn't.
But that's what I say. The whole thing might as well been ChatGPT because it just she never.
No, there was good.
There
was good policy in there. I think again, like I said, it was people like Schumer and Pelosi and all these Warren, all these fucking old school Democrats that told Biden you're not going to win, and then brought her in and said you need to focus on this and that. That's unfortunately those people need to go. I don't think it's her. I think it's those people that are holding the party back and that are pushing us in a direction that is old school and not evolving. And
would you be okay with your brand new president if sometime between now and January 6th or whenever it is, Russia sent back all those North Koreans and said, my bad?
That's another thing too, is like,
say what?
Trump sorry. Go ahead.
No, with the North Korean thing, say that again.
Well, if all of a sudden Russia backs down off of Ukraine, sends back the troops they just got from North Korea, and all of a sudden there's like more peace treaties in the Middle East, uh, would you think he was a better president than the past one?
I'll say he said, as I said with his last presidency, yeah, he did some things that he said he was going to do. If he does that, he said he was going to bring peace to the world and all that type of stuff. I'll give him credit to where he said he was going to do it. He did it. But that for me doesn't again, what does that mean for the incoming presidents? All that, I don't think he thinks about the future. He thinks about my 4 years and what I'm doing and all this type of stuff. And he does it with intimidation. And I think all of the wrong type of things, instead of thinking that we're the United States of America. There's going to be other presidents that have to deal with these foreign leaders and all these types of things. They're going to deal with them differently. And it's not always going to be like, fuck you, listen to me, or I'm going to blow your house up.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that he doesn't think about the future. This is the man who did change the copyright code, after all. I mean, he did change the data code.
And not only that, but sorry, Brad.
I don't think he thinks about the future in foreign policy.
Right.
Well,
Think of the future.
I think he does, but here's the thing. I think with the people, I'm not looking more at him. I think he's going to do the right thing. I think now he's got people around him that are actually wise and not just fucking people that, a bunch of people when he first came in office, well, you got to pick this guy, you got to pick that guy, you got to pick that guy, which he even admitted on Joe Rogan, I picked wrong people. Okay, fine, I'll give you that. You admitted one mistake in your life, thank you. But here, what I think is good now is that I think he is thinking about the future, because I think right now Republicans are set up to have 2 out of the 3 people that are now with him that could be potential president or VP candidates. Because obviously after this 4 years, he's gone. Vance could definitely step up, Vivek, and Tulsi.
We'll see. I think we'll see how extremist the right. We'll see how extremist the right decides to go. Because while I would love for Vivek and somebody like that to happen, not Tulsi, but Vivek, they could very much pull. In the direction that they're going, they could very much pull a Dem and say, you're not as extreme for me. You're not as in that point, and push him out like they did, like Dems did with Bernie and all these other things. Like he doesn't meet the status quo of current Republican Party standards.
Exactly.
And so
it's the whole appeal.
Yeah, that's the appeal to people. But how many times does the party listen to people? And
that's why you got to get rid. That's why you have to start cutting fat, and you have to start getting rid. That's why firing people is okay.
We'll see. I mean, look, like I said, I would love for this to end with both parties get away from that, and people like Vivek and Pete Buttigieg and all these other guys are able to run and have support from the party and not be pushed back by these extremist views. But at the same time, I'm sorry, I'm seeing the right go the exact same direction the left went. Back in 2016, they're fully going full scorched earth extremist, their way or the highway type
tables
shit.
Flip, like I said.
Exactly.
That's exactly what's going to happen on day one. Okay, he's going to grab that pen. He's going to write a bunch of stuff that he had already previously written, these presidential edicts, if you will, and sign them up on a piece of paper. And within an hour, there's going to be a lawsuit filed. Okay, so nobody's going to let him do anything. There's I
don't know, with the full Republican House and Senate.
No. If a presidential writes a presidential order, that's one thing. If the House passes a law or a bill, that's something completely different.
And it's going to be pretty easy with a full House and Senate. Got a lot of them that support his views and his types of things.
I'm telling you, the rats are going to come out and they're going to bite him. It's just going to be
the
like
rats are going to come out, but the extremists are also going to come out and push him. And Trump
John
has shown
McCain
that he's very easily pushed by those extremists.
I'll tell you what, all the extremists went and left the Republicans. They went to her.
So
not really.
And so that's what's going to happen. There's going to be opposition right away. He's not going to be able to get anything out the door without anybody fighting or filing a lawsuit to stop him from doing it.
But the difference was when they did that, it wasn't the House and the Senate were all him. What's up, Ford? Thanks for tuning in, man. Good to see you.
He did have the House and the Senate, and then John McCain gave him a thumbs down on the Obamacare repeal. So that was the one thing he was really big on doing, and he thought he was going to do it, and he had the House and the Senate to do it. And then John McCain cleared the deal, and so he just thumbs it down because he was part of the system. After that, you had a bunch of people
No. He
idly
thumbs it
step
down because Trump didn't have a plan. Trump still doesn't have a plan. He literally said it at the last debate where he said we'll figure it out. The fact was, this was the only thing providing certain people with health care in America.
You got
whether it was great or
dollars.
not, I agree, it's not the greatest thing. But you cannot take that away without having some sort of plan put in place to bring that. And Trump did not have that
free
plan.
market
That is
system
why
would have rebounded and taken over.
the free market system of the insurances plans taking over and having full control of everything again and all that. Yeah, we're going back to an even worse system that we had before. Again, we're not saying that Obamacare is the greatest system. It's not.
It's worse. It's
not
worse
the
than the
greatest
system that was there
It's-
before.
No, it's not. It is not worse than having nothing. I
It is
disagree
absolutely.
completely.
It is absolutely worse, and it's costing everybody a lot of money. You know what
it's-
showed up in the
let's
Obamacare?
be fair about Obamacare. It is worse for certain people depending on what state you live in and what the situation of your living is. Over here in Indiana, it's terrible. For some people over in California and Nevada, and
In
other
Nevada,
places,
it's
it
very
is not.
good.
It just depends on your situation. Saying that it's outright bad for everybody, I think, is a gross misrepresentation of Obamacare.
No,
And this is
I
coming from
don't think
somebody
it is.
whose
And I'll tell you why.
family all works within the medical field. My mom would say it is a frustration for her to work with people who have Obamacare in certain situations, but also she would very much agree that it depends on where you live. And in Indiana, sure. But if she was in a place like New York, Chicago, or California, it wouldn't be those certain kind of limitations to what she could do when she's working with patients. And to be fair, I
I'm
totally
sure
understand that.
she would also tell you about the explosion of urgent care facilities that were brought about because of Obamacare, and the retiring of general practitioners because of Obamacare.
Right. But once again, those ratings are different state to state.
Yeah, exactly. And
So
you're
it
also
kind of-
you're comparing those ratings to all of the people who did get Obamacare and now have insurance and some
Right.
sort of medical care. Like again, it's a that was the thing. It was a bipartisan balance. Not everybody was happy. Not everybody won, but people got healthcare. It was a better system
It
than
is not a
having
better
no
system,
healthcare
no.
at all.
What I told
It is.
Austin last time, Rosas, I said, so here's the thing. Technically, let's say over here in Indiana, right, we have the Healthy Indiana Plan. Now, the Healthy Indiana Plan, you can have no education, essentially no work. You could be out of a job and have basically nothing, no added income, not even an apartment to live in, and they will actually give you full medical coverage, $2,000 worth of payoff with a card to pay off your medication or what have you, your subscriptions and stuff. And they essentially treat it like, essentially like some of the other stuff of the major insurances and stuff like that. You just have to get clearance through a therapist to get it all handled. So certain states do get these things. Now, over in Nevada, they don't get that, right? So California, they're not getting those options. Over here in Indiana, in Ohio, we're getting those. And so the healthcare options are very, very different for all of these classes, state to state. It's kind of crazy because, I mean, realistically, I could, if I wanted to, I could basically be a complete jobless. I could get rid of my 3 jobs now and be a complete jobless bum, and I could still get medical coverage, which is insane.
Right,
but that's a thing that you could do over here in Indiana.
Yes, but who's paying for that? It's
Oh,
the other
absolutely.
people. It's the other people. So I mean,
Right.
what you're doing is you're robbing Peter to pay Paul in a
Right.
system that punishes you for being successful.
Right. It's
And-
similar to the EBT system, right? Like people get EBT credit and whatnot. Yeah.
And what you have is now there are less insurance companies out there dealing in health insurance than there were originally. Okay, so now you've consolidated everything to about 2 to 3 companies that are now Fortune 500 billion-dollar companies, and that was really what I think drove
But
this particular
that's an
legislation.
over-exaggeration because, again, like here in Nevada, you have a lot of local insurance companies. that provide local healthcare. So, like, sure, you have Humana and Blue Anthem and like you said, Fortune 500 big ones, right? But here in Nevada, you have a lot of independent small ones that you can absolutely get healthcare for and do all these types of things. So that's the thing. Obamacare left that option open too. It didn't shut down.
We lost our insurance company. We were not allowed to keep our insurance company once that happened.
In your state,
right?
In my state, that didn't happen.
Yeah, there was a like, for instance, for taxes, you would get fined. You would get a fee, right? Specifically over here, you would get a fee if you were not signed up for an insurance company of some sort, right? Or at the very least did not go with Obamacare, right? They would actually charge you more in taxes if you didn't do so. Stuff like that we've talked about with my parents as they got older. They had to make those decisions, right?
Yeah, and you also, when you have Texas, a very red state, and a very state that is very much like, we don't want our taxes going towards, things that, people that
except
are contributing and those types of things.
The city of Boston. And Dallas.
But still, for the most part, red, and for the most part, I would say people, agree with those types of, ways and values. Yeah. Texas is going to be very, very different to, other states, especially here in the West Coast and stuff, where that's not necessarily the thing. We're out here.
Yeah, I don't have to deal with any of that.
Right.
Over here, I don't have to deal with any. Not only do I not have to deal with the big city hustle and bustle, and also the constant rioting and all that stuff. Right? We haven't changed full blue. We have more blue people, obviously, than we have in the recent years, especially after the recent few elections. But most certainly have. But it is not ever gotten to the point of Illinois, Austin, California, New York, all these other places that we have not. And the shift and change, if it gets more blue, yes, there will be more. There's just going to be more attention and more aggression. It's absolutely going to happen, especially if Indiana ever swings that way. But that's not going to happen. I mean, there's just certain things in place that just makes it a little bit easier over here than it would be for some, which is why people are moving over here in droves. Other than the fact that their cities are being burned down, their businesses are gone, or police don't feel safe in certain areas, so they come over here and they transfer, right? That's happening a lot. We got a lot of people from Illinois and New York since Black Lives Matter or since COVID that have moved here in Indiana, right? They have transferred completely to different stations. So it's definitely gotten an increase in Indiana and Ohio. But,
Harris has officially won California, obviously. And it's looking like Trump will be addressing his supporters soon at his campaign event. So I'm guessing he will be probably claiming his victory.
They said I couldn't do it
within the next hour or so, right? I'm gonna fix everything on day one. Let me tell you, there'll be world peace.
We can officially save the kitties and the doggies. I told you, it's gonna happen.
All the cats and dogs will be safe.
All the pussies.
Protect everybody. World peace. Everyone will be happy. January 6th was a day of love and happiness.
Oh God.
I just want
My first
everybody
official
to
act
realize,
is to save late night TV.
I'm going to forget these numbers exactly, but basically from 2020 to this election, I just want everybody to know that the most racist, Hitler-esque president in our history doubled every single demographic that he fell short in, which includes black men, Latinos, which I would think includes those Puerto Ricans.
Nothing to see here, Austin.
women.
It's just ballots showing up at after they closed, after the ballots, the polling place closed. Nothing to see here. Just ballots arriving in boxes at 11 p.m. in Detroit.
Well, okay, but we don't. Again, we don't know the specifics and stuff. Like, I'm not willing to. Like, are those ballots were they the ones that were early ballots that they're now bringing in to count?
Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Oh, I'm not going to believe my eyes just yet.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not going to. It's like saying I believe something on TV. I don't believe it just because it's on X.
Yeah, there's somebody recorded with their phone and they're making an assumption. Now I don't know the details. Sorry, I got you.
Right. Until they come out and say, like, these people are bringing in extra ballots that we have no idea where they're coming from and all those types of things, then I'll say, but we have no idea.
This is the equivalent to somebody taking a picture of somebody in a Bigfoot costume and saying it's a Bigfoot sighting. It's like, oh, okay, well, is it a Bigfoot or is it? I need details.
That's like saying that there were a lot of people in the main room at Diddy's house. Okay, not everybody went to the second floor.
I mean, yes, probably true.
But yeah, I mean, yes.
Not everybody was going up to get fisted.
Exactly.
There are people inhale.
Yeah, exactly. So are they to? I mean, you had a lot of people that went there that said, "Yeah, I went."
They didn't all go. I went. They didn't all go. I went. I saw it firsthand. I had my fist in his ass. Okay,
Yeah, I saw Will Smith getting fucked by his security guard.
I saw the unholy of holies, greased up.
Same one. What's the latest?
Let's see. Oh, here's my question. Here's a good question. Do you think Trump will pardon himself?
For what?
Maybe, I don't know.
For what?
That's a thing that like I never entertain because I don't really know. Yeah, I mean,
What
he
does he
doesn't
gotta
need to,
pardon
but I don't.
He won't need to because the presidential immunity. It's once he's president-elect.
Yep, which is a ridiculous fucking thing. That
That is
wild. If you call it ridiculous, you'd have to pretty much go back decades and prosecute presidents.
And I do. I would. That is absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, to be fair, it wasn't fair then either. So
it was
run
exactly.
office from that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
People have.
Yeah.
they won their elections. I'm going to get Trump.
The fact that Nixon just got away with Watergate is just ridiculous.
But he's not a crook.
I'm not a crook.
He said so.
I don't know what you're talking about, Brad. We all watched The Apprentice.
Listen, he said so. It must be true. Okay, I believe the guy. All right.
It was on TV, I believe it. The cats and dogs are eating. They're eating the cats and dogs. Where did you see that? It was on TV. Okay.
He had his fingers in quotations. I believe it.
All right, buddy.
Barron Trump cast his first vote, and because he's a teenage boy, he voted for Kamala just to piss off his dad.
That would be absolutely hilarious.
Speaking of that motherfucker, that's where a lot of the credit needs to be given to him, honestly, for this campaign that his dad won. Seriously.
To who?
Most of it to Barron Trump. Honestly.
What?
Yes. If it wasn't for him, honestly, suggesting all these different podcasts and people he needs to go on, I don't know if this election would be the same.
Look,
because Barron is the one that's in tune with what young people are like.
Yeah.
I don't think it was Barron, bro.
Yeah,
I don't
100% was. He told him to go on. Barron was the one that set him up
didn't
with,
Trump say, "Hey, my son was talking about this, this, and that," and thought that
Theo
I should?
Von,
and I was
all
like,
those are
"Hey, it's
because of
okay.
Barron.
Let me listen to what he's talking about. Maybe he's got something here."
Seriously,
I mean, it's
I'm
fine.
100% dead ass. That the one person he listened to was somewhat smart about, like, if you want to reach younger and other people, you need to go here. And you go, okay.
Which is really the only new demographic he went for was the younger, was current.
My son told me it was Skibbity.
At the same time, like he also stuck with the same old people, like Rogan and all these other
Rogan swore forever he'd never have him on. He was a Bernie
bro. He's going to be on that. Why not stay on
Rogan swore he'd never have him on, but yet it's very well known that he's good friends with him. He sees him at UFC.
Well, one thing
fights,
is a Bernie bro.
One
thing I want to mention is he hit all the big right-leaning podcasters and YouTubers.
Right, Aiden Ross.
I want to see him go on some left-leaning ones. Same thing for Kamala. I want to see her go on some right-leaning ones like Rogan.
Yeah, but he went
I
into
can actually
Lions
rely on
Den
Rogan to have fair and respectful questions and to handle the conversation in a manner it should have been in. So anyone else, I don't trust. Because
let's be fair. I don't agree that Rogan is right leaning. He hasn't been right leaning.
Yeah, he's a Bernie bro.
People on this guy is traditionally a leftist.
I wouldn't say he's
turned away from the left because he didn't like where it was going. And
I wouldn't say he's right leaning. He's been a very clear fan of Donald Trump.
Sure.
And stuff.
But he's also not trying to hide that.
Right. It kind of like Tony Hitchcliff, and I respected him for that. Like,
Absolutely.
very clear fan of Donald Trump, but the way that he talks about, the way that he brings.
How well did he tip you?
It's not imposing. How well did he?
Right. Tony Hinchcliffe, whatever his name is.
Regardless,
When you brought him the towels,
Tony lives in Austin, and for that he sees both sides, so he's very much in the middle. But he has no qualms about making fun of either side.
Well, he's not in the middle with this election.
No, not with election. He's made it clear what it is. But you can still have a pick. I think you can pick a politician here and still be not necessarily all right leaning, right?
Sure.
Let me ask you this: who's got the math? How much more does she need to get the victory? Because 247 is not 270. Okay.
Right.
So Fox has her at 267.
Okay.
Actually, Fox has just as of right now 277 Trump, 226. So as of right now for Fox, he's won the electoral vote.
Trump has?
Yes.
Yes.
277 to 226.
Well, I guess I can be wrong every once in a while. So much for that tweet. Next.
CNN has it 187 for her, 240 for him.
It's
246, 187 for her. Yeah.
It's leaning toward. Oh, we already have somebody declaring victory here at Fox News.
Wisconsin.
For Wisconsin. Oh, I thought Trump wins. I thought it was the main thing.
The small print gotcha.
But even then, in the corner, you have the 226, 277. So according to Fox, he has won the electoral vote.
Well, not only that, plus the rally over there is going ape shit. So.
Yeah, but he's going to come out and he's going to like dance for like 30 minutes. So somebody's still got to set up and take.
I hope he does it.
I want to listen to what he says because this will be important here to see if he comes up with his regular bullshit.
No, that's Elon.
Listen, let me tell you that thing with the microphone that he did the other day, that blowjob thing with the that I'm telling you that won him the election there when Trump was telling some stupid story about how the microphone's too short.
Dude, I'm already memeing. Listen, Bob, I'm already memeing Elon jumping like an idiot with his shirt up over his navel like a little kid.
Absolutely.
Like that shit is hilarious to me.
It is.
That is the epitome of hive mind creativity.
I know Bradley had a couple things to say. I want to Bradley, what did you
go for it?
Oh,
I'm good.
Oh, never mind.
Well, I don't know in general where we're going. I mean, I honestly, like I said, I thought the electoral would have gone to her. So I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I mean, sure, why not? Let's.
I'll be honest. I did think the electoral college was going to lean towards Trump.
Really? Okay.
I thought the popular vote was going to be, to be honest, a little bit more overwhelmingly her. That's where I'm more surprised.
That's what so this is what surprises me is how much is gone in his favor. Not only Senate, House, right? So we got Senate, we got House, popular vote,
the electoral college right? Not they don't cast their ballots until January,
right?
So it's still all up in the air. It's still
up in the air. Yeah,
because they can do what they want to do.
Right.
Yeah, they could sue and do all this other stuff, which usually happens every now and then when you have close elections.
I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be that. But I mean, look again. It's looking pretty overwhelmingly for Trump in a lot of different ways. I don't think. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people said and stuff, but I don't think. Maybe there will be a couple, stuff that sue and do all that. But I think Democrats will call it. They'll secede and say Trump won, the Republicans won, and all that type of stuff. And my hope is that they take a big step back and look at all the things that they did wrong this election because...
Well, what's funny, though? She has to certify the election. She has to certify her own loss. But
again, she will. I mean, that's a testament to that is.
I'm sure she will.
Our American.
That doesn't mean it sucks any less.
What if she doesn't?
It doesn't mean it sucks any less. But I'm just, like.
How would you feel?
It sucks, but at least she can do it.
Yeah.
You couldn't say the same for Trump or other Republicans, and so I still have a lot of pride as a Democrat in that, like, our party still goes by that. You know, it's democracy. It's obvious Trump won and stuff. We're not going to play any games here or do that type of shit.
Trump is one main.
And so,
guess what? Kamala ain't going nowhere after this. For all you fucking retards on Twitter, I think
she'll be back.
She's still young. Unfortunately, she will run again at least one other time. I think what you don't understand is if Trump didn't win, Trump would not have ran again. It would have probably been one of his kids. And I don't also... obviously, if Trump now that Trump,
I absolutely think one of his kids will run in 2020.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. But I think once he has his fourth, right, when he's done with this second term, his new second term, right? Let's call it like it is.
What do you
it's
mean
done. Because he's not going to be able to go after this. After this, it's done.
Like dying in office.
The man ain't like after these next 4. Bye. There's never going to be Donald Trump as president again for a third, fourth. That's the great thing about it. Bye. Like you gave. It's just like I said. You gave those Snyder Bros their director's cut. It's over. It's out. I'm sorry. David Zaslav said bye. You know,
this time we do what we want. Snyder stays forever.
And I'll be honest. I'm sorry.
I'm sure that will happen. Sure.
I do think in a way Trump will be around for a very long time.
True, he'll be involved in politics. Let's be fair.
Sure.
When he wasn't president these 4 years, he was still doing stuff behind the scenes. He was still involved in things. So yes, he's not going to go away. His family's always going to be involved to one degree or another, but he is not going to be the president of the United States. After
I thought it was hilarious how at the RNC, Donald Trump Jr. goes, "Yeah, I can't wait when I run, Vivek, for you to be my vice president." And Vivek gave him a look like, "The fuck, bro? Like, I'm gonna run."
Right.
Like, I'm gonna be your vice president.
Let's see Kanye run again and get no numbers again. That'd be fun.
I see a big benefit for Kamala here if he wins, right? She has another 4 years to really put herself out there and really make a name for herself.
Exactly.
So that she has a better chance of voting. She has a better chance at winning in the next 4 years. I think that's
4 years to strategize, but if she comes out swinging the same way she did, Bradley, it's going to be like hopefully she really did.
And I'll be honest with you, she will run again. Absolutely. I don't want her to win. I don't want her to win. I don't think she is, and I think she's a nice person and all. But look, as I said earlier, the Democratic Party needs to fucking evolve. We pushed out Bernie. We pushed out all of these people that really appealed to besides him, that actually appealed to the American people. People like Pete Buttigieg, who's young and has all of these other I think they can reach across the aisle and do things that, I'm sorry, these old school Democrats, Schumer, Pelosi, Warren, they don't want. And as long as they're there holding the party back from going in a direction that is not this extremist left, way or path, Democrats are always going to have a hard time moving forward.
Speaking of hard time moving forward, I just want to say, and I don't mean to out my girl here, but I'm sorry, Dana Lorenzo herself from Ash vs. Evil Dead, girl, literally tweeting, and I quote, "I call bullshit," and then retweeting that and saying, "I know it sounds crazy, but it is. But something ain't right. I feel it in my bones. My bones are never wrong. I'm telling you, something ain't right." Once again, it's already starting, and we haven't even confirmed really the numbers. It's 1:56 a.m. my time, and there's already left-leaning celebrities coming out the woodwork.
But also, let's be real. If I were to go in and really look for right-leaning, there are right-leaning people, I'm sure, doing the same thing with in certain states.
But I'm telling you, I'm going based off the people I follow, Austin. My notifications just went off, and she was the first one so far. I haven't even gone to look at Mark Hamill's yet.
At the same time, I'm looking at the Cranston teens, right, who are very, very fucking liberal crazy, and they're insane. But they're going, America voted, we did that. I'm like, even Mark Cuban just tweeted, "Congrats, real Donald Trump. You won fair and square. Congrats to Elon Musk as well. Hashtag Godspeed."
That last part, hell no, don't thank Elon. No, fuck Elon.
Even Dean Withers.
There's going to be a lawsuit tomorrow morning. I guarantee it.
Is saying that, regardless, it's a
it's a fair and free election. You know, I'm not happy about it. I'm not.
But you know what? But you know what? The right wouldn't be able to do that if they lost, and that's the fucking funny thing about it. They'd be sitting. That
is true. They've already proven that
the
more
last
than any Democrat.
well, the right used to be able to do it. The right stopped doing it when Donald Trump decided when he wasn't going to concede the elect. Right, he was that. That is when we started seeing the whining of the stubbornness of I'm going to put my foot down. No, I didn't lose attitude. Right. And that is the problem. And
that's where it started. It didn't start with hashtag not my president and Hillary Clinton saying that the election was rigged.
Well, I mean, the Russian inclusion, all that bullshit, right?
But let's be honest.
Most certainly.
Let's be really honest.
But I mean, for the right,
you can say things, right? Because both sides do it.
Right.
Both sides say the things. When one side acted on it and actually went full scorched earth, this election was stolen and this and this and that. Sure, Hillary Clinton might have said shit, but at the end of the day, she came out on election night and said, "I concede the election. Donald Trump won. It's over."
You know what?
And what did she say afterwards?
You know what's even funnier about that?
What did she say after? She kind of went away.
No,
technically, her CNN with the Russian inclusion
show.
Thing was kind of an issue. Like, you don't just throw that stuff out blankly.
That was her money.
Right.
That was her money that bought that. And I know that because she invoiced the DNC for it.
Now, look, I'm not a Hillary Clinton supporter or anything. I was not a fan.
Right.
That election, I've made very clear. I voted Donald Trump in that election.
Right.
But at the same time, I'm sorry. I'm not going to give. There's a difference between rhetoric and going through with your rhetoric. And the Democrats have shown that they may have rhetoric, but they don't go through on it like the Republicans do as far as this election.
They went through with the
stealing, rigging,
trying to get mad up there.
No
they
balls.
went through with
Oh,
the
I'm
whole
sorry.
I'm
actually,
sorry. Hold on.
Yeah,
Hold
I will
on.
agree with
I'm
that.
sorry. But this, I want to get this out because I'm fuck.
Yeah, go ahead.
But no,
I'm sorry.
this whole thing about if last election was rigged, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why the fuck wasn't this election rigged? When the Democrats are at a more desperate attempt to get rid of Trump. So that whole rhetoric about last election was rigged is complete fucking bullshit now because of this election. And I really want to point that out for all the retards out there who still sit here and say that last election was fucking rigged.
I always said that if this election comes out with Trump and all that over with, you cannot prove to me that last election was rigged. Like, obviously,
it don't matter now, anyways. He won.
Exactly.
Okay, but at the same time,
thank you.
Yes, it does. But at the same time, it does. At the same time, it does matter because again,
Bob
we're going to have
nailed
these. The Republicans are going to be on this for a long time.
But let me tell you something.
That's exactly Bob nailed exactly what Trump's attitude. It doesn't matter now. I won, so it all worked in my favor. I'll forget it all happened, watered under the bridge, and that's exactly that.
This was a fair election because I won.
Yeah,
thank you.
Honestly, you know what? It makes him look like a fucking idiot. And
absolutely.
Voted
Like
for
a
him.
child.
But again, it doesn't matter because he won. So
Exactly.
It does matter.
But here's the
it makes
point,
him look
though.
like a fucking idiot.
See,
point.
you're now
Right
you're
or
now
wrong?
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. Honestly, what do you think he's going to do? You think he's going to start tomorrow and go, I shouldn't have said
No,
that?
he
lost
won't.
the election.
He's not gonna change.
It's not like he's
No.
going to. Yeah. So
But
I already know.
how much do you
What
want
are
to
you
bet he'll
talking
come?
about?
But how much do you want to bet he'll come out tomorrow and go the states that he lost or that it was really close? He'll go like, I should have won that.
Oh, I'm sure he will.
It was
No, Bob. Come on, let's be honest. He will make Bob. I'm going to guarantee you. I'm going to guarantee you in a week. I'm going to guarantee you in a week. He's going to make a joke. He's going to make a joke saying. But to be fair, those numbers are really strange over there. So I think I won that. I think I had that for sure. But it doesn't matter now because I'm your president.
Rob,
and he's gonna make. He will make a funny joke. He absolutely will.
What proof do you have?
Do I have that he would have because
of the last 8 years? Because he's
state,
done it every time.
No.
He's done it every single time.
Yeah, but every state he wanted to win and was supposed to win and thought he was going to win, he literally is winning. That's
Bob,
why.
as a Trump supporter, as an ex-Trump supporter, somebody who has followed Trump, I followed Trump early
I'm
day
not saying
Trump,
that he doesn't
before
do that,
presidency.
but
This is what he does, and then he
tomorrow.
passes it off as humor, as a joke, right? He's like, I did it as a joke to get the whole thing riled up. This is what, but he says it with pure conviction. Let's be honest. That, whether it's a joke or not, he will say something within this next week or two during acceptance speech or whatever else. He will make a joke and refine. I should have won the.
Pick one.
State.
Is it going to be tomorrow or is it?
No, it's going to be. It's going to be within a week or two. Within a week or two, he'll make
within a week or two.
This is the moment you lost right there.
Absolutely.
That's
if
the
you
moment.
say a week or two, then sure, I'll give you a week or two. Yeah, he'll say something, of course. But is he gonna
after
say
he's
something nice
officially
or
done the
tomorrow morning?
paperwork and he's in? No. He's going to be too focused about the win right now. He'll start boasting after he's comfortably back in the seat. That's when he'll start getting cocky, which is what he does when he gets in the seat. He gets cocky because he's earned it, whatever. But
let us not forget that Mu Dang predicted Donald Trump would win.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, kill me.
Here's the big tipping point: is Peanut the squirrel. When the federal government comes in and puts down a squirrel, that's it. Like, here's the thing: I guarantee you this. If you would look at this week, because prior to this week, the country was 72%.
They tried to assassinate me, then they took out the squirrel.
Yes.
Peanut. They took him really good guy.
Listen,
they
did
took
it to
him,
Harambe
and
then Trump won. Now they fucking killed the squirrel and a raccoon and he won again. Okay?
He was going to vote for me. That's why they took him out.
People have a tipping point. As much as people right now seem to care about aborting babies, they seem to care more about pet animals being killed, especially cute ones like squirrels and
actually,
gorillas
to be fair, I'll side with you on that, Bob. I think animals should be more in tune to taking care of more than human beings, because human beings are disgusting, vile creatures who shouldn't be trusted, and animals should be cared. Yes, the animals should be taken care of more than humans, in my opinion. Fuck the humans.
But that was really the turning point here. Once that happened, I'm pretty sure because it was 72% of this entire country thought we were going in the wrong direction. I guarantee after that story broke, that number probably shot up to 80.
If Peanut the squirrel had never died,
okay, but
we would have had a better affair election.
I'm telling you, I could find an undecided.
Okay, I'm gonna say this right now. Any of these, and Jon Stewart said it tonight, and I could not agree more. Any of these polls and percentages, all of this stuff from now on can go fuck themselves. They have no business being a part of this because they don't know shit about shit. And that is a quote from Jon Stewart. 100%.
I would argue the betting.
Even then, fuck you on that percentage because the population is saying it's still 50 to 55%. Fuck you on that 75%. And these polls that are rigged by every single fucking party, Democrat and Republican. Fucking Donald Trump was on Joe Rogan bragging about the polls that he pays for. So, no, I don't give a fuck. I don't want to hear any of these percentages or polls ever again. I don't trust them. I don't believe them. Those same percentage and polls were also saying that Kamala Harris was going to win tonight. They also said that Hillary Clinton was going to win in 2016. Fuck all of them. They don't know shit about shit. Also, same, like I said to you, Bob, fuck those that are saying it's some over percentage of 75%. It's not. Our country is 50% and pretty much divided. Maybe a little bit more one way or the other, but this whole exaggeration that it goes
more than the other, absolutely.
Yeah. But this whole exaggeration that it's 75% one way is upset with the last.
There are leftists right now saying it just proves that the majority of America. There are literally left people right now tweeting right now saying that very thing that Austin said. They're saying it just proves that the majority of America is actually hate-filled bigots, and this country needs to check up. And they're crazy. Yes. Like they're equally just as wrong for saying that as the right is, because that just shows how ignorant they are, and they don't step out of their own damn house.
We are that's the beauty, I think, of our country is the media and these polls and these fucking pundits and idiots like to say and exaggerate and divide us by saying it's 75%, it's 80% this, it's other. It's not. It never has been.
Republican.
They just sound like idiots. They all sound like idiots. Idiots to me. I mean, it's disgusting at this point.
You got to call Paul the hypocrisy and the lies where it's at, and where and they all do these same things when the shoe is on the other foot.
Democrats
and
are paying for polls that make them look ahead.
This is why I can't
Republicans are paying
stand
for
the red
polls
and
that
blue
make them look
party.
ahead.
Yep.
It's gross.
How about the brown and blue party?
I don't even want that. I just want a nice. I don't know what color you would make a full centrist party. Let's make it green for good for once. Something like in general, I think we need somebody who's willing to sit in between the two parties and put an Uzi in both hands and point it at the, put one at the right and the left, like the standing in the middle, saying, "Hey, we need to talk about peace here," and actually
put a rifle in their hand.
We need to talk about
9 guns pointed at them.
We need to talk about the people. These politicians and these senate, all these, like you said, we need a centrist or somebody that goes in there and says, "Stop
true centrist,
trying to do everything on this side. Stop trying to do everything on this side. Let's look at the people and what they want in their state and their areas and counties and all these types of things. We have to listen to them. Sometimes they are wrong. That is why we have electees and electoral college and those types of things. And that's why sometimes we vote against certain things.
I have a tug for both sides.
Right. But at the same time, you cannot get in there and go, it's our republic. And I think that's a big thing too, especially with a lot of older voters and stuff. They were either raised or in this tradition of I vote everything Republican or I vote everything Democrat. I don't do the research. I just click, if it's Democrat or not. And that's got to stop. And it's going to take somebody's centrist to get in there to go stop voting, everything Republican and Democrat. Look at each candidate.
I've been voting since I was a child because my grandmother. That groupthink mentality's got to be squashed, and the only way you can do that is you need somebody who's strong enough to pull that plug of that weird programming out and kind of snap it back into reality of this is the reality, and we can all work together.
Right.
Instead of shit slinging the whole time.
Can't we all just get along without Kamala?
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
Who here thinks Trump will pardon Mayor Adams for NYC?
Ooh,
I don't
think he will.
You
don't think so?
No. I don't think he will.
I think he might.
I don't think so.
He spoke out about the migrant issue. So
I don't know.
I
As
think
long
he
as
might
Mayor Adams
sympathize.
supports Trump, I think Trump is gonna be a friend to it. Trump is that way. You're nice to me. I'm nice to you. You pat my back. I'll pat yours.
Just do us all a favor and let New York get nuked. Thanks.
I think we need Robert Davi.
Kill me.
What?
I'm curious.
Oh, sorry.
Compared to
comes back in.
Costa Rican and Canadian governments that you've lived in.
Yeah.
What shit can you possibly give us?
What can you give us that isn't just shit already? Tell me.
Oh, well. Let's see.
We poutine.
Talk to me, Trudeau. Come on.
Well, look. If you look up the Costa Rican president, you see his the party.
You already fucked up by saying it like a Canadian and calling it Costa. It's Costa, bitch. Continue.
No, it's actually called Costa, though. I thought it was Costa.
It's like when you call my casino casino. It's incorrect. It's casino.
No, but anyway, you see his party is actually called let's see, what is his party called? It's called the Social Democratic Progress Party. It was founded in 2018 and he was elected in 2022. So that's that's interesting. So I think maybe what would be best for the U.S. is to create a new party, in 4 years and then get it, guy elected.
That's an interesting question. So to everybody here, let's go from Bob and then jump around. Do you think the idea is to create a new party or to try and amplify one of the parties that's already there, like independent or whatever, socialist or whatever? What, Bob, do you think is the solution there? Is it a new party? Is it amplifying one of the current parties?
I think you have to amplify one of the current parties because technically are we a two-party system? Yes, but there are obviously more than two parties. There's a few actually for presidential candidates that were on the list this year.
Yeah,
but the thing is,
but
is
not
that
many people know.
Yeah,
well, nobody
exactly.
knows them. That's the thing. The problem is they usually have no campaign money, so they can't go anywhere. They run one political ad, the whole campaign cycle. So you may or may not, most likely, are not going to see it, and they never get to debate. So the only thing I think you could really do is you have to elevate them in some way. My thing is you have to let them debate. Number one. Regardless of whether they have the campaign funds to make it, cross country to visit all these places, is one thing.
Or even the numbers.
Yeah, exactly. But if you're running, I think you always,
because if I'm not mistaken, the way the whole debates work are you have to make a certain percentage.
That is correct. You need like 20 something or 20% of some sort of vote of some fucking people somewhere.
Right.
Allows you to get on the debate stage, but I think they need to eliminate that, and they need to let these smaller parties get up there and present their ideas on a broader stage, because they deserve every right to. I mean, if they're going to run, I at least want to hear what the fuck they have to say. I shouldn't have to go like digging through like Twitter to stumble upon a Joe Jorgensen or something like that. You know what I mean? I should be able to hear this crazy bitch talk about how everybody should just own a tank or whatever.
They should get equal amount of coverage as far as I'm concerned. I think that it's already bad enough that people can do more, run a lot more, and run more ads and more political push with just having more money, and they can squash the little guy.
Oh, well, a lot of that is also because of sponsors and the PACs
right.
and those types of things.
Absolutely, I think there needs to be more support to the other ones, and because I think genuinely there are people who are ignorant to it, that, like we said, that aren't aware of those others, and there are also people that don't realize the idea that there can be a middle of the road party that doesn't like, because I mean there are tons of people out there, I see it every day, that are more in line with me, where they do not like either party. They haven't liked it for maybe a decade or more, or they don't agree. There's things that they agree on both and disagree on both, but they want to see some of that honed in to a more independent centrist approach. So.
You know what swung me in this election? It was the campaign ad I saw that started off like this: Kamala doesn't want you to see this, but there's not a damn thing she can do about it.
Wow.
Yeah, those always get me.
Yeah, those ads are very convincing.
This video has been banned on X. Elon doesn't see this, but I have it. I'm the only one that's got it.
What's yours, baby?
My favorite ad this year was, "You better be careful who you vote for. Your voting history is public record.
Yes, that was like,
know who you voted for."
Well, and that's what we kind of talked about. It's funny because we kind of talked about while doing the 48 a little bit, because we were talking about, like, obviously while we were rating things to upload and things like that. It's like, yeah, that's such a terrible intimidation and fear tactic. Like, like we talked about, I think the fact that if you aren't voting, that's more of a statement than anything.
I had a
obviously
tell that to me to my face.
Really?
That's
yes.
crazy.
And how did you respond?
I said, dude, because he was one of my friends. But he was running for local office, and he told somebody to go back to their country, and I said, you know what, that is not very Christian of you, because he was a pastor at the time, and he said, well, you know what, your voting record is public. Why don't I go ahead and let everybody know which way you voted last time?
What?
Yeah,
I'm like, man, you are not the man of Christ I thought you were.
Whoa. That is disgusting. So now we're using literally your voting history as a blackmail tactic?
Yeah, he lost.
You know what he did to
Rosales? Rosales just ended it. Oh yeah, no, he lost.
Well, with a mind like that, absolutely, and deservedly so. But let's be fair. What he did to Rosales is what Superman did to the rest of society at the end when he throws a satellite down at the end of Man of Steel. He held them hostage and said, I can basically do whatever the fuck I want. And we all thought that was, we're like, how un-Superman of you, right? It's the same fucking thing That's the same fun. When people do that to people, I'm going to hold your voting record above your head and use it against you as weaponize it. That's the same fucking thing. And it was bad then. It's bad now. It's bad every time you do it.
Absolutely. Just to point out, Aaron's. I remember during the '90s, there was a great the centralism of Clinton. UK had Blair. Australia had Keating. There was kind of a boost of centralism in the '90s, and then that kind of went away.
I did want to.
Babe, your thoughts on whatever we were talking about.
There's no chance for another party. It will always be blue and red. There is no chance.
But do you think? Okay, if there was, the scenario. If there was, is it to amplify the current parties or to create a new one?
It would be to create a new one. Because I think a lot of people are tired of the left and right, the blue and red type of.
So you don't think independent, like amplifying the independent or would be enough?
Okay, the sad thing about America is no matter how much you amplify independent candidates, they will never get the votes they need, and they'll never get the votes they deserve. It'll always be a blue and red preference. That'll always be a thing in American minds till the end of time. There is no way you can amplify independent candidates as much as you amplify Democratic ones and Republican ones. There's just no way. Which is sad because
Americans like competition, like you said.
Exactly. They like the Empire versus Jedi. They like that. They want the Federation versus the Klingons. They want that. They want the side versus side. They want to pick one, and they want to feel good about picking one. So, which is what upsets me about being an independent, because my voice is worth hearing as much as yours, as much as all of you on this panel. I don't have a party preference.
It's worth more than mine.
So do these candidates. These candidates deserve that. Unfortunately, they'll never get it, which is the sad thing. But I don't think there's any chance that America has any room to fit another party in. And even if they do, here's a sad thing about the situation too. Even if there is another party, there will be another party after that is a party created opposition.
Right, to the opposition. Absolutely. Yeah, it won't be it'll start out in a great way, but then fall apart.
Yeah. Regardless of the situation, it'll always be a side versus side thing. So that's my two takes on it.
And I just want to say, going off what Bradley said, the left can say that they don't want that. We're America divided. We need to be America united. I want to call bullshit on that statement. Both sides want to keep you divided. There is a reason to the method to their madness. Keeping you divided keeps people in their pockets. It keeps all these individual voters. You get sure there's a few you got to sway here and there. You got the young demographic, the college students, whatever. But like the most part, those are the people that are going to keep your kind in office and whatnot, and keep the whole thing going. That is who you're catering to. You're not going to sway too much on that. And it's very similar to how the console wars is. It's very similar to how studios are with movies. It's all very similar, which is the brain rot cult mindset of how can we exploit people who want to feel like they're being heard, and so we will pretend that we care to what they're hearing, what we're hearing from them, and then we will get the votes. Get our power, do what we need to do, and then decide if we want to wash the baby out with the bathwater later. We don't have to focus on them anymore. And that is the sad reality of it. Bradley's absolutely right. You start one, you break into another party, you're going to have four. It's going to be a disaster. The only way it's ever going to happen, in my opinion, is if some magic thing happened and all of a sudden, like I said, the left and the right supported a centrist politician or a bunch of politicians and backed them, and then say, we're stepping back for the good of the country. We're stepping back and giving it to somebody who needs to have a voice and try something new. Like, we'd have to be completely selfless, right? Like, have to, give up that for everything. Or, which is never going to happen, or we take back the government the way that we intend, right? Like, we essentially are going to have to do a reverse and say that instead of having these politicians run everything and do everything for us in the way that we formed government, we're going to have to go back before that And now the stuff that we didn't want to do because we didn't want to have our hands involved, we're going to have to now do it. We're going to have to change a lot of things. You're going to have to tear the system apart. And that is the only way, honestly, you can smack some sense into the core. Because I hear kids and people every day, man, I didn't know that there was people who felt the same way that I did, like you about this, who are mad about both sides, positive about both sides, have these things to mention. I'm like, yeah, because no one is telling you that these people exist. They have to go out on social media and go in chat rooms to talk to people, like-minded people, to spring some common sense that, I'm sorry to say, neither party gives a shit about you. I'm sorry. I have to say that.
Yeah. Well, that's what my dad was telling me earlier when we went to vote together. He was telling me about his workplace because he's a pretty high up position at the Wynn Casino out here. So he hears all sort of shit. But most of the employees there are full Trumpers. And they're the types of people who you can't have conversations with. And that's what he was telling me. Like, it's so frustrating hearing all of this and not being able to feel like I can put any input in because you already know what the answer is going to be. And that's the sad thing about these conversations too. And that's why I mentioned Bob and Tim and certain people in our community, that it's so rare to actually find people that you can have a conversation
with. Me, guys, I just want to point out between literally all of us, we've probably been having political talks and conversations respectfully between
for years,
this group here for almost a year now, especially since Bradley have joined.
It's not just been the election that's getting us to talk about. We were talking about this when we first met each other, so.
Right? And I think that's the whole thing. It's been respectful. It's been, and I think for all of us, I have never gotten for example, Joker and I, right? I really love Joker's views, on things. It's very, very much where I lean, centrist and type. But he does not. He's not going to lean towards Kamala like I did. We don't have that say.
I'm not going to lean towards either, to be fair.
Right.
I came from. I wanted to remind I came from a Christian household as a gay Hispanic adopted child who thought he had to be left leaning because he was gay, and then thought he had to be right leaning because he was from a Christian household. And so I've done both. As I famously said, just like my sexuality, I've gone both ways. So realistically, I've been bisexual in multiple terms.
and I completely understand. And that's why that's why I'm I respect all of you guys, because I think for me, I don't feel isolated or called out or, any of these types of things. But I've talked with all of you pretty much about part of the reason of why I'm voting Kamala in these types is the very personal experiences that I've had with Trump at my church and all these types of things, and what I kind of saw how that happened with the Christian church and the evangelicals and all that type of stuff.
And that's wrong.
And that's where they were. But that's what really concerned me was, and I'm about to get piss drunk on air as well. I'm just finishing the statement before
the Daily
I do.
Wire. The Daily Wire is always drunk when they write their articles.
Pretty much, yeah.
Films as well.
True.
But I mean, look,
they're about to get drunker.
I am concerned only in the sense of this. I love people like you, Bob, and Joker and Rosales and all you guys that do it because you're not the extremist types or the type. But what I fear for is the people that are, and the people that see Trump in his rhetoric. And there you go. Wait.
Bob's dancing on it.
We got Bob on camera.
Listen, he's a beautiful man, but he doesn't dance better than me. Okay, let's just say it.
Let me tell you,
I did the fist better than him. He does have bigger hands.
It only looks like I can put 2 dicks in my mouth. And
Bob does have bigger hands than me. I'm a little upset. Bob has bigger hands than me.
But no, as I obviously. Oh, he's gonna win, but I obviously don't think, but that's where my concern lies. It's not people like you, Bob, or Joker, or Rosales, who are very down to earth, centrist, honest people, genuine. My concern lies in the people that Trump has.
I gave you the idea I was honest.
or honest. But in the people that Trump has like really manipulated and gotten behind this rhetoric of truly hating immigrants and truly
illegal ones.
For me, I can see the joke, right, in Tony Hinchcliffe's scene with Puerto Rico and all those types of things. I don't trust that half of that audience did.
Right. Oh yeah. Some people are going to run with it as it's just. It's true. It's funny because it's true.
And that is
also,
and that is the concern with Trump and his whole thing is that there is rhetoric there that I think is incredibly dangerous. And while I don't believe all Trump supporters believe it, or like you guys, that I think it's more for policy, and I try not to focus on is that I do think that there is a large portion of the country or Trump supporters that do believe it, and I think it's dangerous that that we encourage it in any type of way.
If anything, there's proof. There was literally that video last week where a kid in Florida drove, stalked, and cut off a family for having a Harris sign or sticker on the back of her truck, and was stalking her and her kids, which I literally go by that stuff. Listen, that turns aggressive and deadly. You can sit here and put your thumbs up your asses and say, no, it doesn't. It would never get that bad, because we would never go that far. But realistically, I'm sorry to say, human beings
taking the hats off of people's heads.
Right. I mean, these people, any group of human beings, if you agree that human beings are impulsive and will do extreme things in groups when they're in opposition and sometimes lose their cool and hurt one another, then you have to agree that left or right, they will both do it.
Yeah.
And stop this bullshit that my party wouldn't dare. No! They absolutely... I don't know what it's going to take for you to have that wake-up call. It's going to take some really bad, violent experience, because let's be fair, they also said this during Black Lives Matter, that these black people weren't out to hurt black people, and who got shot that they didn't give coverage to, and I'm going to give credit to the right for this one, a black African-American police officer, retired police officer, was killed by black kids for a television.
It was not black kids, it was Antifa. It was white kids.
Real quick, Rosales, can you go
Fake
ahead and put the volume on? Let's hear what Trump has to say here.
Yeah, let's see what happens here.
I can't hear it.
Trumpy?
You can't hear it?
Yeah, it's not going.
It's not up? Oh, I don't know why.
I'm going to make Taco Bell free for everyone in this audience.
Let me see.
Taco Bell for everyone, and McDonald's too.
If you need extra toilet paper, you have to pay at the door.
I'm just going to continue dubbing it until we get the audio.
Very good. Can you guys all hear and see that?
Microphone.
Can you guys hear it?
Can't hear it yet.
No.
Oh, it's very
bit.
faint. Yeah, just turn it up a little bit.
Okay.
North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
Taco Bell.
We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska.
Large Baja Blast.
Result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but
Frog moths.
but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great.
Which is very surprising because it is Trump's first time winning the popular vote.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a big shift.
Thank you.
Years too, when they won.
The senators, they were tough races.
Great that you won all the people that wanted to vote for you. What are you going to do for me and the people that didn't vote for you?
What are you going to do for the people that voted for you?
Talk to me.
Don't just
and how are you going to bring in people like me and stuff that I didn't vote for you? I'm concerned.
How are you going to make me comfortable?
At this point, it's an ego trip. And all it is bragging about that I won everything. I have the House and the Senate, and I can do whatever I want. And as no matter what party I'm a part of. That's not what I want. Is one specific party having full control. So this is doing nothing to ease my concern. Yeah, the first lady that you have stand-ins for.
Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country? Can you believe that?
He did win the popular. It's looking like he's going to. Nothing's confirmed as of yet, but the numbers are pretty overwhelmingly towards Trump.
Well, we still have votes unaccounted for in multiple states that are not counted yet.
It would be a big. She would need a big lead. A big lead.
Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think
6 a.m. the numbers are going to look different.
Yeah, there's still like over like at least 2 million
North,
votes unaccounted
so
for in
as of so far, Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and Georgia have not yet been called. They're still. North Carolina is Trump, but they're all leaning towards Trump.
There's still 500,000 votes for Pennsylvania. There's still 1.8 million.
This is the other thing, too. Yes, and this is the other thing, too. They've made very clear in a lot of states like Pennsylvania and others, they're not going to start counting the early ballot votes until after the polls close.
Our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Who is more smarter than you?
Yes, the crack baby.
Yeah.
The next president of the United States. In less
Great.
than 2 years.
We've got a narcissist and a crack baby in our office. Phenomenal.
It's the beginning of a joke. A narcissist and a crack baby walk into the White House.
Go into the enemy camp.
What could happen? What could go wrong?
What he says.
The enemy. Hold on. All right.
A lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC. He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like he's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then
They're all calling it for you, and you're still sitting here giving them shit like, get over yourself and the fucking bullshit calling out revenge tour. Get onto your politics. Stand MSNBC, who he just called out. Fuck off. They both called the election for him.
What do you mean? He called about all he said was that JD did a good job doing interviews there.
I appreciate you allowing
That's literally all he said.
Bob, I'll push back on you saying that McDonald's and Rogan won him the election. He won him the election. JD
Sure,
Vance
probably. I would say that I was totally not sold when he first picked him.
Wow,
Me either.
CNN is on like a 5-minute delay, it looks like. JD is just now walking up to the podium on CNN.
The greatest political comeback in American history. We're going to lead the greatest economic.
I wonder what they expect to happen that they need to edit out really quickly so the American public doesn't see it happen live on television.
Jake Tapper jumping out of the window at CNN.
That's all you gave him is 30 seconds? Cool.
Yeah.
Right. Now get off, Vince, and certify the election if I lose.
I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little.
How are you going to do that?
It lost that little.
You know what's so funny is I think back to every president talking about their, election and all that. This is the only one that I can remember where he does not speak to the people that didn't vote for him. Obama, Bush, everybody else said, look, this is how we unify and come together. People didn't vote for me. This guy is so self-obsessed with himself and the party getting the win that it's disgusting.
But we have to We have to let them come back.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think this man can have a conversation with a Democrat without being
Let me
insulting.
also express my tremendous.
There's no way he could have a conversation with a knowledgeable Democrat. I can tell you that right now.
The job you did.
You think Dean Withers would cook him?
Dean Withers would rape him.
Come here, Chris.
I think he would. Too.
Susie likes to stay sort of in the back. Let me tell you, the ice maiden. We call her the ice maiden.
What the hell?
Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This was unexpected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th.
I know. I love when they pulled the clips of him calling him Hitler.
The best team, and
I love most about that is how
and now
the best.
Joe Rogan failed to mention that.
Yeah. And now JD Vance is the biggest Trump supporter.
Look at her. She's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But
Trump and his completely undamaged ear.
Who did you say? Oh,
it's called makeup.
We have a new star. The star is born. Elon.
Is that what it is? Oh my God.
Now he's
Is he there? Is he there, Elon?
Now he's an amazing guy. 2 years earlier, he was calling you a piece of shit too. So
campaigning, you know, he sent the rocket.
Money talks.
2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that rocket.
So these cabinet positions.
Down. I saw it. It was when it left. It was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty.
I remember a time when Trump wouldn't give an opinion on Musk because Musk wouldn't give an opinion on him, and now he's the best guy ever. Look at what he does with the ships and the rockets. He can land them parallel.
And there was, you know, it's like 22 stories.
He showed me a missile blowing up on a mountain, and I cummed.
And it came down, and you saw that fire burning, and I said, only Elon can do this.
We just elected the most simple president that we have in probably our American history.
That's amazing.
I think we just avoided that.
Yeah. This is the second most simple president.
No, I would say this is at least the other one had advisors that could make her look less simple.
All I'm hearing from him is word salad right now. Like what?
Yep.
Telling a story.
So I asked him to
No, he's not. He's fucking telling
a story that nobody gives a shit about. Cool. Elon lands rockets. We already know that. You suck his dick because he gave you a pack and a bunch of money to win you the election. Congratulations.
He said he was going to talk about his donors.
No, I'm sure he did.
He wouldn't be here without him.
He really wouldn't.
Wait a minute. Who raised like $1 billion to run against him?
Who started 100 million
Like 5
that
minutes.
got people to go around canvassing for $47 a household.
$47 a household?
Yep, $47 a signature is what my friend gets.
And it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night,
It worked.
baby. And it was a
It's illegal, but it worked.
Well, you know, so was Harvard ballot harvesting.
Yeah, there you go.
I said, who else can do that?
Sure, they're both pulling a bunch of illegal shit.
No. Can the United States?
I thought we were going to get along after this.
But I would say he still won fair and square, but it doesn't mean that they didn't pull illegal shit.
That's the best thing I came back to.
I'm not saying that, like, you know, there was fraud or anything. No, I think it was 100% real and all that, but absolutely, I think Elon's election interference added to it. And I hope it gets held accountable. I
It
do.
was fair and balanced, but there was interference.
Fair and balanced to the
But it
people,
was
except
illegal.
for yep,
It was,
except
except for
for
the
yep.
illegal stuff, it was fair and balanced.
It should go both ways. If it were the Democrats, I'd say the same thing.
It's a form of communication.
Cuban could have done the same thing and started a PAC with all of his money and stuff, but he didn't. He did it the legal way.
Okay, so if Kamala Harris all of a sudden overnight gets every single thing that she needs to win,
she's not.
and Trump loses it, and Trump
But she's
loses.
not.
She's not going to get that.
But if it does happen, would you still call it fair and balanced?
I would say Trump probably won. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to say it's looking like there's that would be the most insane pull out of the ass that unless it was all uncounted early ballots.
Yeah, I'd be like, that sounds fishy.
Yeah, I would even say that sounds fishy.
Why would you make this call that early?
And I don't think that's going to happen. I'm sorry, I don't. This whole exaggeration that the Democrats are like the Republicans is proven false by this election.
Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here somewhere.
Who said that the Democrats were like the Republicans?
Like the Republicans in the sense that they're going to call fraud and foul on the whole thing.
They will in the morning.
A couple of them will.
Why haven't they now then?
There's going to be lawsuits.
They'd be calling They'd be calling it out. They'd be saying the Cranston teens and all these others would be on
The
there
extremist,
going,
weirdo, celebrity, left-leaning ones will.
And I'm not talking about the There will always be, this is my thing. On this stream, I'm never talking about the extremists because there will always be those on both sides.
Yeah, I'll send you some, Austin. There's some. As I was downstairs prepping my food, I realized I was getting a ton of notifications. And most of them are from colleagues, other celebrities, other people that I follow quite regularly that are losing their shitting mind right now. And it's kind of crazy.
It's sad. It is sad. And look, obviously I'm not happy. This isn't the outcome that I wanted. But I'm still going to say it was a free and fair election. Trump won. I hope the Democrats learn their lesson and stuff. I'm not going to sit here and cry about it or, say that.
I'm not even learned their lesson. They're rigging them from here on out.
Well, I'm not even going to sit here. I'm not even going to sit here and say that, half the country is wrong. They have a right to their opinion. I think there are extremists, and people that have fallen into a rhetoric with the Republicans that is much more dangerous than the Democrats. But I don't think it's the end of the world or our country or any of those types of things. I think we'll bounce back like we always do.
Yeah, why do I need Dana White here? Why do I need Dana White to speak here? I don't give a fuck what Dana White thinks. He's a fucking retard.
Hey, everybody seemed to enjoy what Lizzo was thinking.
I don't think he's a retard. Wife and mixing.
All them idiots were thinking. So,
well, they're all idiots. So these celebrities need to get on there.
Yeah.
It's only fair.
The same thing if Jamie Lee Curtis came out with Kamala's speech. I'd be like, get this bitch out of here.
Right?
Yeah, I'm going to say. Listen, I'm going to say with every celebrity, fuck Dana White.
Of course, he
Beyonce,
calls out Aiden Ross. Yeah. Kill yourself.
Yes, having.
Dude, do you really think Joe Rogan on election day announcing his endorsement pushed the Trump vote? It was literally this morning that homeboy came out and said, I endorse Trump. Fuck off.
You might have got a few undecided.
No, he didn't.
Sure.
Literally, then fuck Rogan then, because it took Rogan until now, but in Trump's face, to Trump's face on his interview, he was going, I'm not going to endorse you fully. And while Trump was going I don't know why you wouldn't, you would never vote Kamala and all that.
Wait, maybe the reason why he thinks that Rogan had a hand in it is because Rogan helps produce Tony Hinchcliffe's show, Kill Tony, and he thinks that Kill Tony had a hand in it for the humor and for also the people in Austin, Texas, and people being open about both sides. Maybe he thinks that that's his way of connecting with the people and getting with the young people and getting them to have their decisions on who to be president. I don't know what his mindset is.
But even then, I don't think that's enough on election day. I give Rogan credit to that. Rogan said, I'm not going to endorse you to his face.
Right.
And it took until election day when Rogan said, you find out I'm not going to be able to interview Kamala or do all these things. That's when he came out with his opinion.
Say what you say about Rogan. I
have a lot of respect for that.
You don't have to agree with Rogan on stuff, but I do, for somebody who is technically left who turned right, I do have a lot of respect for Rogan having all kinds of people on, no matter what, and just talking to them and just jamming out with them.
Right, but I'm sorry, I'm not going to sit here and listen to Trump and let Trump say oh, it was Joe Rogan. Bro, he came out this morning and endorsed you. This morning. That wasn't okay. Maybe Bob said a couple hundred votes.
Trump probably feels like he needs to vote. He needs to thank everybody because Like
Yeah,
we
he
said,
does.
if his kid did in fact recommend that he go on these types of shows to connect with more people, and to be fair, he's been on Rogan's before, so
yeah, he has.
He probably feels that a lot of this is to thank, or at least a big portion of it is to thank to alternate media, right, and connections with younger groups of people.
And that's the thing. I don't think it's Rogan. I think it's Musk. Musk gave him a big push on Twitter.
Oh yeah, more so than Rogan. I agree with that. Yeah.
That's the thing, though.
Yeah,
that's the thing, though. I'm a younger voter. I'm in Gen Z,
right?
Exactly.
Right.
Right. You know, if I looked at that video, nothing he said in that Joe Rogan interview connected me with him as a younger voter at all.
Convinced me.
He just, it was so fucking boring.
Put me to sleep.
So boring.
Yep.
And so worthless. It was a complete waste of
Just
time.
him complaining and crying about the same shit over and over.
Yeah, but granted, like he did do that. He did push to do things, or someone else pushed him to do things that lean towards a younger demographic.
Right.
But if anything, those interviews prove how fucking retarded that younger demographic is. And if we really want to do that, why would we ever rely on the younger demographic to vote correctly? Because they're
the
so
NFT.
I'll give Trump this.
Right. The NFTs, they didn't work, Bradley. My NFTs, they weren't successful, so I had to go on Rogan again. Okay.
Yeah.
Trump trading cards.
And look, I'll give Trump this, right? Into what he just said, like, we're the party of common sense. Like, it is the left's fault over the last few years that they have gone so extreme and so left with certain things that, yeah, they've isolated a lot of voters. Admittedly, they're now starting to backpedal on a lot of things, but it was too little too late.
But here's what the left needs to do, and I agree. Somebody said this. They need to stop blaming the right for the damages that have been done, and they need to start looking internally and saying, what did we do?
Yep.
And that is a big problem. CNN started to do that. Why the fuck can't that party do the same thing?
I agree.
Left people
I
are
can tell you why.
really stubborn
because
on
Nancy
that.
Pelosi, Elizabeth Warren, Andy Schumer, all these fucking old heads that are so determined in doing things, this old style type of way that
the way that makes them money. Let's be clear. It's the way that they make money.
Right.
They make money off of it, and the American people,
and they gain power. No, more importantly, in Washington, let's be fair. It's not about money. It's about power. Power in that name means everything. The money comes
because
after.
those people that make money based off their sponsors and all those types of things, but their salaries for their Senate is not big. So that's where they're getting the money. If there's their sponsors and all those type of the PACs and.
It's sad. Stop blaming the other opposing party just because it's easy. Please.
Well,
please look at yourselves.
I don't know about any of you, but I'm glad they were at least wrong about there being shenanigans. Okay, that's at least.
Oh, voter shenanigans. Yeah, that's
That's the best thing to come from this election, is that there was there was no shenanigans involved.
We'll see,
or at least
no one's coming out claiming. Well, there's a few.
I would hope so, but like I said, we'll see. I'm sorry, I do think Trump in the next few days will absolutely come out.
Give it a week.
It was close, but let me tell you, I think I would have. I think I took that. There was a couple things
I think I had Nevada.
Yeah.
I had.
Right. Yeah, whatever it is.
He's got Nevada. He's gonna win.
Whereas, I'm sorry, you're not going to see that. You're not going to see that from. You're not going to see that from Kamala. Kamala's not going to come out and go, "Oh, I would have won this state, or I should have won."
So the funny thing about him winning Nevada is, Nevada is a pile of nothing. It is a pile of dirt.
We have Vegas and we have Reno.
Until you get to the very end. No, fuck Reno. Reno's a piece of shit. Reno's a glorified fucking Las Vegas.
How dare you? Might be a pile of nothing, but it's
my grandma just rolled in her grave.
No, but. He might have won Vegas, but the only reason he did is because a lot of those butt-fuck nowhere fucking hillbillies are out there in the desert with fucking barely any radio or TV who voted for him. But guess what?
Listen, the Sand People, they're people too. Okay, I saw them in Star Wars. The Sand People, they vote.
Test creators are citizens.
Listen, we have islands like people that coals from. It's a shithole.
Don't bring God into this, because let me tell you something. I'll tell you something right now. This is the last time that you will hear Trump talk about God in his 4 years of presidency.
Maybe. He'll lean to it if it works.
He got his votes with
He's doing the
evangelicals and stuff. And now he's gonna be done with them unless
Bobby's doing the hands. Do the hands with them. Listen, I don't completely agree, Austin. I think he is a grifter just the same as these pathetic weird grifters online. He will push. He will go religious if it benefits him. For sure.
But this is the thing. The only reason that he did with the last presidency he was in was because of COVID.
And
because it was because of the whole push of
because of Pence, and because his vice president was Pence, and
but even Pence, as much as I don't like him, he was respectful in the fact that my religion doesn't run the country.
I agree that, but Pence, if Pence is from our area, okay, we do not like. If you know anything about people, people seem to think that we like him. No, we do not. The majority over here do not like Pence. He's a fucking asshole and a dirtbag, but. Yeah, I digress. But it was smart for him to put him on his ticket because it's what got him.
But guess what, Tim? He's a better vice president than Kamala because he did more than her, apparently. But all vice presidents need to be like Kamala. They need to do every single thing.
I will agree, Bradley, that I felt like I saw more of Pence public speak and go to national tragedies and people, and events more than Kamala has. But we can argue coverage. Someone had more coverage than the other all day. But the question is, who actually did the work? I don't know. None of them, as far as I'm concerned.
both of them, like I said earlier, vice presidents are meat puppets. They don't. They're not. They're just glorified PAs.
The only reason I won because I went against the women
and to fucking check off everything he says and does. That's all they're there for.
Pence was a surefire win. He was a gorgeous man. That's why I had him. I had a hottie on there. They all wanted him. They liked his bald head. I loved his bald head. I kissed that bald head.
The sad thing about all this too is I think it speaks volumes that his own vice president didn't endorse him in this.
Yes,
it just says a lot. I mean, regardless, he won, but still, that does.
That's the only good thing Pence has ever done was say, "Yeah, it's got a little too extreme for me. I'm gone." Pence is a fucking asshole.
That's the only good thing he's done his whole career. He's done nothing.
Yes.
I'm looking at this tweet here, and it's obviously from a Kamala supporter and somebody who doesn't support Trump. But their whole thing is that the only reason he won is because he went up against women.
Oh my God!
And
so wait, are they saying they don't believe in the power of their own women?
That's what they're saying.
That's exactly that's what I hear.
Again, that is what the extremists are saying.
Do they not hear what they're saying before they tweet? That makes them sound weak and stupid.
Again, these are extremists, and you know it's bad when people like the Cranston who are pretty extreme, are still going like it was a free and fair election. I'm not happy that they won, but
I don't know how extreme he can be.
Oh, a blue checkmark on Elon Musk's Republican X. Dude, this whole thing with the X, I'm sorry, this act that X is the true truth of media.
It's not. To be fair, X. I just want to say, absolutely.
And guess what Elon said earlier today? He said that if Kamala won, X and Twitter would be deplatformed and gone. Forever.
Yeah, which is ridiculous.
So there you go.
Which is weird to me because he hired a left-leaning CEO to run the company. So when I hear Elon say stuff like that, I'm like, but you purposely hired somebody who was a left-leaning one to run the company for Twitter for you. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would those fucking extreme measures be taken if you already have people in there so you could have it bipartisan in the first place? It doesn't make sense.
Because I have a theory about Elon. He's just like
he's a grip.
Yeah, exactly. This man, as soon as he saw the support from the Republican Party, as soon as he started even mentioning or leaning towards that way, he ran with it. His ego and his shit. This is somebody who is a socially awkward, not big, has a big audience of fans and stuff. He's now coming out to cheers at the Trump rally of Elon, this blah blah blah.
This is a man who was very middle before, and mind you, I love Elon. I love Elon. I agree with a lot of what Elon says, and I think he is a very intelligent human being. There's a lot of stuff I agree with him. What he did, particularly with his girlfriend and the baby situation, I agreed with what he said about how she shouldn't be raising her kid that early to just immediately say that, he's that he's this multi-gendered baby. There's a lot of stuff that I agree with him on, but he got more extreme once the loss of Trump and everything went on, the threat to our democracy really amplified with him. He pulled what Ripa did, which is what I hated about Young Ripa, which was Young Ripa was somebody I used to watch all the time because I thought he genuinely believed in what he said he talked about, which was that we shouldn't push left-leaning ideology into entertainment like they're pushing so much, and neither on the right either. It should just be entertainment. And then he started making those trash comics, which pushed, and I specifically said to him before it came out, I said, but are you going to treat it in kind in the same way where you're not going to push your own beliefs and ideology into your own comics to that audience that supported you, the Trump audience? And zero answer. In fact, got mad at me for asking the question. I didn't accuse him. I asked him. It didn't continue. And not only did he double down on that with the comics, they do exactly have right-leaning stuff in it. So these people who claim that they don't want these things pushed in their entertainment will then say it's perfectly fine for their party's stuff to be pushed into it, but not the left. I can't trust you for your word anymore. And that's exactly what Elon did.
I completely agree with you.
I'm happy to miss 1776, by the way.
With people like Young Ripa, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was or whatever, if you want to call it, a response to what the left was doing, right? With their and that's where I do blame the left. Yeah, the left caused this whole response to stuff. Do I think playing it the same, doing the you do it this way, I'm going to play it that way too, is the right answer? No. It's not. But at the same time, I think it's just one of those things, like you said earlier, that shows like the Democrats brought us here. It's us that we need to look internally at, and it's us to blame.
Yeah.
It's sad that that people think that that's the correct response. It's the same thing with like we talked about with the Snyder Cult. Okay, you got shit back in 2016 or whatever, by extremists and stuff. So now your game is to do the same thing and call gun fans rapists and this and blah blah blah. And
say that they want James Gunn assassinated and draw weird, fucked up things. And meanwhile, you're also raising money for Zack Snyder's dead daughter, and then telling people to kill themselves. I'm sorry, your message doesn't hold water when you do that. You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly. And it's the same thing that where it's just. I think we're at a point where I hope Democrats just really look internally and look forward to the next election and say we fucked up, and they've been doing this for the last 4 years or 8 years.
By the way,
and Pete Buttigieg and
I agree with what you said, Austin. The left should look at what they're doing, but also the right doesn't need to stop. This is the problem I hate when people are on top. They just now I don't have to try, which is what I said the PlayStation Xbox thing, right? Once you're on top, you don't feel like you have to try.
Right.
And that's my problem is at this point in time, just because you're on top, Trump and everybody on the right, you still need to look internally into yourself to see what you can do to better yourselves as a party. You don't just stop from here and play lazy game. It doesn't
like I
work
was
that
saying
way.
tonight, I've never seen a presidential acceptance speech like this where he never spoke to the people that didn't vote for him. He never said anything to me or to anybody that is concerned or anything to go like there is half of the, and it's happened with almost every other presidential acceptance speech where they go, there's half the country that didn't vote for me. I'm still going to try to do things to please
for you.
Exactly. This isn't.
That's your job as the president.
All this was the we won everything parade. We got the House. We got the Senate. I won everything.
We're the winning party. All you losers, you're back there. You should have voted for me.
I thought the F you to Austin was very clear.
The what?
The F you to Austin was very clear, he said.
Yes, it was very clear.
I heard it.
The F you to Austin.
But see, that's how I know they haven't learned, because they should be empowering them. They should be, like Austin said, talking about how they should be working for the people anyways, and not pushing, not making more enemies. Yeah, you should be winning more of the blue over. If anything, you should be winning the blue over. You should be talking trash after you won and continue to
Again,
listen, this isn't a Call of Duty match.
Or with all the other presidents, right?
Right.
But they all did it.
Obama,
Bush, Clinton, all of them came out and said, half of the country didn't vote for me. I'm going to still... Okay, that's fine. Even if they don't go through with it, right? Or whatever.
But they didn't mean it.
The fact is, they still said it. This guy is just a full, fuck you, I won. I'm all about myself and my party. And this is the future. And there's nothing to ease my concerns or anything there about, or anybody that voted against him.
And you're not the only person who feels that way, and that is a problem. And that's what I'm saying. I think that would be like me playing you in Call of Duty and beating you, sniping the shit out of you, Austin, right?
Right.
And
Which
beating you.
I
I could beat you 35 to 10, right? And then what I will say is, for the next week, I'm going to rub it in your face and say, "Oh, by the way, I still am a better sniper than you. Screw you. You're the worst."
And
I just continue to do it. Listen, I won. I can rub it in the moment, but I'm done. I'm not going to keep going and blabbing on. It's ridiculous.
That presidential speech was equivalent to a teacher giving you a sticker for giving an answer right in class.
I wasn't even paying attention. I was not even paying attention.
See?
But, right now, CBS News wants to claim any win they can, so yay for murdering babies.
Listen to babies, they gotta go.
Yay, 25th Amendment. Yay.
Or what I like to call preventative health care.
Yes.
Listen, anything that retracts women's rights, I'm all for. I'm just kidding. I mean, what?
And I'm sorry, Donnie. It doesn't matter what you try and say about Project 25 or not. Your fucking party has the Senate and Congress now. So regardless, that's getting passed.
They're gonna get what they want from that type of shit. And again,
none of that's gonna happen. None of that.
No, I'm sorry. No,
anything that happens whenever.
That's like telling me back in 2016 that Trump wasn't going to go for all the evangelical shit that they had him.
Let me what happens. Bush says, "Let me read my lips. No new taxes." And the very first thing he does when he wins is institute new taxes. Okay, so if at any point in time a politician promises you something, you are almost guaranteed not to get it. Okay.
Again, and that's why I've been saying for months and months and months, as much as Trump has been denied, I'm not a part of 2025. You don't have to be, bro. The fact is, everybody around you is, and you are so. It goes back to what I said. You have no foundation. You have no morals that you stand on and keep to. You are a wishy-washy person.
To be fair, the things he promised.
Whoever pushes you to say that, okay, this is going to get you more people or more adoration in this group, he's going to do it. That's
to be fair. Austin, you just nailed it on the head. But to be fair, what he did when he first ran, when he won, right? He promised about all those things, and to be fair, a lot of those things he acted on, and he was successful on, right?
Yes.
So how are we not to believe that wouldn't be the case in any other degree on now? I'm just if he wants to do it, he'll do it. If he can. He'll do it.
Or
if he
it's
can.
not even if he wants to. If somebody comes to him and say, "Hey, this group is going to just absolutely adore you if you do this," right? You're going to get so many. No matter how much hate you're going to get from the rest of the world, this group, the evangelicals or whoever or blah blah blah, they're going to give you so much love and praise for this. If you do it, he's going to go.
Oh, I get brand loyalty. Okay.
I watched the man do it with my own eyes in front of me as he stood on front of a church stage.
Now you were disowning all kinds of what extremists? Is that what you said? That's who they are. So it's not the mainstream. Okay.
But the fact is those extremists now have a position of power that they did not.
But
have
as the extreme group grows, they become a more viable.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Rosales, you cannot tell me that the same thing didn't happen with the Democrats. It started with a little extremism, and it grew, and it grew, and it grew. And now we have this. And the same exact thing is happening to the right. And it's going
Twitter
to happen
proves
with
that.
Trump. It's going to happen with Trump, where they're going to get in his ear. They're going to say, you get all this love and adoration from this specific group or these types of people and all of that. And that's all Trump needs. He obviously does not care that half of the country does not like him or didn't vote for him. What he cares about is that as long as
It was
he
less
keeps
than
the
half
people-
that voted against him.
well, even then, all he cares about is the people that did vote for him and keeping them happy and making sure that they continue to give him the praise that he wants. And as long as that happens, he'll absolutely again.
Trump has tunnel vision. He'll stick with what's in front of him and what worked until somebody taps him on the shoulder and say, "Hey, there's this other group here on the side. You might want to, you know what I mean? Like
acknowledge."
Which he's done. By the way, he's been that way for quite a while. If you've ever seen any episode of The Apprentice, he's very much that until somebody brings his attention.
He's going to meet with some black people, some Mexicans, and maybe some Puerto Ricans.
The biggest proof was that in 2016, and when he was running, right, all for the evangelicals, going to churches and doing all these types of things, then goes quiet until 2020 when COVID hits and all the evangelicals start crying, "You're taking away my rights. We can't worship, blah, 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 because there's a national pandemic." And he comes out
the aisle,
and holds a Bible
to the Department of the
in front of
Interior.
a closed church to do some promo shit. Like, dude,
He's never been a religious person before. He was a left-leaning guy who went on a right ballot, right? He went right because he knew strategically it would work, and having Pence on there, and it totally worked, and going with religious people totally worked, because what is very common and synonymous with America and culture, other than fast food, and we can argue, other things like that, and guns and obviously that kind of stuff. It's Jesus Christ and Christianity is a big part of it, and that's a great. Let's go into the roots of America, religion, people like faith. All right, and I have Pence on I have to do it with Pence on. It's perfect strategy, and it's what exactly helped him win.
It got even worse, right? And there's a whole documentary about it that has come out about the Christian act. It got even worse when you had massive names in the evangelical and Christian sphere coming out and going, not only are we voting for Trump, God prophesied Trump as the next guy. God told us that Trump is the next president, and all these other weird just shit that is.
He's the second coming. God,
is the audio coming through now?
No.
No, I'm not hearing any audio. Try turn. Is it? Do you have it all the way up on the volume?
I can't do the volume on this one.
No,
it's not showing you the fun. Send me the link. I'll pull it up on mine.
They're suppressing the audio. They don't want to hear it.
It's not important. Fix the audio on that. On my new toy, OBS Studio.
It's a threat to. It's a threat to censorship. They're censoring the audio. Okay.
They're censoring it. I mean, so yeah. Look, I mean, that's my whole thing. Is this Reddit? Like, yeah. The whole idea that Project 2025 is just. Oh, it's just other Republicans pushing this, and Trump, isn't going to go for it. I have absolutely no faith in that whatsoever, because the man, as soon as he finds out that that's going to get him more love in a certain group or more things, he will absolutely go for it.
No, I don't think so. We can agree to disagree at this point until you are proven correct.
True, but that's the other thing. He's already shown, at least in my opinion, that he's done that type of thing. He did it with COVID. Right. He did it with in that again. He very much was for the first running. Like that's the thing. Like with COVID, right? You had all the churches crying, "This is the persecution Jesus talked about back in the day in the Bible. And we're never gonna." You had literal churches and people like Sean, Freight and all that was going out and saying like, we're going to hold our worship services because if we don't, we'll never worship again. Here we are 4 years later. Everything's fine. People are worshiping in churches again, doing all the same thing. It's the same.
Yeah, but a lot of these crazy pastors died of COVID.
Say what? That should then tell you obviously God wasn't on your side, bro. It's literally it's like my favorite parable where it's like there's a guy drowning in the ocean and 3 ships pass by trying to give him a lifeboat. And he's going like, nah, God's gonna save me. Okay, die then.
Right. Don't
whatever.
take common sense. Just completely build it up to when people aren't going to help you, but just completely up to God that He's.
I've been snake handling for years. Ain't nothing ever happened.
Yep. Exactly.
I mean, so I don't understand that rhetoric of just the whole like, oh, there's no way he's gonna go. Like, okay, even me not saying like it's not 100%, but I'm sorry, I can't sit here and go.
Trump
like,
has always been an opportunist. He's always been an opportunist. He has thrown people under the bus to be an opportunist. Witnessed it 100%.
He literally threw his mentor Roy Cohen under the bus.
Omarosa, somebody who thought it was a woman of promise that ran his company. Even he has thrown her under the bus twice. She fell for it twice in her own running of his own fucking reality show for his company. If he sees an opportunity, he will throw them under the bus if it gives him some formative advantage.
And, to be fair, and this is 100% true.
True.
What Ford says. Yeah, Musk had to swallow a very bitter pill with the COVID stuff that they imposed on him when Biden came in and stuff. And he was not happy. He lost some money, but that was just the facts of everybody.
Oh, by the way, he'll throw Musk under the bus for something too. If he listen, let's be fair. Musk and they are buddy and pals now. They weren't before the buddy pal. But if there was something that came down between him and him, right?
We already know they disagree on the whole global warming thing and all that type of stuff.
And you know what? If that's what it takes for Elon to get a wake up call to say, "Oh, I thought he was my friend. I didn't really," whatever. It's the wake up call I had, right?
Yeah,
and that's how I became a centrist. So
we also have a vice president who doesn't believe carbon emissions are real.
These are nuts.
It's not going to be amazing. It's not going to be terrible, and it's not going to be amazing. It's going to be blah.
You said, I take it you're talking about Project 2025 here?
Yes.
Okay, so the worst thing is the lefties believe it still applies when nobody vouches for it. Where's the nobodies? Because literally everybody besides Trump and J.D. Vance, who even he has said, like, yeah, I agree with some things there and has co-signed on some things. Most Republicans in Trump's pocket are going, this is us. This is absolutely
a dead clock will agree with the rest of the world twice a day. That doesn't mean that it's right all of the time, or that it means anything. So
it doesn't mean that it's right, but when you have people of power pushing it and stuff, it doesn't matter what's right or wrong.
People are on the Senate.
Republican Party is for
most of Republican Party again. Yes, absolutely.
You're generalizing it. You're generalizing a bunch of radicals.
Even J.D. Vance has said that he supports a lot of things.
The only extremists you believe in are the Republican extremists. Okay, you won't vouch for any other extremists except for the Republican ones.
Because the Republican extremists has proven themselves to actually go there outside of the rhetoric of Democrat extremists just saying shit and not actually going there.
Give me an example, please.
Hillary Clinton saying, like you said earlier, it was rigged and blah, 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 but then coming out on the night of the election and conceding and saying it's his.
So Hillary Clinton is a Republican extremist?
Absolutely. Yeah, she is an extremist. I would say she's an extremist, but even then, she conceded. Yeah.
But she's a leftist extremist.
What's the point? There are right.
The point is, I was asking you about the Republican extremists.
All of them that co-signed and wrote Project 2025. I think it's literally in the hundreds that co-sign and go with it.
100 crazy Republicans.
100 crazy Republicans in the Senate.
In the Senate,
again. This isn't just 100 crazy Republicans of just like you and me, everyday life people. These are 100 Republicans with power to vote in the Senate.
I've never heard of anybody in the Senate talk about
in the House.
Yes, I've never seen that, House or Senate, talk about Project 20. The only people I hear talking about Project 2025 are people that are complaining about Project 2025.
Not the people that wrote it and that are endorsing it and pushing it. You don't see any of those people?
I've never seen anybody talk about it.
I have. I've seen a bunch of people that are absolutely
that's
going
why
out
I'm
there.
asking. And
This
see,
is where
I'm
we
trying
want
to be
to see the
informed.
Republican Party go.
I'm not trying to be obstinate. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm trying to figure out and ascertain who these people are because, again, I've never heard anybody say anything about it except for people that are complaining about it. I've never read this manifesto. I don't even know if it actually exists.
Well, that's the thing. Read it. It absolutely does exist, and it absolutely is backed by hundreds of Republicans that believe in these types of things. That
which
it becomes a no longer like it completely changes our democracy. Like as somebody that is a Christian, right, and that believes like we're founded on values.
What are the
we're
names?
not a country that should be like claimed as a Christian country.
And how come this didn't happen in
never how it was
2016
set
when
up.
they had the House?
Sounds like
Because let me tell you why it didn't happen in 2016. He started meeting these people in 2016. He didn't have these people in 2016 doing this. The people like Lance Wallanu who supports this. People like I'm telling you.
Who is that?
Probably crazy.
But my question is, you don't think that these people mingle with Democrats as well? You think they just exclusively know Trump?
Who exclusively knows Trump?
These people that who have written this think tank that is Project 2025, because that's what it is. It's the same thing that happens every election. Is basically what it happens.
There has never been anything like Project 2020 presented in a Republican election, not once.
Yes, there is.
No, there has not.
None of this was even presented.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it that it says that we are a Christian nation? We are going to take away the rights of people who don't believe in certain Christian values. You have
Tell me
to
where that bill is. Where's that bill?
Project 2025. Go read it.
Where's the bill though that says that?
There's an entire thing of Project. That's what Republicans want to push, and when a majority of Republicans,
but are they pushing it though?
In the House,
where is it being pushed? Where? What bill is being written?
In the House and in the Senate. Do I have to actually pull up the list of the hundreds of Republicans?
The list is not a bill, though. Those aren't bills.
What do you think it's going to become, Bob? What do you think it's going to become?
None of it's going to happen.
I'm sorry, call him crazy, but Tim Walz makes a great point. You think they make a fucking plan just to throw it out the window?
A $22 million plan?
What party does that? I mean,
where does this? It doesn't say anywhere that he's on the House or the Senate.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yes, he's an extremist, one of the religious people that absolutely co-signs the other religious.
He's a Christian nationalist. Yeah.
Yes, he co-signs
something that's
he
not even
co-signs all the other Republicans, and if don't just go look at his website. Don't just go look at his website. Go look at the people that he supports, that he sponsors, that he puts money behind. That he's not just some Christian pastor.
You mean
he
CNN, iHeartMedia, Forbes, Entrepreneur?
What?
This is his website.
Yes, his website. Okay, again, this is like me going and saying, like, I saw it on TV. I believe it. Do more research than just looking at his website.
Isn't that where I'm going to find out where all of these people are?
Yeah, that's such an unbiased way to find out.
I was going to say I wouldn't go to the person's website to find out all the information about said person, especially when there's 30 things they don't want you to say.
I'll check the unbiased Wikipedia.
Most certainly.
That'll be the one that'll tell me the absolute truth without any kind of bias whatsoever. But the thing is, he's based in Dallas. No wonder I've never heard of him. He's like 30 miles away.
Trust me, I've heard way too much of him, and he's absolutely insane.
Yes, and I'd see that's the thing. I think you're focusing on the insane people and the extremists, and you're painting everybody else with this big broad.
I'm not, because I'm telling you, when these insane people,
that's not everybody, but that insane does matter.
It doesn't matter. But let me tell you something. When that insane, right, has a presence of influencing 100,000 people. Or more. It is something to talk about, and it's a big deal.
This has been a mandate, okay? For the Mandate for Leadership has published this series since 1981. Okay, so since 1981, they've been having these same assertions and making these same plans, and yet it's never happened, no matter who's been elected.
They've never.
Now all of a sudden, all of a sudden, it's going to happen now.
They've never made. Yeah, again,
because now they put in
like
what?
Trump in president. and who's that easily manipulated, who's that easily wishy-washy and swayed. Go look
Why
at his
didn't they
last
do it in
presidency.
2016?
Because he did not. My God. Because
Well,
go look at the election from 2015
let's be
to
fair,
2016.
Bob.
Who did he focus on?
Let's
The
be fair.
evangelicals.
Presidential.
He had no place in the
Yes,
church or evangelical community.
Can you?
until
I want to raise a
2015 or
question,
2016.
Austin. I want to raise a question to Bob. Did Obama in his second term do focus on the same things he did in his first?
No.
Which is why I didn't like his second term, because he went completely into the other options came at his table, right, that he wanted to focus on, right? I'm sorry to say, when somebody has focused, like Austin said, on evangelicals, Christians, this whole push of this, getting the followers, the backing, sponsors, and so on, and then coming in finally, and as we established, the revenge term, as I like to call it, to be, whatever, knowingly so, pissed off. And if he sees opportunities come his way that are completely different, why wouldn't he go in a different way? Especially if it benefits him. I don't understand. Like, you can say that extremists don't matter, but extremists absolutely do matter in both parties. And I don't think Austin is saying that the majority of those people are all extremists, and also those people voting and whatnot, and also these people in these said parties, especially in the right, they must be all extremists. But there is a huge portion of them now, comparatively to where there were in his first term, and you don't really, I'm sorry guys, but you don't have to look very far to see that. It's not just on the internet, it's literally around out your own door. And these extremists exist on both sides. I don't think it's unreasonable to be concerned over what he's willing to pull.
At what these extremists want, okay? They want to secure the border and finish building the wall and deport illegal aliens.
All the nice things, right?
No. Extremists. No. Let me clarify what extremists really want. Extremists want Trump in office for as long as possible. They think Trump is the second coming of Christ. They think that if you dare insult anything that he has done, that they have the right to cause physical violence and threaten you and just get away with certain crimes that you just can't get away with.
Everything that's not written down is what they want.
Again, so the same criticisms that you're giving to Kamala and her campaign, you're refusing to give to Trump. He's making everything look pretty, just like Kamala does.
I'm trying to figure out Project 2025. This isn't about Trump. This is about me trying to figure out Project 2025.
Well, of course, when you look at Project 2025 from that state, yeah, it looks all pretty. We want to.
I can't personally tell you who's backing Project 2025, other than some of the people that Austin mentioned that I'm aware of. But other than that, and yeah, some of them are extremists. I know that for a fact.
What is extreme?
But I don't know how the majority would be. I don't know, because I don't know the majority of those people. I only know the few.
Okay, but what is extreme about this? About what they're asking for here? Cut the growth of government spending.
The president of the United States you're looking to the Department of Justice is ridiculous. That's
this right ridiculous. Here? De-weaponize the federal government by increasing accountability and oversight of the FBI and the Department of Justice?
Yeah, I don't.
Increasing oversight
is justice. What a bias way of fucking influencing your fucking Department of Justice.
And I love how the site pulls up
someone that's going to be a mouthpiece for us to influence the DOJ to do whatever the fuck we want. Yeah,
and I love how the site pulls up all the great bullet points that most people would agree on, right? Border control and all these types of things. But when you look at the actual 900-page document, and the details that it talks about of what it wants to do and how it does those things, not much of it is constitutional. Not much of it is very, it's very extremist. The entire idea, right, is that it's a Republican overhaul of the presidency and the government. It is a complete, in a sense, quote unquote, take back.
Have you read the 900 pages? Because you can send me a link.
Of course, I haven't read all 900 pages, but I've seen a lot of details, and I've done my research.
There's summarized versions of the 900 pages.
I did some research.
Yeah, I wouldn't talk about it.
A lot of it is filler, to be fair.
Yeah, I wouldn't talk about it if I didn't know.
the important highlights. I did some research, and apparently this foundation proposed. They've had 9 proposals for this sort of type of amendment and sort of reshaping of the federal government for a Republican candidate. They introduced it to Ronald Reagan, and he did not really agree with a lot of the stuff they said. And they found out that they did a comparison of what Reagan thought and what Trump thought. And apparently Trump agrees with about 64% of what they believe, which is enough for me to be like, yeah, no, I'm good.
But who did you
more
get
than
that
60%
information
of
from?
that document is fucking shit.
And you've read this document too, right? Right, Bradley?
Not the 900 pages, but yeah,
Okay.
I've read.
I've read a good fucking chunk of it.
But even
and
then,
the
let's
abbreviated
be
one.
honest. Yeah, like most senators don't read the 900-page document. Like you can get through
None of them read
enough of it.
Obamacare.
You can
I like
get
reading long things. I'm a weirdo. So
and that's right. But
terms
you can get,
terms of service
you
is
can
my
get through
thing.
enough of it to put 2 and 2 together. Common sense is not a hard
Yeah.
thing to.
Well, not only that,
Making
to be
assumptions.
fair, anything where you are trying to
No, it's
bend
not
the
an assumption.
government-
It's common sense after 4 years of an actual.
But when you're
Trump
trying
president.
to bend the government to your will to have it lean in favor towards the Republican Party more so than the Democratic Party and have that
I
approach
don't
of
want it
bias
leaning
isn't
in either direction.
necessarily a great thing.
So
Let's just
the
say.
authors of many
I want
chapters
it
are
leaning in either
familiar
direction.
names.
Right.
The authors of many chapters are familiar names from the Trump administration, such as Ross Vought, Secretary Chris Miller, Rogers
Miller, that was the one I was thinking.
Severino. So absolutely, these are people who were not only, had this idea and stuff, but they were involved in the Trump presidency before and so administration before. These are people that aren't what you would say as the the Republican spies or snakes or those.
I
types of
had
things.
no plans to
Hey.
read this propaganda at all, but now I've got to.
And I don't think so. I'm sorry. I think again these are people that Trump.
No, I've got to read it
trusts.
now. I have to read it for myself.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I have to do my own research. You said so. So let's hope it doesn't have any
It's a doozy.
spiritual,
Oh, it does. It
powers
has
over
very-
me.
The
it
fact
has
that
some
they
very
want to
big,
get
like,
rid of,
spiritual things in there that are like.
and there's another thing in there that I'm absolutely fucking against, and I think is a disgusting thing to come up with, is the fact that elected officials can be kicked out of office and be replaced by affiliated officials to a specific party that the president or whoever appoints.
You mean like the nominee to the president of the
party,
United States, who was replaced by his running mate without a primary, or being elected, or being
But-
nominated?
Okay, but even then, like that's a big exaggeration too, because like you're like saying that okay, we took
it's
somebody
already
that,
happened.
that most Democrats didn't want and replaced them with some like
If they didn't want him, why did he get 14 million votes?
he got 14 because the other choice was Donald J. Trump. That's why he got 14 million votes.
Yeah,
as senile as he
No,
is,
in his-
there
in
were
his-
a
in the
lot of
primary,
people,
he got
and I
14 million
do
votes.
Everything
Not
that
against
you
Trump,
say
in the
is
primary.
coming
as I just
has
said,
already
because
happened.
the other candidate was Donald J. Trump.
But Donald J. Trump
Everything-
isn't a Democrat; he's a Republican.
Guess who
See,
won?
this-
Guess who won the
that's coming.
popular vote in the Biden versus Trump election?
Joe
Again,
Biden?
so exactly. So yeah, people were going for Biden in the sense that this was our only choice. It wasn't happy, and then they brought in Kamala, and she didn't talk about any of her policies. She didn't go into any of the detail that she should have gone into.
And she didn't
And
do
ended
anything
up-
in 4 years.
And what was she supposed to do? It's like the whole border czar thing that Republicans call her. Like the
No,
border czar
she-
thing is a literal like
He
thing came up
called
by
her
a
that. He
Republican.
called her that. Okay, he announced it. Okay, so that it's
And
not
even then, they took it out of context and made it like she had way more power than she
What's
did.
the
Her only thing was to negotiate with the southern border and their southern countries on the immigration stuff. Did she do a great job? No, she didn't really do a great job. At the same time, she didn't have the power to shut down the border or do these types of things or act like ultimate power over her job was to have negotiations.
what you're going to
That was
see.
her job.
I would be totally shocked if you didn't see this. Okay, and I expect that right away. What you're going to see is the border enforcing the laws as they are written, and the numbers dropping, because right now they are not. They are not enforcing the laws the way they are written. And that's why you have so many people not just coming into this country, but staying.
Yeah, there's a big issue with our immigration. I've said that multiple times.
No. There is no big issue. The big issue is that it's not being enforced. And the Democratic Party
not only that. I've said
of making laws and basically ignoring them.
I have said for the last since Trump has come in this whole rhetoric. This whole rhetoric started of all immigrants are bad and they're this and that.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. That's a lie.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely implied
That's
that
a lie. You know it's a lie.
No, his actual statement was they're not sending their best people; they're sending the worst. No, so his actual statement was like, obviously they're.
Yeah,
so
they're
at the same
definitely
time,
not
I
sending their best.
don't think that's all necessarily true. Our immigration system has been broken for years and years, more before Trump ever came into the presidency.
It's fine. They're just not enforcing the laws.
They're not enforcing it, but they're also not doing anything to fix and help the actual people that
If they enforce the laws,
that are contributing to our country too. So all this blame of like, there's a lot of people here taking jobs and doing this and all that. Blame the immigration system that keeps them, 10 years before becoming an actual citizen.
They're being told not to enforce the laws.
In certain situations, but not again, this is an exaggeration of the whole thing. Like, they're not just opening the border and saying, come on through.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
They're not.
They cut open some barbed wire that was laid out by the state of Texas to enforce the border security. And they went in and they cut the barbs open and they opened it up and welcomed all of these people across the border. So you can't tell me they're not doing that.
What were those people?
What were those people?
Were they women and children?
They were illegals.
Were they women and children? Were they men?
They were women, children, men of working age. They were all kinds.
Most of them were women and children.
No,
Yes, they were held back and forth.
they were not just
Men,
women and children.
Yes, there were some people that, like the men and stuff, that were let in and all those types of things. Absolutely, it's broken.
You
There
have
were
selective
wrongs
memory
on
of what
side.
happened.
No, I'm not going to be extremist and say it's a completely like all bad. We're letting in everybody because that's not the case.
No, but
I
That is
don't think
extremist.
anybody's saying
That
they're
is
all bad. But if you think that there aren't criminals and bad people coming over,
absolutely. There
let's
are,
be
and
fair.
that's right.
Let's
There
let's look
absolutely
at let's look at Cuba from 1980. All right, over those boats. Can we safely say that they
They're
were
absolutely
all
bad
good
people.
people? Because does that not people not remember the cocaine crisis? I mean, come on, now. Like this
Again, I 100% agree.
Rose
There
criminals
are-
in
there-
war, too.
There are
Let
bad
me see
people
the root
coming
of
in.
bad.
There are all
Yes,
those
but
types of
that's
things.
what we're talking about. Nobody's
we're-
talking about the good ones.
But it's
sorry,
turned
you got to
into
come to legally.
No, I'm sorry. It's turned into this rhetoric of, and especially from the Republican Party, of they're
That
all
illegal
bad.
immigration
Like,
is bad?
no, not just like illegal immigration, but no, we don't like migrants in this country.
No, nobody has
We
said.
don't do those
Nobody has
types of
said
things.
that once. Nobody
That-
has said that
Winner-
once. Nobody has said that we don't like all migrants, and I'm not talking about some asshole on Twitter.
I
I'm
don't
talking
think
about any
I don't even
Republican
think
politician.
Trump.
You
Trump
literally
would
had
say that
somebody at a
considering
Trump
migrants-
rally. You had to
I don't-
literally,
who?
you literally had somebody at a Trump rally going, "Oh, yeah,
you-
we've got a migrant problem. Here's what I think of the migrants: send them back."
But once
Oh, a
again,
comedian?
you can't
Wait, don't say
blame-
somebody.
I'm not.
Say
I
what he
just
is.
can't- I knew you were gonna fall for that and think it was Tony.
Fall
It
for
wasn't.
what? It was
What
Tony.
I'm saying is
must
you
have just been
cannot.
one
You
random
I'm not
cannot
saying. I'm not
blame
saying
a
Tony didn't
follower.
say it either, but I'm not blaming the comedian. I'm
I'm
blaming
just
the
saying
non-comedian.
you cannot blame a follower.
One random extremist.
Crazy's approach, and any even if there was the dozens, you can't blame them and say what they're saying is totally reflective over what Trump's saying, because
I
this is the
agree,
problem
but
that
when you
extremists
have
have.
them
They
talking
mistake
at
what their
Trump's-
leader is thinking, and then they don't communicate it well to their own people, and vice versa. And
Sure.
there's miscommunication all over the board, and then that's how extremism is born. It's
Sure,
not
but
always
when
with
those-
clear
You have
intent.
been lied
But
to
when
for
those-
8 years
but when
about
Trump
what
is
Trump says
having-
and what he does. Okay,
Again,
you have been
when Trump
lied
is
to
having
by
those
the
people
media of
speak
about
at his
what he does.
rallies, it's kind of a different thing. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not like there are extreme leftists, and sure they show up every now and again. AOC, okay, AOC is a great example, right? She's extremist. I can't stand her. You know, she says some crazy shit and all that. But even her,
She faked photos at the border. She's insane.
she's literally insane. But even her, I have not seen her like be put on stage as much as this as some other Republican extremists have been put on
not
stage.
anymore.
Like, yeah. So it's very interesting to see again how the right Republican has started leaning more towards the extremists in their party, just like the left did in 2016, and now it's becoming an issue.
I would argue the left is better at hiding their extremist followers more than the right is. The right's more open to the left and its strategy. This is the problem too. Like you're saying was, Republicans will act on what they say as opposed to the Democrats will, right? Like when they'll say something, but they won't necessarily act on those extreme measures. Yeah, and maybe to a degree, I mean, obviously there's some extremists that will, but I will say that is probably the biggest problem with me for the left party too, is because they say a lot of shit and they don't. What they say, they will not match up with action. So this is a common thing, by the way. This is a common thing with the party. Republicans say and then do. Democrats say, but I'll only do if it's in their right interest, but not really. Especially when it comes to border control. This is a common thing for centuries. Liberals do not like talking about border control, and Republicans don't like talking about climate change. Or Republicans don't like addressing their views and stance on abortion.
Or the views
and
are so extreme
right.
on either side. Like like you said, Republicans don't like, or Democrats don't like talking about border control, and the Republicans' idea is to go the full extreme. Like shut down the border, put them in camps, tape out all these crazy things.
That comes with the defense war attitude too, because while they're great in that, when it comes to communication of war and other parties, they can be harder. They can be harder and more ballsy against people when it comes to war conflict than the left typically is. But with that comes a price.
And like you said, you have people like Elon in the right.
Who said put them in camp? Wait, let's go back to that, because you said that there are extremists out there saying that to put them in camps. Who said that?
Extremist Republicans.
Oh, there have been. I have seen some Republicans that have said whether they have to go back to their own country or they need to put them in controlled camps and then send them back and make sure that they never come back again. Oh, I have seen there are people here in Indiana who have blatantly held signs that say that, which is insanity.
Watch out. There's people in general.
Illegal, sure.
I always did that. All of my lefty, right-sided friends hear all of these crazy things from Republicans, and I'm the one who leans closest to the Republicans, and I've never heard any of these things.
Well, but at the same time, look, I make it a point that I'm looking for both sides. I want to know what the rhetoric is on both sides. I want to know what the extremists.
And I want to see it too. That's the only reason I ask for.
No, you don't.
I wouldn't say that necessarily. No, you don't. But you have to look for it. I mean, okay. So earlier, Bob said his Twitter is filled with Republican stuff. My Twitter isn't. There is.
But that is based on who you follow. When you start when you start searching things on Twitter, that starts favoring what you see, right?
Yep.
I looked at XQC one time, and all I get is XQC shit. I hate it. Just because I researched a fucking retarded quote that he did one time. I can't stand it. You can never get away from it, and then all of a sudden you think your feed is one thing when that's not at all the interest you have. Shoot, we even have apps YouTube that listens to us. Like, I can literally talk about fruitcake right now, and then I'll go onto my YouTube right now, and it will recommend a video about fruitcake which is ridiculous. But in the end, our interests, that is different than versus going outside. And around these heightened political times, it is not very difficult to find these people. They do exist, but the majority of them, I do agree with what Austin said. I think a majority of them, not necessarily are all right in the head. They do not go out. Some of them do go out to rallies, but they are very shy, closed-minded, shut-in people. The majority of these people who think they can say and do what they want typically start on the internet and on social media, on Facebook and Twitter first, before they start acting out. And let's be honest, not many of them act out, or they can get other people to act out for them. But it is not. It's a very specific group of people, and it's not just young people, easily influenced. I've seen grown men act like man babies over their political party not winning, and so every fucking day they drive a truck with a giant MAGA flag on it and start screaming at people, honking an air horn, going down, having their little unorganized, not all the time properly organized vehicle parties, like almost like a giant war party from like Mad Max, for crying out loud, driving down public roads, making a big scene out of everything while people are trying to sleep on a Sunday or a Saturday. It happens regularly.
Need to be checked for medication that works.
Yeah, I mean, these people, they do exist. Now, that obviously, that is a small form of extremism. It's more like, I'm in a cult, I'm obsessed with this, I got to have an outlet to do it. It's like a weird club. They're not causing violence, but, to be fair, there have been quite a few of them that have been arrested for drunk driving, disorderly conduct, throwing stuff at people's public property. And then you got people like that, Destiny right there, who's lost his complete mind. And doesn't.
I mean, you have the kid, like we brought up earlier, that followed because a truck had a Waltz Harris thing.
That's insane.
Started honking at him, said "F you, Trump," Trump 2024,
screaming at them and stalking them too. Might I add, Austin?
Yeah,
they broke two laws, and everybody in the comment section defended and said they didn't break any. They did nothing wrong.
He didn't do anything.
I'm like,
wrong.
okay, I'll agree for words. Okay, for words.
For words, they didn't do anything wrong.
He didn't do anything wrong for words, but legally, yes.
To follow somebody. That is breaking the
Absolutely.
law.
There were so many people defending that as like some like freedom of speech thing. And I said, yes, but when your speech starts being invasive, where you are now imposing your belief, and to the point where I will inflict violence and stalk and scare the shit out of you and your family, that is not just you've gone beyond just freedom of speech at this point in time. And I expect grown fucking men to know the difference, and you guys know the difference. You, Bob, Rosales, everybody here, you all know the fucking difference. You guys would not be as crazy as enough to go around, drive with your minivan or your car or your truck, chase people down and scream in their faces, scare their children and say, fuck you for not voting for Trump, screw you and screw Harris and fuck you all and burn in hell.
Right.
One, you would be violating two road laws, and you might have people that defend you, sure, but do you think the people that are defending you are right?
Let's be fair. My minivan is in the shop.
True, but hey, that's great, but like also, especially if you're doing extremist driving, but but no, I mean, just like, let's be realistic here. If you guys were doing that and you had people defending you, and even you had to step back and say, I was in the wrong, I just blew a gasket. And there are people who would absolutely be on the social media if you posted that or you went viral. I don't think he did anything wrong. He doesn't have to apologize to nobody. He did nothing illegal. They deserved it, yada, yada, yada. And you're seeing, as you have literally admitted, that, you blew a gasket, you went too far. Whether you believe that or not. You said that, and there are people still sticking up for you.
I think the funniest thing was I commented on there just saying a basic fact, which was that he broke the law. Anytime you turn your car around and start following somebody because they pissed you off out of road rage, you are
That's
breaking
Florida law, too, so you weren't wrong, Austin. That's also Florida law.
And it was so funny. My comments blew up of like, you're an idiot. You obviously don't know what you're talking about. That's not a law. And I'm like, this is basic stuff you learn in driving school. So either you weren't paying attention and you shouldn't be on the road.
Those people shut up pretty quick when they started getting law links posted up in there for their state area on road rage.
Oh, but no, I was still wrong even after.
Because they can never admit that that is the problem. Once they have got it in their mind that you're anti-Trump or you're whatever in their fucking mind, you were wrong. I don't care what you say. Yes, you prove it to me. You're still wrong, which is retarded. But
let me ask you this real quick. I just want to take a quick poll of the panel here. Mm-hmm. Is America now officially a fascist country?
No.
I don't think so. We're not.
This guy's an idiot.
We didn't vote Bernie Sanders, so no.
This guy's an idiot.
We're not.
No, that's ridiculous. Once again, that's an extremist thing to say. It may not cause violence, but say, how many people do you see on online, Rosales, say our country's become a fascist dictatorship? How many people have said it? Tons of people, right? Before Trump, during Trump, after Trump, now they still say that we're a fascist regime country, which is weird. Like these weird people throw fascist and Nazi and all this stuff like it's just casual fucking dialogue. Like these things used to mean things. They don't mean anything anymore because people use it when they're mad, right? And when people are mad, let's be honest, they don't think.
Yeah.
I wish I could have wrote that in.
I mean, that's amazing.
Well, everybody, we are almost at the 6-hour point. I think it's pretty safe to say that Donald Trump is going to take this election.
Yeah.
Bradley with the squirrel. What the fuck, Brad?
Bob and I might do a follow-up stream
matter.
in the next couple of days, obviously talking about what.
Yeah.
But as we kind of go through, any final thoughts from everybody? Bradley, you got any final thoughts on tonight's results and stuff? And obviously, I know me and you didn't vote Trump or vote for Trump, but any thoughts on 4 more years of Trump?
Putin's not leaving Ukraine. No matter what you say or do, you're never going to pull him out of there. You're a fucking idiot for thinking that. Probably a better economy in the last 4 years, but that's about it. That's about the only positive I can say about all of this. There's more negative than there is positive for the situation, for both sides, to be honest. But it's weird to see how quiet the Harris campaign is right now. I really want to hear something from them.
That is so
But
strange.
I think they're doing the right and the smart thing by waiting for the official announcement.
Oh, no.
Because
they're not. I'm sorry, I'm going to talk over you.
I mean, Trump has already come out and claimed his victory and stuff. I do agree that until it's official, and I have no doubt that she'll come out, and if it is official, she'll concede very quickly and say,
and I don't think she's going to do the thing that a lot of Kamala Harris supporters are doing right now on Twitter and just diminishing everybody who voted for Trump, saying that you hate women, unfollow me if you voted for him, you hate women, you hate my kids, you hate trans people, you hate gay people. Yeah, fuck off.
Definitely.
Yes. I'm just kidding.
All those people can fuck off. And I really hope that she has a nice concession speech tomorrow. I hope it's nice.
It sounds like Bradley follows a lot of extremists.
Joker,
your follows Austin.
Joker, your final thoughts on the elections?
Like I said, I really don't fucking care one way or another. Not much is going to change. These parties are going to party. They're going to do what they've done since before me, which is the same patterns, and during and in the 80s and on through. They all do similar stuff, and now with social media, they'll do it. They'll just do it, but worse. So, this is just par for the course. I could give 2 shits about either party. I just like to watch the world burn. And really, at the end of the day, it will make...
you're in luck.
Right. At the end of the day, it's going to be humorous and funny and entertaining to watch. And that's really all I care about, is to see where the humor goes. And hopefully we can all agree to disagree and just laugh at the same time. And I think at least this term, you're going to see a lot more people on the right and the left get along a little bit better, because they all know that there's more people now understand why they all think it's fucked from both ends, more than there was the first time. There's more people that are have been exposed to it now, that are like, okay, I've seen these crazy extremist sides and now I get it, and it's proof within the voting too. And I think you're going to have more open conversation, a little bit better than you would the first time that he won. However, you're also going to still see these crazy buzzwords and the rhetoric being tossed around. It's literally just happened right as we were talking. I'm sitting, people who I consider friends that I've literally have grown a great relationship with are already throwing it out on their Twitter, losing their minds from both sides already, by the way. I'm going to have a talking to them. But anyway, I mean, just in general, I just think like, really, people should just be joking about this. I don't, and if you're, I'm sorry to anybody out there. I know we wouldn't do this, but people who are listening, if you're going on Facebook today or tomorrow or the next week, looking for people to purposely unfriend because you don't agree with them, get a fucking
That's
life.
ridiculous. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
And that's going to happen a lot.
I mean, look, I'll say, you know, Trump winning is not the end of the world and all that type of stuff. But I've been hearing this rhetoric.
Well, not yet.
Admittedly,
right.
the rhetoric
Not
has
even day one.
intent
Wait.
in the last few years, but I've been hearing this since Obama was president. Since you know, especially growing up Christian conservative, right? Every Democrat is the end of the world when they become president, and they're going to take away this
And vice
that.
versa. They all
Vice
say,
versa.
"Oh, this is bad. They're going
Right.
to be the end of democracy." It's like, you guys are. That's the thing. All this shit slinging is what gives those titles, right? And then those people never leave those titles, those extreme titles, and therefore you're always going to be synonymous with that name, right, or whatever that it may be that they're accusing, that each party's accusing each other of, and
Right.
it's sad. Which is why I agree with what Bradley said. It's why we will never have a third party, because shit slinging is the name of the game, and we are not going to have somebody with true common sense who is for both parties down the middle and also calls them both out on their bullshit and really truly wants to make a change for the parties. I that's not going to happen unless we change how we format government, which we could do. I could see that change happening.
But it's going to take a lot for absolutely. I agree.
I don't agree. It wouldn't. I don't think that it wouldn't happen in my lifetime. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm not optimistic. I'm not doomsday. I just don't give a shit.
Right down the middle. Rosella's, your final thoughts on the election?
Well, I'm just really happy and tickled pink that some people went to bed before the announcement.
Oh no!
Tomorrow morning will be fun.
There's going to be a lot of people calling in upset, and there's going to be a queue in front of the what do they call those safe rooms, the crying rooms that they used in 2016.
The freak out rooms. Yeah.
There's going to be a line for those. You're going to have to draw a number, and
I wonder if they'll close schools again.
Yeah, you know what? They might.
Ooh.
I think that'll be, like I said, the extremist upsets, the riots, and all that kind of stuff. But I think for the most part, most
In
Democrats
mourning for remembrance.
right, most moderate,
Now George Floyd died again.
well-thinking Democrats.
The
are
squirrel for the squirrel.
Oh yeah, for the
The first action is to pardon P. Diddy.
Oh God! All right, if he does that, get rid of him.
That's his first move.
Yeah.
P. Diddy is one of my favorite friends. All right, I
Listen,
love
the
this
gay
party.
community has done it bad enough for defending maps. We do not need Trump to be defending P. Diddy.
Kamala's website has officially become a spirit Halloween.
Oh no!
Oh my God, that's hilarious. Actually, that's a great reference. Deep reference.
Bob, your final thoughts on the election.
Man, my final thoughts after all we've been through with this show here. I just want to say, number one, I was correct. Just like Trump, I knew it was going to happen. I called it. He won the popular. He won the electoral.
I'm shocked.
It's
I'm
amazing,
surprised.
and I'm pretty sure he is going to break 300. So good for me.
Bob got
Good
it.
for me.
So
Time for you to go, Bob.
It is, because I am so fucking tired. This is ridiculous. Done like 30 hours of election coverage. But
Oh, whatever. You come to me when you have to do entire coverage over Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial.
We did that. Me and Brad did it. We
I
did
wouldn't
it.
do that because my name is not Andy Signor, so I'm not trying to ride any rapey waves of anybody's relationship.
Well, you guys are invited to join us on After Dark on Friday night as we go on Riot Watch.
I don't have a film test this weekend, so I'll probably be there.
Hopefully, I will be
I'll
home
do
this weekend.
Yeah. We'll be keeping track of what happens in the Dem states and cities to see if any of them go up in flames.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. And I'm sure this week Bob and I will do a follow-up podcast on the actual results and stuff, and then do a
Exactly,
on that.
exactly. That way I can
But-
gloat some more in case Donnie doesn't do it enough for me.
But with that, I want to thank all of our guests for being here. Again, this has been a real pleasure, to just kind of talk about things from different perspectives. And we may not all agree, but I think this is what's important, is having these conversations, even though the media likes to say that, people don't, and it's all hate. And like Joker said, we unfriend each other on Facebook and all this other stuff.
I'm totally doing that to you all tomorrow and then re-adding
it. No, I really appreciate all of you guys being here, giving your honest thoughts, being, vulnerable and open about your, the ballots that you casted today and all those types of things. I think it's important that, like I said, people know that we may not all agree and stuff. We can all vote different people, but we can all have these conversations and do it in a way that, isn't offensive or makes us all hate each other and those types of things. So I really appreciate all of you guys being here and stuff. Real quick, we'll go down the list. Bradley, you got anything to promote, babe? Anything coming up that we should be looking forward to?
Woo-woo.
Yeah, you can look forward to my suicide being live streamed on YouTube tomorrow afternoon. This week has officially killed me mentally. 48 hours physically. Doing a 3-hour Godzilla stream the next day, and doing a 6-hour election stream the day following that. Yeah,
Bradley, you're not allowed to end yourself. We haven't finished Twin Peaks.
Fuck.
Exactly. You can't die until you see the rest of that. Sorry.
Joker, anything you got coming up for your channel and stuff?
Absolutely not.
You got a new fan. Hey, and even then, you still got a new subscriber tonight with Aaron. So
it's crazy. I still get subscribers when I put content out. Jesus Christ, 6 months it's been. Well, due to said co-host change, which I will announce on the show, massive change. We will. We are still going to come back in November. Don't worry, Bob.
Literally a massive change.
Yes, exactly, Brad. I mean, bigger than Godzilla's than the Godzilla stream. Yes, Bob. We will be back in November. I will most certainly do mid-November. It's going to happen, and then we're coming back. We're doing one return stream in November, and then we're doing a Christmas special in December. So look forward to that. I haven't disclosed the details of the Christmas special, but the November special, the November return will be the Italian episode, which is hilarious considering we lost an Italian. So that's going to be a blast. And look forward to that. And then Mason and I have some projects coming up here, hopefully soon, to announce for the holiday season. So, yeah.
Very nice. Very cool. Rosales, what do you got coming up on your channel, Rosales Comics?
Well, we're going to do a subscriber drive because we are at 400. And if we can get to 500, then I can start making my nickels.
Hell yeah.
Perfect.
Rosales, I just want to say 3 of those is me because I have 3 accounts that are subscribed on.
I appreciate
I hope I get a special award for the whole thing. I was a supporter first.
I'll give you 3 memberships in a row.
Okay, sounds good. Hey, yeah, give me a roll. I'll just take that. I don't care. That sounds like fun. That sounds great.
So, and we got 309 videos and 2 now weekly. Wow, 2 weekly shows streaming. Plus the assorted other content as well, like these shorts. Hollywood trivia going on as well, and comic books and movie reviews and interviews with actors and actresses from certain films.
Nice.
And trailers for all of my animations and stuff.
So, Rosales, since you interview actors, would you mind interviewing some of the politicians we've had recently? That would be perfect for that. I'm kidding. Okay. I had to go there. They'd be perfect for the actor section. Yeah, exactly. Oh my!
Tell me about your latest role.
Your latest as senator, Bob. What anything coming up for you? I know you don't have a channel and stuff, but you like to make your rounds away.
So I mean, I'm going to be back this week. I'll be back on After Dark with Rosales on Friday. And then I will be back with Rosales as well on Sunday for the Super Sunday wrap-up. And,
Oh yeah, knows baseball is a segment that we've been sorely lacking on. If you go back and watch the replay, you can see me stumbling over team names.
Yeah,
and
Wait, you guys talk about baseball and you didn't invite me? Wow.
we talk baseball, football.
I can't do
hockey.
football. I can't do
Well,
much of
baseball's
hockey.
You-
Baseball, I can do.
wait, all I'm hearing is you talk balls, and that sounds like a great type of.
There's
time
nothing
for me,
wrong
so-
with that.
Yeah, heck yeah. Well, Bob, make sure to check out Bob on the Sunday wrap up stuff. We obviously here have been a little off on my channel and stuff, but we're gonna get back into doing some more reviews. We have a very big stream coming up in November, our kind of holiday Thanksgiving stream, which will be the Ridley Scott filmography review in
Oh,
preparation
God.
for Gladiator 2.
Actually, I'm excited about that. There's a lot.
I think, look, I think one of the beauties of Ridley Scott is he's made some of the most prolific and important films of the decade. He's also made some trash. But
He's made more good movies than bad. I have an argument on that.
I do agree. I would agree that he's made more than bad. He's, definitely had some hiccups and stuff, but I still think that he is definitely one of the most important directors of.
Certainly doesn't want to let that Alien franchise fucking go.
Hey,
kill me.
Nobody can fucking make an
Or
Alien
Gladiator, evidently.
Hey,
that
we're
had to be
coming-
a franchise.
We're coming for Gladiator 3, baby. Let's fucking go.
He said, "What
True,
do I
but-
still have control over? Oh, let's make that a franchise."
True, but he's very spiteful, it seems, when it comes to Alien for some reason. Oh, somebody
He
wants
is
to
very
make an
upset.
Alien movie, or somebody did.
You
Well,
know
fuck them. I'll
why?
make my own.
You know why? Because he only made one great one, and all the other ones were great were made by somebody else, and he can't stand that.
That's right.
Yeah, that is true.
Right.
But yeah, so definitely be looking out for that. Our Ridley Scott review and stuff. We'll be having a couple other things. Obviously, Bradley and I just did the 48-hour film festival, so we may have some behind the scenes and trailers and things associated with that coming out soon as well. And whatever filmmakers that Bradley might be directing a music video before the end of the year here too as well. So
Those are
lots
awesome.
of lots of things to look forward to. Lots of stuff to look on our channel as well. Got some interviews with some of these guys that are kind of going against the Christian nationalist thing and stuff. Pickle, you just happened to show up at the end. Yeah, piece of shit.
Dylan, that's ironic that you would say that, considering you're 15%.
I know what you did in that car in Texas all those years ago.
Oh boy,
Yes, exactly.
So he's on the Trump deportation list too. Huh?
Yes, exactly.
Project 2025.
Well,
is
no,
gonna get your ass.
no, actually, Bob, he's safe. He lives in Texas.
Hey Bob,
So
I put a link in the private chat of your new ex-girlfriend. See if you could show that, because I think anybody who voted for Trump now has a crazy ex-girlfriend.
Oh no.
Let's see here.
Will make it my life's mission, my dying wish, that none of you weirdos can hide in the future. You can't lie to your kids. You can't lie to your grandkids.
There it is.
Oh, it was so confusing. It was hard to see the truth. He was so convincing. I will not let you get away with that. Like, that was not normal. This is not normal. I will make it clear to everyone. Like, I will make sure no one is confused about how things were right now in this very vital, crucial time in American history, that it was not confusing. It was not confusing at all. You just stood for that. You stood with that and for that. Like, I can't emphasize enough, there will be nowhere to hide, and history is going to look back on this and look back on you in a very negative light. I will make it my
Well,
we all need to set out a restraining order on her.
I think we can safely assume no man is going to have to be in her arms, and the only thing we should be concerned is the 20 cats that she has.
That crazy bitch killed.
I have to pull up. My bad. I made a mistake. It wasn't a car. It was a truck. I'm sorry, Pickle.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Aaron, thank you for being here and
Yeah,
supporting
trooper,
and
Aaron.
watching. I really appreciate it. It was a pleasure to see you in the chat.
Nice to meet you, Aaron. I haven't met you before.
Even
Go
though
ahead.
Australian voices don't matter here, it's America.
Damn! You
It's
said them
nice-
kangaroo voices don't matter?
It's
Damn.
It's nice to talk to an Australian that's down to earth. But I do appreciate
I always see,
that.
I always see Aaron and William's chats too. I love that.
It is a rarity, to be fair, Bradley. I haven't seen very many Australians talk normal in any way, shape.
I think it's all that cotton ear from that fucking kangaroo.
They just can't admit that the Kiwis are better.
But much appreciated to everybody who tuned in and watched. Again, make sure and check out the channel and everybody's channels here: Bradley, Compatible Cinema, Joker's Corner, Rosella's Comics. All of them have great content and great things coming, so make sure and give them your love and support. Thank you to everybody who has been supporting our State of the Election podcast. We'll do a couple of things. The podcast will continue. Bob and I are yet to talk about what that looks like and stuff, but we do have some ideas and stuff of it kind of just being a more kind of down-to-earth life podcast about what we're going through and just kind of things in the world in general and stuff. So
Sounds gay.
it's going to be very gay and a very great time. The State of the Election will continue in some...
Well, you will both be on Donald Trump's list this year, so I don't have to worry about you.
But with that, thank you, Bob, my co-host, who has been here for all of these, like you said, 30-plus hours of political talk. I've enjoyed every second of it, and even with tonight's results, I'm very happy, I think, with what we did here and with the show and kind of showing that we can have these conversations in a rational and respectful light. And so I thank you all of you for being here and for being a part of it.
You know, it'd be nice if Bob spent 30 hours on my own channel with me, but that doesn't happen. Bob, next time you come to the channel, I'm just going to out your OnlyFans. That'll be fun.
You can find him on OnlyFans at the East Coast Jesus.
And
they call it, actually the tag is Goon with the Poon.
Even with the poon. Hey, what?
I know, that's disturbing. I know, Rosales. I'll send you the link.
Just send me
with
screen
that-
grabs.
Exactly.
Thank you to everybody who watched. Make sure and share if you think somebody would be interested in this type of stuff. This not bias kind of watch the world as it burns.
Like normal talk, you know.
Godzilla 2028. Godzilla 2028.
Now that's somebody I can get behind.
And with that, I will say Harambe 2024. We'll see you all next
You
time.
call that human rights, China? I call it human wrongs. Come on. Sundays on TNT.